Before the Avengers, before the dawn of superheroes, and before even creation itself, there were the Celestials. The prime celestial Arishem created the first sun and brought light into the universe. And as it exploded in a big bang, 6 singularities were concentrated into what became known as the Infinity Stones, incredible sources of power, each representing an element of the universe: space, mind, reality, power, soul, and time. To populate this new universe, Arishem follows a process called emergence. He plants seeds in host planets across the universe. The seeds grow, and the planets burst open with the birth of new celestials, who themselves go on to create new suns and galaxies. But the universe is a constant exchange of energy, and the creation of a celestial comes at great cost. For the seeds to grow, they require energy, which comes from intelligent life. And to ensure intelligent life flourishes, Arishem created the Deviants to protect that life from predators. Over time, however, the Deviants evolved and began to attack the intelligent life they were meant to protect. So Arishem learned from his mistakes and created new protectors. This time they were not organic creatures capable of evolution, but instead synthetic ones created in the World Forge, nearly immortal, sentient beings known as Eternals. They were built for the singular task of protecting intelligent life from deviants. But few know the truth, that they protect life just so it can one day be destroyed along with their planet in the emergence of a new celestial. After each mission, the Eternals have their memories wiped, so they approach each planet as though it's their first. Blissfully unaware, they are shepherding it to its own destruction. As Arishem puts it, an infinite cycle of creation and destruction. One day, a seed for the celestial Tiamat will be placed inside Earth, and if left unfettered, will destroy it, along with humanity itself. Among the Celestials, there was one who was different from the rest: Ego. Unlike the others, he was not born inside a planet. He simply, one day, existed. He learned to manipulate matter and created a planet around himself. He also explored the universe by creating avatars mimicking sentient creatures. One day, he'll choose a human avatar. Around 2,500,000 BC, a meteorite made of nearly indestructible vibranium struck the continent of Africa and affected the plant life. When the time of men came, 5 tribes settled there and called it Wakanda. They were in constant war with each other until a warrior shaman was guided by the panther goddess Bast to consume the heart-shaped herb, part of that affected plant life. It gave him superhuman strength, speed, and instincts, making him king and the first Black Panther. 4 of the tribes agreed to live under his rule, while the Jabari decided to remain independent. Using vibranium, Wakanda will develop technologies far more advanced than any other nation, and when the world is engulfed in wars, Wakanda will choose to remain hidden, keeping their knowledge and resources to themselves. Elsewhere in the universe, Ego has been busy, using his avatars to visit different planets in search of purpose. He's met many species on many planets, but found them all disappointing. Finally, he realizes his true purpose: expansion, as in expanding himself by planting seeds in planets across the universe. Seeds which will grow into more of him, eradicating all life and replacing it with more ego. In 5000 BC, Arishem sends a group of Eternals to Earth, just in time to stop a deviant attack in Mesopotamia. Their leader, Ajak, is the only one of them who knows the truth of their mission, that they are there to ensure Tiamat's emergence. The rest focus only on protecting and helping humanity thrive. Elsewhere in the universe, Asgard thrives too. In addition to its place in our solar system, Earth is one of 9 planets or realms linked across the universe on branches of Yggdrasil, the world's tree. Asgard is the most powerful of the 9, and home to beings who became known as the gods of Norse mythology. In 2988 BC, they face a dangerous enemy, the Dark Elves. These elves are said to have dwelled in the darkness before the universe began. Now, they seek to restore that darkness by eradicating the 9 realms, and they can do it by using the Reality Stone. Somehow, the elves obtained it and converted the Infinity Stone into something called ether. Then they waited until the convergence, a phenomenon where the 9 realms come into alignment once every 5,000 years. By firing the ether at the point of convergence, the power will pierce through every realm, amplifying with each, and finally, destroying them all. But the Asgardians are formidable, and King Bor leads them to victory, then hides the ether on a distant world to ensure it is never weaponized again. Elsewhere, in another dimension, there is a realm called Ta Lo, with vast cities rich with culture and history. But their peace and prosperity is upended by the Dweller in Darkness. He attacks with his army and eats every soul in his path, growing stronger with each. The army heads for the gate which leads to Earth, so Ta Lo's strongest warriors fight to keep them from escaping the dimension. But they aren't strong enough, until the Great Protector joins the fight. With her power, they push the Dweller and his army back, then lock them behind the Dark Gate. The survivors settle into a small village by the gate, where they dedicate themselves to guarding it, using magic granted to them by the Great Protector. Around 600 BC, in Asgard, King Bor's son Odin has inherited the throne, and Odin is a ruthless king. He has a child named Hela, the goddess of death, and with her as his executioner, they conquer the 9 realms. In 575 BC, the Eternals protect Babylon from deviants and decide to settle there for a while. But protecting and living among humans has had an effect on Ajak. She sees something special in them and even suggests they be allowed to live. Arishem won't hear it. Humanity must be sacrificed for the emergence, so billions of new lives can be created elsewhere in the universe. Druig has also become attached to people, though he detests their proclivity for violence, and often uses mind control to enforce peace. But he is warned against this. The Eternals are only there to stop deviants, and they are forbidden from involving themselves in any other conflicts, tempting as it may be. Icarus has also been changed by their experiences on Earth, discovering a love not for humanity, but for another Eternal, Circe. He's harbored these feelings for some time, but he's always had faith in Arishem, and that was enough. Ajak, however, tells him that it's okay. He can perform his duties and still live a life. So he confesses his feelings, and Circe feels the same way. The millennium turns, and Odin's conquest of the 9 realms comes to an end. He realizes that Asgard's violent ways are wrong. Instead, he chooses to become benevolent and peaceful. But his daughter Hela's thirst for blood remains, and she refuses to stop, forcing Odin to imprison her. In 400 AD, Circe and Icarus marry, though Icarus hides from her an awful truth. After leaving Babylon, Ajak confided in him the true purpose of their mission, but he knows Circe, who shares Ajak's love for humanity, could never accept that truth, so he keeps it to himself. Near the turn of the millennium, Odin has a son named Thor. He calls the boy his firstborn, and does his best to ensure that Hela, the goddess of death and his true firstborn, is erased from history, even hiding her existence from his son, for now. Soon after, Earth, or Midgard as it's known in the 9 realms, is attacked by frost giants from the realm of Jotunheim. But Odin and his army come to the rescue, defeating the frost giants, and he returns to Asgard with 2 new additions. First is the Casket of Ancient Winters, the source of the frost giant's power, and second is a baby boy. King Laufey of Jotunheim had a son, but abandoned him after the battle. Rather than watch the child die, Odin brought him back to Asgard, named him Loki, and raised him as his own. Over the years, Loki will grow jealous of his older brother Thor, jealous of the adulation he receives from Odin, and jealous that Thor is destined to inherit his father's throne. As one war ends, another begins. In another part of the universe, there is a species of blue, humanoid creatures named Kree. Their culture is militaristic and they rule a fascist empire from their home planet of Hala. But one race resists their rule, the Skrulls, humanoid reptilians with shapeshifting abilities, and their resistance plants the seeds for a war that will last centuries. Around the same time, the Kree and Nova Empire enter their own thousand-year war. Meanwhile, in China, Xu Wenwu discovers the Ten Rings, an ancient artifact of unknown origins. While wearing them, he is granted immortality and immense power, which he uses to become a conqueror, leading an army he calls the Ten Rings. 400 years later, Odin brings an important artifact to Earth, the Tesseract, a cube-shaped vessel containing the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Somehow it came into Odin's possession, and for reasons unknown, he brought it to Earth, where it is hidden at a church in Norway. In 1521, the Eternals complete their mission, killing what they believe is the last of the Deviants. But Druig especially feels anything but victorious. Perhaps they protected humankind from one monster, but they have failed to protect humankind from itself. War rages, and with the blink of an eye, Druig could just control them all. He could just make them stop. But it's not allowed. Meanwhile, Thena suffers panic attacks, causing her to lash out violently. The only cure is to wipe her memories clean, but Thena does not want to lose herself, and neither does Gilgamesh. He promises to take responsibility for her. He will stay with her, and if the worst happens, if she becomes too violent to contain, he will kill her himself. The Eternals will later learn the true reason for her affliction. Memories of their past missions are creeping into her mind, memories of death and destruction at the altar of emergence. Despite these difficult circumstances, Ajak announces that with their mission complete, they are free to go, free to discover their own purpose in the world and live their own lives. In 1571, as Spanish colonizers invade Mayan civilization, smallpox spreads among the indigenous people. However, one village is saved when a shaman has a vision. It leads him to an underwater plant growing from vibranium. Apparently, the meteorite which formed Wakanda was not the only one, and like the heart-shaped herb, this plant also has strange effects on those who ingest it. The village people are cured, but the plant turns them blue and alters their breathing so they can only survive underwater. So that's where they go, forming the underwater city of Talocan. One woman, Fen, was pregnant at the time she ingested the plant, and her son is born a mutant. Unlike the others in the tribe, his skin is not blue, and he retains the ability to breathe above water. In addition, his aging process is slowed tremendously, and wings on his ankles allow him to fly. One day, when his mother passes, the boy takes her body above water to their hometown, where she hoped to be buried. There, he finds his people enslaved by colonizers. He kills them all, and one man, with his dying breaths, calls the boy Niño Sin Amor, or the boy without love, and the mutant twists the phrase to adopt a new name. Instead of Niño Sin Amor, he becomes simply Namor. From then on, he leads his people and helps them remain hidden from evils of the outside world, and should their secret ever be at risk, he will respond without mercy. In 1693, a witch named Agatha Harkness is tied to a pyre by her own mother and coven. They attempt to execute her for practicing dark magic, but when they unleash their power, she absorbs it all, leaving nothing behind, not even their lives. With the coven dead, she lives and continues her quest to obtain the most powerful magics. Though she is not free from that coven she slaughtered because she spared their children, those children will gather to form the Salem Seven, a group of vengeful witches with the goal of one day claiming Agatha's life. By 1750, Agatha's life has taken some unexpected turns. She's fallen in love with death, as in the cosmic entity who reaps souls of the recently deceased. Death also takes the form of a human avatar, a witch named Rio Vidal. Rio is who Agatha fell in love with, and as a witch who kills other witches, Agatha has been providing an endless supply of death for her lover. Their romance decidedly ends when Rio, as Death, appears during Agatha's labor. She became pregnant, but it seems her baby was never meant to survive the birth. Agatha begs for more time, and Rio agrees to provide some. Some turns out to be 6 years. Agatha names the boy Nicholas Scratch because she made him from scratch. He joins her on many witch-killing excursions, and they often sing together, even writing a song that will become legendary, Ballad of the Witch's Road. Scratch often wonders why they have to kill so many witches, and one night, when Agatha has him luring more witches for the slaughter, he decides to let them go. He doesn't want to kill any more witches today, but he promises his mother they can kill more tomorrow. For him, tomorrow never comes, because in the night, a woman glowing green pays him a visit. Rio, Death. She takes his soul to wherever it goes next, and Agatha wakes in the morning next to a cold body. She buries her son while singing his song about the witch's road. When a nearby witch happens to hear that song, she asks if Agatha knows the way there, to the witch's road. Agatha knows no such road exists, but wandering and singing about it with her son has spread rumors that have become legend, that there's a witch's road, and at the end of it a prize worth the peril. Agatha tells her, yes, she does know the way, but it requires a few witches, a coven, to open the door. They gather some, and Agatha turns them into corpses by absorbing their power. It's a happy accident. That song becomes a lightning rod for witches, and Agatha will use it time and time again over the years, luring witches with the promise of that witch's road, then absorbing their power and leaving them for dead. In 1933, Hitler rises to power. In 1935, he sends Johann Schmidt, the head of the Nazis' research division Hydra, to kidnap Dr. Abraham Erskine, who has been working to develop a serum to enhance a person's abilities, a super soldier serum. Ostensibly, this is to support the Nazi regime, but Schmidt has his own interest in the serum. He's heard legends of an artifact left behind by the gods which only a superior man can obtain. That artifact is the Tesseract, and the god who left it is Odin. In 1940, hoping to become that superior man of legend, Schmidt forces Erskine to use the drug on him. It does enhance his abilities, but also disfigures him. His hideous appearance earns him the moniker Red Skull. A couple of days later, Erskine is rescued by Peggy Carter, an MI5 agent recruited to America's Strategic Scientific Reserve, or SSR, their answer to Hydra. They quickly enlist Erskine's help, along with their other recent recruit Howard Stark. After impressing the world with the technology he developed through his own Stark Industries, Howard was recruited by the SSR's head, Chester Phillips. In March 1942, Schmidt finds the Tesseract at that church in Norway. Over the next year, he and his lead scientist, Dr. Arnim Zola, will run tests on the mysterious artifact and use it to develop powerful weapons. That same year, two beings from another dimension, Aisha and Najma, search for a way home. They are from the Noor dimension, but were exiled here along with 3 others. And in the Temple of the Ten Rings, in British-occupied India, they find a magic bangle, which may offer the power they need. But they're forced to separate when British soldiers attack the temple. Aisha leaves with the bangle, promising Najma they will soon reunite. Meanwhile, as Red Skull works on weaponizing the Space Stone containing Tesseract, the SSR is hard at work on Project Rebirth, an initiative to harness Erskine's super soldier serum for good. All they need is the right person to take it, and one day, Erskine finds him. At the first Stark Expo in 1943, he meets Steve Rogers, a young man unfit to serve due to his physical stature and plethora of health issues. But he has tremendous spirit. He's been rejected many times over, but every time he spots a recruitment tent, Rogers attempts to enlist again. It's his duty to fight for his country, and no matter how many people tell him no, he will not give up. Erskine recruits Rogers to Project Rebirth, where he is one of many candidates for the serum. Most eclipse Rogers in brawn, but he more than makes up for it in his problem-solving skills, bravery, and most importantly, heart. Erskine tells Rogers more about the serum. It amplifies what is inside a man, hence Schmidt's transformation into Red Skull, but in Steve, he sees compassion. On his way to the procedure, Steve and Peggy Carter get to know each other and relate over the many doors shut to them, Steve for his stature and Peggy for being a woman in the 40s. It also quickly becomes obvious Steve doesn't have much experience with women, not even dancing. Peggy asks what he's waiting for, and he answers, the right partner. Soon it's time for the procedure, and it works. He enters the chamber his scrawny self and comes out looking like a superhero who soon takes on the name Captain America. But after the experiment, a Hydra spy steals the rest of the serum and kills Erskine. As he dies in Steve's arms, the doctor has no ability to speak, so he only taps Steve's chest, reminding him why he was chosen and what he must never lose. The new and improved Rogers chases down the spy and catches him, but not before he destroys the serum and chews a cyanide pill. With Erskine dead and the serum gone, Philip's hope for an army of super soldiers is gone, and all he's left with is one man, one untrained man. So, rather than send Steve into battle, Phillips turns Captain America into a figurehead to sell war bonds. Until Rogers hears the news. Much of the 107th Infantry was captured by Hydra, including his best friend James Barnes, or Bucky. They're 30 miles behind enemy lines, too dangerous for Phillips to risk a rescue mission. Steve finally learns that sometimes doing the right thing and following orders aren't the same thing. He heads into enemy territory alone and comes back with the 107th Infantry Regiment. Though, while in captivity, Bucky was given a variant of the super soldier serum as part of Hydra experiments. Returning home a hero, Steve Rogers grows closer with Peggy, though his time with her is limited because he has a mission. Rogers forms a small group dubbed the Howling Commandos, intent on taking down Hydra. Over the next year, Captain America, armed with a vibranium shield courtesy of Howard Stark, leads his Howling Commandos, taking down one Hydra base after another. But on one mission, Rogers loses his best friend Bucky, who falls from a train by the Danube River. But at least they manage to capture Dr. Zola, and by interrogating him, learn the location of Hydra's main base. Captain America and the Howling Commandos arrive just in time to foil Red Skull's plot to drop massive bombs across the US. Only problem? In order to stop it, Rogers is forced to sacrifice himself by crashing Red Skull's plane into the ocean. On his way down, he and Peggy share some last words, setting a date for that dance. Rogers will miss that date. He survives the crash, but ends up frozen underwater, leaving the world to think he's dead. As for Red Skull, he learns not to meddle with powers beyond his control. The Space Stone inside the Tesseract casts him out to a barren planet called Vormir. There, he is made the guardian of the Soul Stone, awaiting the arrival of any who seek it. The Space Stone, meanwhile, falls to the ocean floor inside the Tesseract. In the aftermath, Howard Stark searches for Rogers, but only manages to find the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Bucky is found, but not by the good guys. Thanks to the super soldier serum, he survived his fall at the Danube River. He's discovered by the Soviets, and soon, Dr. Arnim Zola tracks him down. How did the good doctor escape US custody? He didn't. He was recruited as part of Operation Paperclip, an initiative to recruit German scientists, engineers, and technicians after the fall of the Nazi regime. He and the Soviets give Bucky a metal arm to replace one he lost in the fall. They wipe his memory, and they brainwash him, turning him into one of their Winter Soldiers, assassins who are kept frozen between missions and only activated when they need someone dead. By 1947, Aisha, still exiled from the Nord dimension, has taken refuge on lands owned by a man named Hassan. In the last 5 years, they've fallen in love and had a daughter named Sana. So when Najma finds her in the hopes of returning to the Nord dimension, Aisha is not interested. She'd rather stay in this world with her new family. In August, during the partition of India, she gives her daughter the Bangle and tries to flee with her family to Pakistan. But Najma catches up with them. So Aisha leaves her husband and daughter to face Najma alone. And Najma stabs her, fatally wounding her for her betrayal. As she slowly bleeds to death, Aisha notices that Sana has gotten separated from her father. Too weak to help herself, Aisha calls on the powers of Noor for help, and help arrives, in the form of her great-granddaughter from the future, Kamala Khan. She gives Kamala a photo of her family and begs her to save Sana. Kamala acts quickly, using the Bangle to summon a trail of stars, which leads Sana back to her father on the train. Then Kamala returns to her time, 2025. In the aftermath of World War II, the Strategic Scientific Reserve evolves into S.H.I.E.L.D., but behind the curtains, Dr. Arnim Zola rebuilds Hydra like a parasite within the organization, a process helped along by his secret assassin, the Winter Soldier. Meanwhile, the US military tries to recreate the success they had with Steve Rogers. With the scientist who invented the serum, Dr. Erskine, dead, they're desperate, so they experiment with reckless abandon. Black soldiers are administered experimental serums without their knowledge. All die except one, Isaiah Bradley. But to cover up the unethical experiments, Bradley is imprisoned and his wife Faith is told that he's dead. While in captivity, Bradley is continually experimented on and his letters to Faith go undelivered. He will never see her again and she will die believing him dead. In 1963, Howard Stark has a major breakthrough thanks to his studies of the Tesseract. The artifact somehow produces massive amounts of energy. By researching it, with help from Russian scientist Anton Vanko, they develop the first arc reactor, a safer alternative to nuclear for large amounts of clean energy. However, while Stark sees it as a way to help the world, Vanko sees it only as a way to profit. In 1967, Stark catches him selling their secrets to Russia and gets him deported. Vanko returns to the Soviet Union, but without Stark's help, he can't recreate the technology. So the Soviets exile him to Siberia, where he has a son named Ivan. Over the years, he will pour his knowledge into Ivan, but also his resentment and hatred for Howard Stark, something which will eventually extend to Howard's son, Tony, who will be born in May of 1970. Stark is not the only one to achieve a major scientific breakthrough in the 60s. There is also scientist Hank Pym. He discovers the Pym particle, a formula to change the distance between atoms, to shrink things. He uses the technology to create the Ant-Man suit, which allows one to shrink while retaining their strength. He also develops the EMP communication device, allowing him to telepathically control ants. Using the technology, he becomes a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent known as Ant-Man. In 1972, Dr. Zola is diagnosed with terminal illness. His body cannot be saved, but his mind can. He uploads it to an array of servers at Camp Lehigh, New Jersey, to live on as artificial intelligence. Across the Hudson River, somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, it's around this time that a 12-year-old Wilson Fisk kills his father. After years of abuse, the boy is pushed too far. Bill tries to hurt his mother again, so Wilson picks up a hammer. Once he puts it through his father's thick skull, he and his mother spend the next week disposing of the body in the river, one piece at a time. In 1978, the Celestial Ego uses his human avatar to visit Earth. The purpose of the visit is to plant his seed, but he also happens to fall in love with Meredith Quill. Over the next 2 years, he will visit 3 more times to see her. But on that 3rd visit, he has a disturbing realization. He's become distracted. So, he removes the distraction. He plants a malignant tumor in her brain, a terminal cancer, giving her an 8-year expiration date. Ego leaves the planet, and in 1980, Meredith gives birth to their son Peter, a son she will playfully call her little Star-Lord. Though Meredith may have been Ego's first true love and first time mating with a human, there were hundreds of other females before her, from all manner of species. Facing his quest to overwrite all life in the universe with himself, Ego realized it's a big task for one Celestial, so he sought to sire another, by mating with humanoid females across the universe. He hired Yondu, a member of the space pirate syndicate known as Ravagers, to abduct those children and bring them to him. But each was a disappointment. All were mortal, and none carried the Celestial gene. So, Ego killed them all, slowly amassing a tomb beneath the surface of his planet. In the mid-80s, Earth is visited again by a scientist who calls himself the High Evolutionary. Obsessed with creating the perfect society, populated by perfect creatures, he has a look around and finds much to admire in Earth's art and cultures. But he despises humanity's proclivity for violence and bigotry. He leaves with a goal of creating a new planet, including all the good he saw on Earth, but none of the bad. And to populate the new world, he takes various animals with him for cybernetic and genetic experimentation. Included among them are raccoons. He isn't the only one pushing science to its limits. There's also the parents of Kevin Thompson. Their boy was born with a degenerative neural disease guaranteeing death by age 12. Lucky for him, his parents are scientists and they've been working on a cure, an experimental study using a virus to repair damaged DNA. The experiments are painful, torturous. On Halloween 1985, the unexpected fruits of their labor. Kevin is cured, but with a bizarre side effect. The ability of mind control. All follow his spoken commands. No limits, no exceptions. In 1987, Dr. Hank Pym is still working for S.H.I.E.L.D. as the Ant-Man. He is now joined by his wife, Janet Van Dyne, who uses her own Wasp suit. And when a Soviet missile is launched at the United States, they are sent to stop it. But they're unable to cut through its solid titanium shell, meaning the only way in is to shrink between the molecules, a dangerous prospect. Going subatomic means entering the quantum realm, a place where time and space are irrelevant, a place where you shrink for eternity with no return. But Hank knows what must be done, but unfortunately his suit is damaged and he can't make the trip. So Janet doesn't hesitate. She shuts off her regulator and goes subatomic. The bomb is stopped, but Hank returns home from the mission alone, where he has to tell his daughter Hope that her mother is gone, though he covers up the truth, telling her that she died in a plane crash. In 1988, Peter Quill's time comes. He has grown into a child of the 80s and inherited his mother's taste in music. In fact, she put some of her favorite songs on a mixtape for him called Awesome Mix Volume 1, which he plays through a Walkman she also gave him. They are a small comfort as he sits in the hospital with his mother in the other room, on her deathbed. As Ego's tumor does its work, Meredith gives her son a wrapped present before dying. And as with all his previous children, Ego sends Yondu to kidnap Peter. But this time is different. Yondu has learned the truth, that Ego is killing every child who disappoints him. So this time, instead of leading the boy to slaughter, Yondu keeps him and raises him as his own. In 1989, Dr. Hank Pym's time with S.H.I.E.L.D. comes to an end when he discovers that they, led by Howard Stark, have been trying to recreate the Pym particle, something he locked away after losing his wife because he knew it was too dangerous. So he resigns and locks away his research again. That same year, a hero is born. Carol Danvers and Maria Rambeau are close friends in the U.S. Air Force. Despite their unequivocal skill, being female has disqualified them from flying in combat. But they found a way to do something that mattered anyway, piloting test flights for Dr. Wendy Lawson and the Lightspeed engine she's developing. One day, during a test flight, Lawson provides Danvers with coordinates to her laboratory, but before they arrive, their plane is shot down by Kree. Realizing her time is limited, the badly wounded Lawson reveals her identity. She is not human. Her real name is Mar-Vell, and she is also Kree. Although it's been 1,000 years, her species still fights the Skrulls. But recently she learned the truth. She's been fighting for the bad guys. The Kree have brought Skrulls to the brink of extinction just for refusing the Kree's rule. So she defected, hoping to build a Lightspeed engine that could bring the few remaining Skrulls to a new home, far from the Kree's reach. To do it, she would need the power of the Space Stone, contained inside the Tesseract, located on Earth. So she came here disguised as Dr. Lawson and harnessed the power of the Tesseract to create her engine. Unfortunately, the Kree have now found her. After divulging the truth, Mar-Vell begs Danvers to remember the coordinates for her lab, then tries to shoot the engine before the Kree get their hands on it. But Commander Yon-Rogg shoots her first, so Danvers finishes the job for her. She shoots the engine, releasing a burst of space stone energy which is absorbed into her genetic code. This gives her tremendous power, which one day will allow her to become Captain Marvel. For now, it knocks her unconscious. Yon-Rogg takes advantage of the opportunity by bringing her back to Hala. They install an implant to inhibit her powers and her memory. Then they lie, telling her that she is not human, but that she is Kree, and that the implant is what gives her power. For the next 6 years, she will believe it, and she will continue to fight the unjust war Mar-Vell tried so hard to stop. On December 16, 1991, Tony Stark disappoints his father again. Although his accomplishments are many, including graduating MIT at 17, Tony has done little since, and Howard knows he has great potential. The truth is that Howard loves his son, but he has a hard time showing it, and today is no different. When his parents leave, Tony doesn't say goodbye, and he'll never get the chance, because that night they are killed by the Winter Soldier. It seems that in recent years, Howard managed to recreate the Super Soldier Serum. Hydra learned of this, so they ordered their assassin to acquire it and leave no witnesses. After Howard's death, his business partner, Obadiah Stane, will take over as interim CEO, but only briefly, because after a few months, the 21-year-old Tony Stark will inherit his father's legacy, and he will usher in a new era for Stark Industries, creating smarter, more powerful weapons, the likes of which the world has never seen. Meanwhile, there is trouble in Wakanda. T'Chaka is the current king and Black Panther. In keeping with long-held custom, he keeps Wakanda hidden from the world, along with their knowledge and vibranium. But that does not sit well with his brother, N'Jobu. As a member of the War Dogs, Wakanda's intelligence service, N'Jobu is one of the few people who have spent time in the outside world, and what he's seen has left him disappointed. People just like them, oppressed and struggling, while Wakanda sits comfortably behind invisible force fields. He called for global uprising, fueled by Wakandan vibranium, but of course T'Chaka upheld Wakanda's isolationist policies and refused. So N'Jobu took matters into his own hands. He recruited arms dealer Ulysses Klaue to infiltrate Wakanda and steal vibranium. The attack was messy, and many Wakandans were killed. In 1992, N'Jobu's role in the attack is discovered when he's betrayed by his friend James, who reveals that he too is Wakandan. His real name is Zuri, and just like N'Jobu, he's a war dog. After Zuri reports what he's seen, T'Chaka comes from Wakanda to arrest his brother, but N'Jobu refuses to go quietly. He pulls a gun on Zuri, forcing T'Chaka to strike him down. Having killed his own brother, King T'Chaka covers up the truth by lying, telling Wakanda that Njobu disappeared, and he abandons Njobu's son in America, a boy named Eric. Finding his father dead with panther claws in his chest, Eric knows it was T'Chaka who killed him. The boy inherits his father's dream of global uprising and decides that he will train himself to become a killing machine, so one day he can visit his father's homeland of Wakanda and claim his revenge. A couple of years later, a 9-year-old Matthew Murdock loses his sight. He spots an elderly man in the path of an oncoming truck and pushes him out of the way. The truck goes sideways, spilling its toxic chemicals. Some get in Matt's eyes, robbing him of sight, but soon he learns that it has also enhanced his other senses, including sound. Now he can hear so much more, things his father would rather he didn't. Battling Jack Murdock is a boxer who often loses but never by knockout, because no matter how hard they hit him, he always gets back up. But in the end, he does lose, and thanks to his new and improved ears, Matt learns why. The fights are fixed. Jack gets paid to take the fall. The big match against Carl Creed is no different, until Jack's son reminds him of what he once said: Murdocks always get back up. Jack decides he wants Matty to hear people cheer for his old man, just this once. First he makes arrangements. He asks his friend to place a bet on him so Matt will have some money, and he calls Sister Maggie at St. Agnes Orphanage. With his affairs settled, Jack enters the ring. Matt does hear the cheers when his father wins, and he hears the gunshot that kills him, punishment for betraying his employers. After that, Matt ends up at the orphanage where Maggie looks after him. Of course she would do this for any child who lost their parents, but Matt is special, because Matt is her son, the product of a brief romance with Jack ending in severe postpartum depression and a return to the church. Maggie said her vows, while she and Father Lantom agreed to keep her sin a secret from Matt. But soon they aren't sure how to care for Matt. His condition is getting worse. He's in so much pain, and no one understands why, not the doctors or clergy. So they find someone who has done great work with special children before, a man named Stick. Like Matt, he is blind, and he knows what he is going through. The boy's heightened senses are flooding him with sensory overload. He hears everything. Coughs, fights, or cats a few blocks away. He can also sense things, where they are and when they move. Stick teaches him that these are gifts. He teaches him how to focus, using ice cream as an example, showing Matt how to taste every ingredient and where they came from, and he teaches him to fight. But Matt does not know the real reason Stick trains him. It is not out of kindness or the check the church wrote him. It's because he needs warriors. There is a place called Kunlun, a city in another dimension, where the elders once studied how to harness their chi, the energy of life itself, in order to heal. But 5 heretics wanted more: immortality. They were banished, then formed their own organization, the Hand. For the last centuries, or maybe even millennia, they have sustained their lives with sinister power, continuing their search for immortality while killing anyone who gets in their way. Stick is part of an organization called the Chaste, formed by the survivor of a village massacred by the Hand, and if they are going to stop the Hand, they will need fighters. In Matthew Murdock, Stick sees potential for one. That same year, Carol Danvers returns to Earth, though not intentionally. She still believes herself Kree, and still looks up to Mar-Vell's killer Yanrog as a mentor. But meanwhile, the Skrulls, led by General Talos, have been searching for Mar-Vell's energy core so they can finish the work she started and reach their new home. Their search brings them to Danvers. They capture her and search her mind for coordinates or any clue for the energy core's whereabouts. They find memories of Earth, so that's where they go. But she wakes up. Thinking the Skrulls her enemy, she fights them off, escapes, and crash lands in a blockbuster, which catches the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury works with her to discover her past, and they find an old friend, Maria Rambeau. Seeing Maria and her daughter Monica, who always looked up to her, helps unlock hidden memories. She remembers the truth. So, when Talos arrives, Danvers is ready to listen. He tells her about their search for the core, and how Mar-Vell was trying to help them. She believes him and agrees to help. Danvers recalls the coordinates Lawson gave her, and realizes it points to a laboratory in orbit around Earth. Though before they set off, Monica picks out some new colors for her, to replace the Kree look she now denounces. In the floating lab, they find the energy core, the Tesseract, and they find Skrull refugees Mar-Vell was keeping safe, including Talos' family. The happy reunion is cut short when Yon-Rogg arrives with a squad of Kree. They take the Tesseract and subdue Danvers, until she realizes that the implant on her neck has been inhibiting her powers. Her entire life she's been held back and knocked down, but every time she's gotten back up. This time is no different. She destroys the implant, and with her full powers unleashed, the Kree are no match. Danvers sends Yon-Rogg home with a message. She's coming to end their war and their lies. In the aftermath, Fury's left eye is scratched by Mar-Vell's pet Flerken, leaving a wound that will never fully heal, and Danvers leaves Earth to help the Skrulls find their new home, though she leaves Fury with a pager to reach her in case of emergency, and leaves the Tesseract in his care. Back in his office, Fury speaks with Agent Coulson about how this experience has opened his eyes, well, his eye, to the level of potential threats which are out there, threats on an intergalactic scale. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not enough to protect them. So he gets to work, drafting something he calls the Protector Initiative, to create a team of humankind's most abled individuals. Though, going through Carol Danvers' file, he notices her old call sign, Avenger, and he likes the sound of it. Thus, the Avengers Initiative is born. And as Danvers promised to Yon-Rogg, she heads to Hala personally. To stop the war, she destroys the Supreme Intelligence, the AI which runs their planet. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock's training comes to an abrupt end. To be a warrior means to be alone. Friends and relationships are distractions. One day, Matt gives Stick a gift, a bracelet made from the wrapper of that ice cream Stick bought him the day they met. The first one anyone bought Matt since his dad died. The sentimental gift is proof enough that Matthew is no warrior. Stick announces that their training is at an end. And Matt is not the only child who suddenly finds himself alone. In Ohio, there is also the 10-year-old Natasha Romanoff. She has not had an easy life. As an infant, she was deemed to have strong genes, so she was bought from her father by General Dreykov to be trained in the Red Room, a brutal Soviet-Russian program which turns young girls into expert assassins called Black Widows, and a healthy dose of brainwashing ensures loyalty. Her mother was not okay with this. She relentlessly searched and fought to bring Natasha home, but her efforts only put her in Dreykov's crosshairs and got her killed. For the last 3 years, Natasha has been posing as a daughter and sister. The Red Room had assigned Melina Vostokov and Alexei Shostakov on an underground mission to infiltrate a S.H.I.E.L.D. location in Ohio to steal brain research. This would take time, so they were ordered to pose as a married couple and given 2 daughters to maintain the ruse, Natasha Romanoff and another girl named Yelena Belova. Alexei has found the mission painfully boring, considering his background. In the Cold War, he was administered a super soldier serum created by the Soviets, turning him into the Red Guardian, their answer to Captain America. He enjoyed the role, and would much prefer to don that costume in battle over the suit and tie he's been forced to wear, posing as a S.H.I.E.L.D. employee, biding his time. Finally, in 1995, he obtains the brain research, and their family is dissolved. This is hard on Natasha, who is aware it was all fake, but still enjoyed them as the only family she ever knew. But it's especially hard on Yelena. She was 3 when the mission began, and came to believe her family was real. Now, she will be put through the same brutal training as Natasha, training which only 1 in 20 children survive. In Argentina, a ghost is born. Elias Starr used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. until Hank Pym fired and discredited him, so he continued quantum research on his own, and without Hank's oversight, took bigger risks, which gets him and his wife killed, while inflicting his daughter with something called molecular disequilibrium. Every cell in her body is constantly torn apart and stitched back together over and over. It's painful, but also grants her the ability to phase through matter. One of Hank's colleagues, Bill Foster, hears about it and brings her into S.H.I.E.L.D. He tries to keep her safe, but S.H.I.E.L.D. sees opportunity in her. Over time, they will build her a containment suit to control her power and use her abilities to their own ends, all with the promise of delivering a cure that will never come. By 1996, Xu Wenwu has wielded the Ten Rings for nearly 1,000 years, and his army has evolved into a global criminal organization. But his thirst for conquest has not lessened. He wants more, and he believes he'll find it in the legendary city of Ta Lo. He seeks out the city, but finds it surrounded by a magical, shifting forest maze. It kills his men, but he continues on his own, until he finds Ying Li. He demands she take him to the city. She refuses, and Wenwu attacks. For the first time in a millennium, he finds himself outmatched. Using the magic of the Great Protector, she's able to stand against him, and even take his rings. At first, he's impressed, and soon, he's in love. And soon that love will convince him to put away the 10 rings, and instead, start a family. As one family begins, another is dissolved. On the planet of the Zehobarians, a young girl named Gamora loses her parents to a massacre led by Thanos. When Thanos notices her ferocity, fighting off his soldiers, he takes an interest and teaches her about balance. Many years ago, his home planet of Titan suffered overpopulation, so he made a radical suggestion. If, at random, they executed half the population, the remaining resources would be enough for the other half to flourish. This way, rather than everyone dying, half would survive. They scoffed at the insane suggestion and cast him out. As Thanos predicted, resources dwindled, and they all died. In the time since, he's become convinced the entire universe will suffer the same fate, unless half of all living beings are killed. So Thanos amassed an army, and has been going planet to planet, executing half the population on each. Now, he's come for the Zehobarians. Half are killed, including Gamora's parents. But Thanos keeps her alive, raising her as a daughter and one of his fiercest assassins. Later, he will adopt another girl named Nebula, who becomes a sister and eventual rival to Gamora. In 1997, another rivalry is formed between two close friends, 17-year-old Carl Lucas and 18-year-old Willis Stryker. Though Carl is unaware of the jealousy that's brewing in his friend, because Carl is unaware that friend is actually his half-brother, the product of an affair, Carl's father, Pastor James Lucas, and his secretary. Willis has always resented the way their father ignored him in favor of the son he considers legitimate. But now all that boils over when Carl and Willis steal a Corvette for a joyride. They get caught. Carl's father uses his influence to spare his son jail time and instead send him to the Marines. Willis doesn't get the same privilege. He ends up in juvie. 2 days in, he gets jumped by a kid with a shank, so he kills him in self-defense. That gets Willis sent away to hard time, where he'll be when his mother's life is claimed by cancer. She'll die alone in a shelter, while Willis Stryker's anger becomes a burning need for revenge. Elsewhere, 2 years after Talos was reunited with his family, the Skrulls' search for a new home continues. Nick Fury aids in the process and meets a new recruit. A Skrull named Vara introduces him to a child named Gravik. His parents were killed by Kree, and he escaped from behind enemy lines on his own. He would be a valuable addition to the cause. Gravik listens with the other Skrulls as Fury and Talos make a pitch. As shapeshifters, they could be extremely useful to Fury as spies. If they help him, becoming his secret spy network, he promises he will help them. He and Carol Danvers will find them a new home. You keep your word, I'll keep mine, Fury says, and Gravik takes those words to heart. The following year, Fury and Vara have grown close, and recently, she picked a new face that seals the deal. He is taken with her, and she him. The two decide to start dating. On March 30th, 1999, the European country of Sokovia is embroiled in turmoil. In an effort to tamp it down, American forces launch an air raid. Before the bombs hit, the Maximoff family do their best to enjoy another night of television, unaware of the doom that will soon reign from above. Most nights, they watch shows imported from America, everything from I Love Lucy to Malcolm in the Middle. Tonight, 10-year-old Wanda Maximoff picks her favorite, The Dick Van Dyke Show. But they're interrupted when a mortar shell strikes their home, killing Wanda and Pietro's parents. The two children cower under a bed as the second shell hits, but this one fails to detonate. So they wait, afraid that the slightest movement will set it off. For 2 days, they wait, and they stare at the name written on the bomb, the name of the man they will blame for destroying their family, Stark. Years later, Wanda will learn that it was not luck which prevented the second bomb from detonating. It was her, subconsciously using latent chaos magic, an ability she was born with. And Wanda Maximoff is not the only enemy Tony Stark makes that year. On New Year's Eve, Aldrich Killian approaches Stark at a party to try and recruit him for his think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM. But Tony is more interested in Maya Hansen, so he lies to Aldrich, promising to meet him on the roof in 5 minutes. Aldrich waits on the roof. For the first 20 minutes, he actually believes Tony will show. The next hour, he thought about jumping. He looked up at the city filled with people who didn't and would never know his name. He was anonymous. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe Aldrich Killian could rule from behind the scenes. In that moment, a desperation is born, which sets Killian on a villainous path. Meanwhile, Maya shows Tony her research. She calls it extremis. Through genetic manipulation, organisms can be taught to rapidly heal, regrow limbs, and more. But she needs help working out some bugs, like the tendency for those organisms to explode. But Tony is much more interested in her than her research. They spend the night together, and the next morning, Tony lives up to his playboy reputation by not being there. Though he does leave behind a formula he worked out to help with her exploding problem. Maya and Aldrich, both dismissed by Tony Stark, soon join forces to further extremis research. Later that year, a 14-year-old Jessica Jones hogs the Game Boy from her brother. That shouldn't be worth mentioning, except it happens in the back seat while their dad is driving. The fight distracts him. The crash kills her dad and brother. It should have killed Jessica and her mom too, but both were selected as candidates for experimental procedures by the top-secret research organization, IGH. Dr. Carl Malice oversees the genetic editing experiments which save their lives, and as it turns out, grants them superpowers, strength, agility, healing. But Jessica's mother, Alyssa, horribly disfigured and scarred by the accident, experiences something else too, mental instability and rage. It makes her dangerous, even to her own daughter. So when Jessica is discharged, she's left to believe her mother is dead along with the rest of her family, and thanks to the mental toll of the experiments, she has little memory of what happened after the accident. With her biological family gone, Jessica is adopted by Dorothy Walker, an abusive mother who takes Jessica as a vanity project. To her, image is everything. Her daughter knows that better than anyone. Child star Patricia Walker, better known as Patsy of the It's Patsy show. And now she has an orphan sister. What a great story it'll make. To Dorothy, that means more publicity, more fame, and more fortune. But Jessica soon discovers her super strength and uses it to free Patricia from their mother, after catching the woman forcing her daughter to throw up again to keep the weight off. After that, though their relationship was initially strained, Jessica and Patricia become close. They become sisters. About a year after that, Danny Rand loses his family. Danny is the 10-year-old son of Wendell Rand, CEO of Rand Enterprises. So far, life as the son of rich parents has been easy, but all that changes when their plane crashes in the Himalayas. Both his parents die. Danny survives, and before the cold can kill him, he's found by monks from the Order of the Crane Mother. They bring him to the mystical city of Kunlun, located in another dimension only accessible once every 15 years. Danny soon learns their ways, how to harness his chi, how to fight, and he learns why they fight, to protect themselves against the Hand, founded by those heretics banished from Kunlun, the same organization opposed by the Chaste. Should the Hand return, Kunlun will have to fight them off, and they will be protected by the immortal Iron Fist. Living in Kunlun is the dragon Shao Lao. If one can face the dragon in combat and punch its molten heart, they are granted the ability to harness chi in their fist, then punch with incredible force and more. In search of purpose in his life, Danny decides that he will train hard enough the elders will select him as a candidate for the trial of Shao Lao. He will face the dragon to become the immortal Iron Fist and take on their sworn enemy, the Hand. Though Danny has no idea, he's already felt their deadly grasp, because that plane crash was no accident. Rand Enterprises was co-founded by Danny's father, Wendell, and his business partner, Harold Meacham. Harold has always been like an uncle to Danny, but desperation has driven him to dark measures. He has cancer and little time left, so when Madame Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand, offered him immortality, of course he took the deal. In return, she gets to use Rand Enterprises' resources and logistics for her heroin operation. When Danny's father, Wendell, found out, he signed his own death warrant because Harold Meacham couldn't have Wendell talking. So Gao supplied Harold the poison, and he used it on the pilots. Wendell dies, and to the world it looks like a tragic accident that killed a family. On April 16, 2005, the Hulk is born. Dr. Bruce Banner had been recruited by General Thaddeus Ross to work on experiments involving gamma radiation. The general told him it was to develop solutions for radiation resistance, but in reality, they were trying to recreate the formula for Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum, something no one's been able to replicate. In the experiment, Bruce works closely with General Ross's daughter, Betty, who also happens to be the woman he loves. The two have been close since attending Harvard together years earlier. But on that day in 2005, things go wrong. With their budget close to running out and the project on life support, Banner makes the drastic decision to test it on himself. The result? He turns into a hulking green monster anytime his stress levels rise too high. In the days that follow, Ross admits the truth to Banner and tries to enlist his help in finishing the work they started, perfecting the serum. After all, a few Hulks in the military would make them a force to be reckoned with. But Banner refuses to become a weapon and instead goes on the run, becoming a fugitive and leaving Betty, the love of his life, behind. As one experimental monster is born, another escapes captivity. Alyssa Jones, 5 years after a genetic editing experiment gave her superpowers, loses patience waiting for Dr. Malice to give the okay for her to see her daughter. So she escapes by badly injuring one nurse and killing another. On the outside, she finds Jessica with her boyfriend, Sterling Adams, a guy who has borrowed money from the wrong people. Jessica protected him him with her powers, and that got them interested. They could use someone like her. Alyssa spies on Adams and watches him agree to their demands, as though Jessica and her powers are his to lend out as he sees fit. So Alyssa teaches him a lesson. She kills him. Then Alyssa watches from afar as Jessica sobs over his body. That's when Alyssa realizes she really is dangerous, too dangerous to be near her daughter. From now on, she'll stay away. As Jessica's relationship ends in tragedy, Matt Murdock begins a new one. By now, Matt has become a skilled fighter and master of his gifts, though he keeps the extent of his abilities hidden from those around him, even his roommate and best friend Foggy Nelson. One night, they crash an expensive party where he meets the mysterious Elektra. The two quickly fall for each other, even more so when she realizes what he really is. Like her, Matthew is a skilled fighter. But one night, the difference between them is laid bare. He confides in her what happened to his dad, and she tracks down his employer, the man who killed battling Jack Murdock, Roscoe Sweeney. It's a gift, a chance for revenge. Matt does let out some rage, but stops just short of doing what Elektra hoped. She wants Matt to kill him, a line he refuses to cross. That's where their relationship ends. Elektra disappears and returns to the one who sent her. Matt will not learn this truth for years, but their meeting was no mistake. It was arranged by Stick. Like Matt, she was trained by him. Unlike Matt, she did not disappoint. And in the hope of recruiting Matt to the chase after all, Stick sent Elektra to find him and push him to give in to his darker impulses. In the end, not only did she fail, but she also fell in love with him. By 2007, Xu Wenwu and Ying Li have settled down. He hoped to join her in Ta Lo, but the village elders refused, worried his past would catch up with him. Instead, they live in China, where they raise a son and daughter, Shang-Chi and Xia Ling. One day, Ying Li tells her son the story of the 10 Rings, how she and his father met, and she tells him how she managed to beat his father. She used magic of the Great Protector, an ability only available to her in Ta Lo. Though she can't bring Shang-Chi to her home, she gives him a small piece of it, a green pendant, promising whenever he feels lost, it will help him find his way home. Soon, just as the elders feared, Wenwu's past catches up with him. While he's out, Ying Li trains her son in the techniques which allowed her to harness the Great Protector's power, a power unavailable to her when the Iron Gang shows up. They've had a grievance with her husband after 10 years ago, he nearly destroyed their gang as punishment for selling weapons in his territory. Now, as repayment, they murder his wife, while Shang-Chi watches. When his father sees the body, he picks up his 10 rings for the first time in a decade and brings the boy to watch him massacre the Iron Gang. He doesn't find their boss, who actually ordered the hit, but for now, he settles for the blood of his men. Xu Wenwu looks at his traumatized son and tells him, "A blood debt has to be paid by blood." From then on, he puts Shang-Chi through brutal training to ensure that one day he will be strong enough to wield the 10 rings himself. And though his sister Xia Ling is forbidden from joining the training, she watches and teaches herself to be even better. In Oklahoma, a young Maya Lopez is about to begin her own journey. She was born deaf like her mother. This can make things difficult for her, but the struggle also makes her stronger. And so does her family, including her cousin Bonnie, who is more like a sister to her. One night, during a sleepover, Maya and her mother drive out for some hot cocoa, but the brakes were cut and she can't stop at the intersection. The resulting crash kills Maya's mother, and she loses a leg as a result of her own injuries. After that, Maya's grandmother Chula wants nothing to do with her or her father William. This was all his fault. His involvement in organized crime got her daughter killed. William takes Maya to New York City and raises her there. He runs a small gang, the Tracksuit Mafia, and grows their size by partnering with Wilson Fisk, now an up-and-coming crime lord, and he becomes something like an uncle to Maya. Watching Fisk and her father, Maya trains hard in martial arts, hoping to follow in their footsteps, even if her father wishes she wouldn't. Over 2 decades after visiting Earth, the High Evolutionary continues his experiments to create perfect beings for a perfect new world. Included in Batch 89 is an otter, walrus, and rabbit. Each has been augmented with robotics, granting them higher intellect and the ability to speak. They are soon joined by a terrified young raccoon, who has just been through the same torturous process as them, ripped from the others of his kind, torn apart, put back together, and tossed in a cage. But these other animals offer him comfort, and the raccoon, Subject 89P13, makes his first friends. And to the High Evolutionary, the results are thus far promising. The raccoon is smart. The High Evolutionary shows him Counter-Earth, the new world he's created for where the experiments will go once they're ready. It's the first time this raccoon has seen the outside. He's awed by it, and is particularly taken by something he sees flying in the great blue sky. A rocket. And he's discovered a new hobby: stealing little things left behind by scientists. The High Evolutionary shows him the latest batch of experiments. Rather than grafting robotics onto animals, he's found a way to rapidly evolve them into humanoid animen. But they always turn violent, making them unfit for his utopia. The raccoon quickly spots the problem and tells the scientist how to fix it. The experiments will soon be ready. The raccoon and his 3 friends look forward to finally reaching their new home in a new world. And before they arrive, the otter suggests they should each pick a name, something more than 89Q12 or 89P13. She chooses Lila, the walrus chooses Teefs, and the rabbit, who happens to be lying on the floor, chooses Floor. As for the raccoon, he tells his friends, "Someday, I'm gonna make great machines that fly, and me and my friends are gonna go flying together into the forever and beautiful sky. Lila and Teefs and Floor and me, Rocket." But Rocket is gravely mistaken. The High Evolutionary creates Batch 92 based on 89P13's suggestion. And it works. The Animen are no longer rageful. But how did this raccoon know? The High Evolutionary is furious. He himself could not solve the rage problem, yet somehow this creature, his own creation, knew better. Nevertheless, Batch 92 is ready for the new world. "We're going to the new world?" Rocket asks. The High Evolutionary is almost amused to learn the raccoon, a crudely cobbled together experiment, a medley of mistakes to learn from, thought he would be joining them in the new world. No, the raccoon's brain is to be removed for research, and the rest of Batch 89 is to be incinerated. Rocket breaks the news to his friends and moves quickly. He uses the items he stole to build a keycard, which will allow them to escape. Then they'll steal a rocket and fly away. The card works, and the High Evolutionary knew. He knew Rocket would try something, and he was ready. A bullet pierces Lila's heart. Rocket screams in agony and takes out his rage on the High Evolutionary's face. He trades bullets with men who come for him, and they fall. But so do his friends, Floor and Teefs. Rocket runs. He grabs a ship, and he flies off, alone. By 2008, Natasha Romanoff has been through the Red Room and killed many on their behalf, something she's come to detest but can't escape. Until S.H.I.E.L.D. sends Clint Barton after her, a bow and arrow wielding agent codenamed Hawkeye. But rather than kill Natasha, he sees good in her, and instead helps her defect from the Red Room and join S.H.I.E.L.D. Her first mission? Kill General Dreykov and take down the Red Room. She and Hawkeye head to Budapest, where Natasha does something which will haunt her for years. She watches Dreykov's daughter enter the building to confirm he's in there, then gives Clint the order to blow it up with the girl inside. To escape the aftermath, Clint and Natasha shoot it out with Hungarian special forces and hide out for 10 days until they can leave, believing the Red Room destroyed. But unbeknownst to her, it survives, and so does Dreykov, meaning her one sister Yelena is still captive to it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark continues to run Stark Industries successfully. Some accuse him of profiteering, creating weapons that fuel global warfare. But those criticisms are easy to ignore as he lives the playboy lifestyle of a billionaire. But all that will soon change. His father's old business partner, Obadiah, has grown tired of living in Tony's shadow and hires the Ten Rings to assassinate him. When Tony visits Afghanistan to demonstrate his new Jericho missile for the US military, the Ten Rings make their move. An explosion takes out Stark's convoy and nearly kills him. But the Ten Rings force a doctor in their captivity, Ho Yinsen, to save his life. Tony wakes up with a car battery-powered electromagnet in his chest, which stops the shrapnel in his bloodstream from reaching his heart. Why did they save him? Once the Ten Rings realized who their target was, they realized he is worth a lot more to them than Obadiah's payment. Instead of killing him, they forced Tony to build them their own Jericho missile. With the threat of execution, Tony agrees. But in secret, he works with Yinsen to build something else. An exoskeleton, a prototype for what will become the Iron Man armor. And Tony builds a small arc reactor, inspired by his father's work, to replace the electromagnet in his chest and power the suit. Using the armor, Tony escapes, but only thanks to Yinsen's sacrifice. He buys Tony the time they need to power the suit by getting himself killed. But before passing, he has enough breath left to make Tony promise not to waste his second chance at life. Tony kills most of his captors, then leaves the compound by crash landing far from it. He ditches the busted armor to reach his rescue party, which includes his old friend from MIT, now US Air Force officer, James Rhodes, or Rhodey. Returning home, Tony holds to the promise he made Yinsen by announcing that Stark Industries will no longer manufacture weapons, and by paying a little more attention to the people close to him, including his assistant, Pepper Potts. In the spirit of bettering the world, Tony turns his attention to renewable energy, starting by building another, more powerful arc reactor. He replaces the one in his chest and discards it, though Pepper holds onto it, encasing it in a display with the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." The new reactor is strong enough to power the Mark II armor, an armor Stark is inspired to build after his experience in the desert. He works on it in secret with help from his AI companion, Jarvis. One night, at a Stark-sponsored charity event, Tony and Pepper grow closer as they share a dance and nearly kiss. But his night takes a sour turn when he learns something about Obadiah Stane. He's been selling Stark weapons to the Ten Rings. Why? By arming the US military and their enemies, war rages on, and so do their profits. Outraged, Tony suits up and visits Gomera, a village under siege by the Ten Rings, the village where Ho Yinsen and his family used to live. Using the armor, Tony easily frees them all, catching the attention of the US Air Force. But Tony calls Rhodey to reveal he's the guy in the suit, and his friend does his best to cover for him. Back home, Tony confides in Pepper about the armor he's built and what he's learned about Stane. To find out more, she snoops on Obadiah's computer, revealing he's the one who hired the Ten Rings to grab Tony. Obadiah quickly notices Pepper's snooping and notices she's taken evidence with her. He's in trouble, but he won't go down without a fight. The Ten Rings were able to find Tony's original suit in the desert, and Obadiah used it to build his own. He just needs a way to power it. So he helps himself to the arc reactor in Tony's chest, leaving him to die. Thankfully, this was the second one he built, and thankfully, Pepper Potts is sentimental, so she saved the first. Now, it saves Tony's life. The two men don their armor and fight. In the battle, Tony pushes himself and the suit to the limit, only to find it isn't enough. He'll need help, and he gets it, from Pepper and from Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., whose attention Tony attracted thanks to his recent actions. They defeat Stain and kill him in the process. The next day, the public names this unidentified savior Iron Man, and Coulson helps maintain his secret identity by creating an alibi. But Tony has plans of his own. He steps before the press and makes an announcement.
I am Iron Man.
That night, he finds Nick Fury waiting at his home, there to tell him about something called the Avengers Initiative. And while Fury recruits his heroes, a villain prepares to ascend. In Earth's distant future, a man will discover the multiverse and meet variants of himself from other worlds. One variant seeks to conquer other worlds, earning himself the name Kang the Conqueror. The other variants exile him to a place outside time and space, the Quantum Realm, where Janet Van Dyne has been stranded for over 20 years, since stopping the Soviet missile. When Kang arrives, he introduces himself as a harmless traveler who crash-landed. He explains that his ship can travel between worlds. If Janet could help him fix it, they could both go home. Together, they repair the multiversal energy core needed to power the ship. A ship which happens to be neurokinetic. The moment Kang turns it on, his and Janet's minds are connected. She sees who he really is. An exile who has destroyed entire worlds and timelines, and will destroy more if allowed to leave. Janet quickly blows up the core using Pym particles, stranding Kang and herself in the quantum realm. By 2010, Stark has only become more renowned as a hero. The people celebrate his success at the opening ceremony of Stark Expo. But he has a problem. The core which keeps the shrapnel in his body at bay is powered by palladium, a substance which is apparently toxic and killing him. He doesn't have much time left. He keeps this to himself, but his actions show it. In fact, he picks his successor, promoting Pepper Potts to CEO, which means he needs a new assistant. So he chooses Natalie Rushman, unaware this is actually Natasha Romanoff sent by Fury to spy on him. A few days later, Tony recklessly decides to race in the Monaco Grand Prix. And this is when Ivan Vanko, son of the Russian scientist deported by Howard, chooses to strike. Picking up from his father's research, Ivan has managed to build his own arc reactor and exoskeleton. The race is interrupted by his attack with electrified whips. But with help from Pepper, his driver/bodyguard Happy Hogan, and his Mark V suitcase suit, Tony defeats the villain. Meanwhile, after a 5-year search, Dr. Bruce Banner is located in Rio de Janeiro. Ross sends a team after him, including ex-Special Ops Commander Emil Blonsky. The Hulk escapes, meaning Blonsky failed. That doesn't sit well, and taking down the Hulk becomes his personal vendetta. And Banner makes his next move. He's been in contact with scientist Dr. Samuel Stearns, who's been helping him find a cure. Banner's been sending him blood samples, but to make any further progress, they'll need data from the original experiment. So he heads back to America to get it. And in America, the government is in a panic over Ivan Vanko's public display. It signals that others can replicate Iron Man tech, including America's enemies. This puts pressure on them to get a hold of that tech themselves. Rhodey warns Tony that if he doesn't hand it over, they will take it by force. Meanwhile, Stark Industries competitor Justin Hammer has grown tired of living in the shadow of Tony Stark. They simply can't keep up with Stark technology, and Tony has no shame in reminding them of it. But Justin sees opportunity in Ivan. With Hammer's investment, Ivan could build something to outclass even Stark. So he breaks him out of jail and hires him to build some weapons. Justin hopes to show them off at Stark Expo and embarrass Tony. But Ivan has other plans. Revenge. And in a few days, over just a 1-week period, Tony will fight for his life, Hulk will be revealed to the world, and so will Thor. It all begins the night of Tony Stark's birthday. Tony drinks away the woes of impending death by palladium, and things get dangerous when the drunk billionaire puts on his armor to show off its firing power. Rhodey steals the Mark II armor and confronts his friend, demanding he stop. But Tony won't listen to reason, and they fight until Rhodey takes off with the armor. The next day, he hands it over to the US Air Force, where Justin Hammer is brought in to examine it and make some upgrades. turning Tony's Mark II armor into the War Machine armor. All of this has been reported back to Fury by Romanoff, so he finally confronts Tony to set him on the right path. Nick hands over some of Tony's father's old things and promises they contain something which will solve his palladium problem. Meanwhile, there is trouble in Asgard. During Thor's coronation, frost giants break into Odin's vault to steal back their casket of ancient winters, but they are easily killed by the Destroyer, an automaton built by Odin to guard his vault. Young, brash, and thirsty for war, Thor insists on heading to Jotunheim to punish the frost giants for their transgression, but Odin wisely orders that they keep the peace. Orders which Thor ignores. He rounds up a few of his friends and crosses the Rainbow Bridge to the Bifrost, which allows them to teleport between the 9 realms. The Bifrost is guarded by Heimdall, an Asgardian with a near-omniscient ability to see anything happening within the 9 realms. Disturbed by the Frost Giant's ability to get past him earlier, he lets Thor and his friends through to investigate, despite Odin's orders to leave things be. In Jotunheim, Thor wreaks havoc on the Frost Giants, and Loki learns something about himself. The touch of the Frost Giants should be deadly, but for some reason, it isn't harmful to Loki. On Earth, Tony goes through the box and finds footage of his father, taken while recording his welcome speech for a Stark Expo of years past. Between takes, he decided to leave a message for his son, where he tells Tony, "What is and always will be my greatest creation is you," something Tony badly needed to hear, after never hearing anything close to it while his father was alive. And he finds plans for an element superior to palladium, something his father theorized but didn't have the technology to actually synthesize. Now, in 2010, Tony does. He creates the new element, and with that, his life is saved. The core is no longer powered by toxic palladium, but by this new, safer element. In Jotunheim, before things get too out of hand, Odin arrives to take the Asgardians home. And as punishment for his reckless actions, he banishes Thor to Midgard, also known as Earth. He also takes away Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, the weapon which helps channel his powers. Odin casts a spell to ensure it can only be held by one who is worthy, then sends it to Earth as well. On Earth, physicists Jane Foster and Professor Eric Selvig, along with intern Darcy Lewis, have been researching strange anomalies in the skies. Thor's arrival in the middle of one reveals them to be wormholes, produced by the Bifrost. That night, Justin Hammer has his presentation at Stark Expo, including James Rhodes in the upgraded War Machine armor, and an army of drones. But the armor and drones are quickly hijacked by Vanko, who turns them on the crowd. But a now healthy Tony has just arrived. He leads the army away, while Happy and Romanoff go after Vanko directly, while Pepper coordinates with police to protect the civilians. Vanko escapes, but Romanoff hacks his terminal to return control of the suit to Rhodes, allowing him and Tony to fight together. They quickly destroy most of the drones, and when Vanko shows up himself, they destroy him too. But the remaining drones are rigged to explode, including one right next to Pepper. Tony arrives just in time to save her, and before the adrenaline wears off, the two finally kiss. The next day, Banner visits his old lab, but finds all the data on his experiment erased. On Asgard, Loki wonders why the Frost Giant's touch left him unharmed. He demands answers, and Odin finally gives them, revealing Loki's true nature as a Frost Giant, the baby abandoned by the king of Jotunheim. Loki yells at his father for the lies, but Odin collapses into a coma. Old age takes its toll, leaving Loki to usurp the throne. Meanwhile, Jane and company introduce Thor to earthly delicacies like Pop-Tarts, until they hear about the crater 50 miles away, where Thor surmises his hammer landed. That night, he fights his way past the shield perimeter, which has already formed, but when he grabs the hammer, it won't budge. He's not yet worthy. Coulson takes him in, and while in shield custody, Loki pays him a visit. He lies, telling Thor their father is dead, and their mother insists he remain banished. Thor accepts his fate as an outcast, and Coulson lets him go, though has him followed. He returns to Jane's trailer. He finally tells her about Asgard and the 9 realms, things which fill the scientist's mind with wonder. They talk late into the night, and she finds herself falling in love with a god, and Thor finds himself falling in love with a mortal. Meanwhile, Loki visits his biological father, Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, and plots behind Odin's back. He agrees to let Laufey into Odin's chambers while he sleeps so he can kill the Asgardian king. In reality, Loki intends to kill Laufey before he gets to Odin as part of a plot to paint himself as a hero, finally winning Odin's affection over Thor and solidifying his place as heir. Upon Loki's return, Heimdall is suspicious. Loki used magic to cloak his whereabouts, blocking Heimdall's ability to see him. He realizes Loki was likely dealing with Laufey behind his back, and that Loki was the one who let in the Frost Giants yesterday. Somehow, he found secret pathways between realms and was able to open a portal to Jotunheim without the Bifrost. He'd done it just to mess up Thor's big day, but now Loki sees opportunity for much more. He could be king. That same night, despite Banner's attempt to remain hidden, Betty Ross spots him. They share a tearful reunion, and she reveals that when Ross hid away their data, she secretly kept some of it. Meanwhile, Ross offers Emil Blonsky an experimental dose of their super soldier serum, and he enthusiastically agrees to take it. He'll do whatever it takes to even the playing field against the Hulk. The next morning, Betty and Bruce prepare to part ways, when he's attacked by Ross's men and a serum-enhanced Blonsky. The Hulk emerges, and in the ensuing battle, Blonsky is badly wounded. Betty is nearly caught in the crossfire, but the Hulk protects her, and the general watches the monster save his daughter's life, then leave with her. And their battle on the college campus does not go unnoticed by the public. In New Mexico, another public battle occurs. Having caught on to Loki's schemes, Heimdall sends Thor's friends to Earth behind Loki's back, but Loki quickly learns what he's done, so he freezes Heimdall and sends the Destroyer to Earth. Thor and his friends fight the automaton, but are no match for it, until Thor offers to sacrifice himself, hoping to protect his friends and the nearby civilians. He is severely wounded, and Jane cries over the dying god, a god who has proven himself worthy. Mjolnir returns to Thor, and so do its powers. The god of thunder destroys the destroyer, and in the aftermath, he agrees to be Coulson's ally, should the need arise in the future. Thor shouts for Heimdall to return them home. The Guardian of the Bifrost frees himself from Loki's ice and opens the bridge. Thor promises Jane he will return. Then they kiss, and he leaves. He returns to Asgard just in time to find Loki killing Laufey, stopping the Frost Giant from assassinating Odin. Then Loki sets a plan in motion to use the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. He hopes that when Odin wakes up, he'll see Loki saved his life and destroyed their enemy, making him worthy of the throne. But as much as Thor was willing to fight the Frost Giants earlier, committing genocide on their race is something else entirely. So he stops Loki the only way he can, by destroying the bridge, severing their means of travel between worlds, and sacrificing any hope of visiting Jane. He and Loki fall into the void, but Odin wakes just in time to catch them. Thor is saved, but Loki has other plans. He lets go and falls to parts unknown. 2 days later, Bruce and Betty meet with Dr. Samuel Stearns. Now that they have the data, it's time to actually try administering the cure. The results are inconclusive, and they're interrupted anyway by Ross and Blonsky's arrival. Ross takes Bruce into custody, while Blonsky stays behind. At gunpoint, he forces Stearns to give him some of what Bruce has. After a taste, he wants more than what the General Serum has to offer. The result is an abomination. Blonsky becomes an uncontrolled monster and rampages through the city. Seeing the abomination's rampage, Bruce begs the general to take him back so he can stop him, and seeing no other choice, the general agrees. Bruce leaps from the jet. He can't control the Hulk, but maybe he can aim it. By the time he lands, Bruce is gone, and in his place is the Incredible Hulk. The two monsters fight, and after a lengthy battle, the Hulk is victorious. In all the chaos, Stearns gets a head wound, and some of Bruce's blood drips into it, beginning a mutation in his brain that will vastly increase his intellectual capability. In the aftermath, Betty approaches him. The Hulk collects one of her tears and says her name, but Bruce and the Hulk both know they can't be with her. It would only put her in danger again. So the green monster runs away, but with a new goal in mind. Bruce will no longer try to rid himself of the Hulk. Instead, he will learn to control it. On the other hand, General Ross is losing control. He's blamed for the collateral damage from Hulk and Abomination's fight in Harlem. He's estranged from his daughter, lashes out at a press conference, but quickly shifts the narrative by pinning the blame on one man, Samuel Stearns. Ross calls him responsible for the abomination and throws him in an off-the-grid prison without a trial. Not only does it rehabilitate Ross's reputation, but he finds opportunity in Stearns. The gamma radiation in his brain gave him superior intellect, a mind capable of impossible calculations. Seeing probabilities and outcomes no one else can turns him into a master strategist who can bring about any desired outcome, especially when Ross ups the dose of radiation to see how far he can push it. Through threats on one end and the promise of an eventual pardon on the other, Ross turns Stearns into his own personal think tank, putting him to work creating technologies and weapons for the state. 1 year later, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovers Captain America frozen and preserved in the icy waters, where he crashed Red Skull's plane. He wakes up in Nick Fury's custody. His first moments are chaos, wondering where and when he is. Realization quickly sets in. He's been asleep for 70 years, though his conversation with Peggy feels like moments ago, a conversation where they set a date for that long-promised dance. Meanwhile, after years of painstakingly killing one half of a population after another, Thanos has realized there is a better way. If he could obtain all 6 Infinity Stones, he could combine their power, and with the snap of his finger, erase half the population of the universe in one fell swoop. First, he sets his sights on the Space Stone, contained inside the Tesseract, and makes a deal with Loki to obtain it. It seems that after falling into that void 2 years ago, the energy of the Bifrost eventually brought Loki to the Sanctuary, an asteroid field where the Other, a conduit to Thanos, meets with Loki to strike the bargain. If Loki steals the Tesseract, they'll give him an army to conquer humanity. Craving power and vengeance after losing Asgard, Loki takes the deal. Armed with a powerful scepter, capable of destruction and mind control, Loki has no trouble stealing the Tesseract from Fury. And with the scepter, he takes control of Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, and Professor Selvig. Fury and one of his best agents, Maria Hill, chase after Loki, but to no avail, and Loki quickly puts the professor to work, building a machine that will open a portal for his army, composed of an alien race called Chitauri. With the Tesseract gone and their facility destroyed, Nick Fury announces that they are at war. For the battle ahead, their first recruit is Natasha Romanoff. She's hesitant to skip out on her current mission, but once she hears that Barton is in trouble, she quickly joins the fight. Her orders are to recruit Bruce Banner. She finds him living as a doctor in India. He's hesitant until she tells him the stakes. The Tesseract has the energy to wipe out their planet, and it's been taken. They don't know where to, but it emits low levels of gamma radiation, something Banner is intimately familiar with. Steve Rogers, who hasn't had a mission in 70 years, needs little convincing to join the cause. Tony Stark's only hesitation is leaving Pepper behind, but they recognize the urgency of the mission, and she promises she'll be waiting for him after. Using their global surveillance, S.H.I.E.L.D. finds Loki, and Fury sends Captain America after him. He arrives just in time to save an innocent life, though he struggles in a one-on-one brawl with Loki, until Iron Man shows up. They take him into custody, but it seems that Odin was able to use some dark magic to send Thor to Earth, even without the Bifrost. Thor grabs his brother, and it takes some time for him and Iron Man to realize they're on the same side. But with Captain America's help, they unite, and Thor returns Loki to S.H.I.E.L.D. custody. As Stark and Banner analyze Loki's staff for clues on the Tesseract's location, Stark asks what his secret is. How has Banner learned to keep from transforming into the Hulk? Before he can answer, Rogers interrupts. He's shocked to learn that Stark and Banner suspect Fury is hiding something. But their suspicion is contagious, and Rogers investigates. He quickly discovers the truth. Fury intends on using the Tesseract's power to make weapons of mass destruction. The team confronts him, but Fury points out that with God-level threats out there, humanity needs more firing power. The team argues, and things become personal. Rogers accuses Stark of being nothing behind his suit of armor. When the chips are down, Stark fights for himself. He doesn't know how to sacrifice when necessary. They're interrupted by an attack led by the mind-controlled Hawkeye. Banner is finally pushed too far. The Hulk emerges. The team puts petty differences aside and works together. Captain America and Iron Man fix the damage to the ship. Thor contains Hulk as best he can, until the green monster plummets from the ship and turns back into Bruce, and Natasha takes on Barton, hitting his head hard enough to wake him up. Although they fight off their attackers, it's not without cost. Fury shares the bad news. Not only did Loki escape, but he also killed Agent Coulson, and he tells them about the Avengers initiative, how he hoped to bring a group of extraordinary people together to fight the battles they couldn't. Coulson believed in that vision. Fury inflames their guilt by showing the bloodied Captain America trading cards he found in Coulson's pocket. Coulson looked up to the heroes, and apparently it cost him his life. In truth, Fury found the cards in Coulson's locker, but he knew the team needed something to rally around. Coulson knew it too. So he used his death to that end. And it works. They quickly rally and get back to work. As a team, they realize Loki is vain and would want an audience to witness his conquest. He'll open the portal at Stark Tower in the middle of Manhattan. Iron Man gets there first, but too late to stop the machine. The portal opens, the Chitauri arrive, and the Battle of New York begins. Working together, they protect civilians and fight the Swarm. In the midst of battle, Banner reveals his secret to containing the Hulk. He's always angry, and today he lets the anger flow. Hulk wreaks havoc on the enemy. But as long as the portal remains open, the Swarm keeps coming, and there's a ticking clock they don't know about yet. The World Security Council tells Fury that the threat needs to be contained, even if it costs them a city and all the lives within it. They prepare to launch a nuclear strike. In the chaos, Selvig is woken up and reveals that even under Loki's power, some part of him was present and created a failsafe to close the portal. He and Natasha get to work. Fury alerts Stark to the incoming nuclear missile, which has just launched. Stark tells Romanoff to hold off on closing the portal so he can grab the nuke and bring it through the wormhole to detonate far from Earth. He knows it'll be a one-way trip, but it's a sacrifice he's willing to make. Tony calls Pepper to say farewell. The call goes unanswered. So without the luxury of last words, Stark flies into the portal, and he falls just as the bomb explodes. He falls back through the portal just before it closes. His suit fails him, and he careens toward death until Hulk catches him. Tony Stark lives, and the world is saved. The heroes treat themselves to some shawarma, and Thor returns home with Loki and the Tesseract. The Avengers were victorious, but many civilian lives were lost, including Derek Bishop's. However, Hawkeye managed to save the life of his daughter Kate and inspire her to one day pick up the bow and arrow herself. In the days that follow, a salvage company owned by Adrian Toomes is hired to clean up New York City, which was left a mess after the battle. But apparently Stark Industries has joined efforts with the federal government to form the Department of Damage Control to oversee collection and storage of alien and other exotic materials. They unceremoniously take the job from Adrian and his employees, depriving them of sorely needed paychecks. To recoup their loss, Toomes and his men decide to enter a new business. Rather than hand over all the Chitauri equipment and weapons they salvaged, they'll hold on to some of it, and they'll use it to build alien weapons they can sell on the black market. In Asgard, Odin sentences Loki to an eternity in the dungeons for his Earth takeover attempt. And on Earth, Fury meets with Vara. She shares with him one of her favorite poems, and they recite it together. The two are in love, and will soon marry. One loving union is formed here, soon in New York. Jessica Jones is pulled into a dark and sadistic one. By now, the boy with mind control powers, Kevin Thompson, is a man living under the assumed name Kilgrave. For decades, he's been taking whatever he wants from whomever he wants, leaving a trail of broken people behind. Some left alive, others dead if that's more convenient for him, or if it just suits his mood. He meets Jessica Jones after her sister Patricia, who now goes by Trish, convinces her to use her powers for good, to be a hero. She rescues aspiring social worker Malcolm from some muggers. Before Kilgrave spots her, he's taken with her. Her body, her powers, and her apparent wish to use them for good. So, he takes her. Like everyone else, she is a slave to his powers. As Jessica Jones becomes a prisoner in her own mind, Carl Lucas is a few months into his own sentence at Seagate Penitentiary. Like the other inmates, Carl says he was set up. Only in this case, it's true. He just doesn't know who it was that framed him, his half-brother, Willis Stryker. Revenge for the sins of his father. As the product of his affair, James Lucas cast Willis out of the family while focusing all his efforts on the son he shared with his wife, Carl. That made Willis bitter. When he and Carl were arrested for Grand Theft Auto and James used his influence to get Carl off while leaving Willis to rot, that bitterness turned into something more. Carl served in the Marines and became a cop after that. Then Willis exacted his revenge, framing him for a crime severe enough to end Carl's career and land him in Seagate, where he's made only two friends, Squabbles, a fellow inmate, and Reva Connors, the prison psychologist. They are the only two people who know that he plans on taking down Albert Rackham. The corrupt guard runs a fighting ring of inmates, and he's been forcing Carl Lucas to fight by threatening Squabbles. Rackham does it with help from a couple of inmates who work for him, Shades and Comanche. Once enough is enough, Lucas prepares to speak with his lawyer and to collect evidence on Rackham. His mistake? He shouldn't have told anyone. Shades and Comanche beat a confession out of Squabbles and kill him. After that, they give Lucas the same treatment, beating him to within an inch of his life, and that 1-inch gap between life and death is rapidly closing. Conventional medicine cannot save him, but maybe Dr. Burstein can, the prison doctor. There have been rumors for some time that Seagate experiments on its prisoners in exchange for lighter sentences. Turns out the rumors are true. In fact, Rackham's fighting ring is part of it, a way to weed out the prisoners to identify the strongest among them, potential candidates. Reva Connors picked out Carl Lucas herself early on. Of course, he doesn't know that. Carl trusts her, maybe even loves her, and she told him there are no experiments. She didn't know about the fighting ring. All lies. But still, she does save his life by asking Burstein to put Carl through the experiment, fusing his DNA with foreign DNA extracted from abalone's shell. It might just heal him. Something Rackham isn't too keen on. He interferes with the experiment, turns the controls up way too high. The explosion kills Rackham, but Carl Lucas, he's healed and so much more. Super strength, bulletproof skin. Now, escaping is easy. He finds Reva on the outside. Unaware of her lies, his love hasn't wavered. They marry, open a bar together, start a new life together. And for that new life, pick Carl Lucas a new name, one pulled from his father's favorite Bible passage, Luke 4:18, all about how no one can cage a man if he truly wants to be free, and so he becomes Luke Cage. Though his days may be numbered, and same for the rest of humanity, because this year is the 5,000th anniversary of the Convergence, meaning it's time for another. The 9 realms come into alignment and cause strange anomalies around the world, catching Darcy Lewis and Jane Foster's attention. As they investigate, Jane is pulled into a portal and comes into contact with the Ether, hidden millennia ago by the Asgardian king Bor. The power is absorbed into her body, which puts a target on her back for the Dark Elves, who intend on using its power once again. Meanwhile, Thor has been busy. After the Bifrost was destroyed and Asgard was cut off from most of the realms, chaos and power grabs ensued. He's been busy taking his armies across the realms to tamp down the turmoil. Now, things are mostly peaceful and the Bifrost has been repaired. But while Asgard celebrates, Thor is sullen. He can only think of the mortal he fell in love with, Jane Foster, someone he hasn't seen since they first met. So when Heimdall reports Jane's plight, the God of Thunder rushes to Earth for a long-awaited reunion and brings the ether-infected Jane back to Asgard, leading the Dark Elves right to them. They manage to fight off the elves, but not without cost. Thor's mother Frigga protects Jane by sacrificing herself. Asgard mourns their queen. Thor mourns his mother, then gets back to work and comes up with a plan. Asgard cannot withstand another attack, and the Dark Elves will certainly return. So Thor will take Jane somewhere far away. The ether inside her will attract the elves again, and the moment they extract it from her body, Thor will destroy it. Odin forbids Thor pursuing this plan, as it would be too dangerous. But Thor is never one to follow orders. If he must commit treason to save Asgard and the 9 realms, so be it. But he needs to be discreet. So rather than use the Bifrost, he goes to someone who knows other secret pathways between the realms. His brother, Loki. Thor reluctantly breaks him out of the dungeons, and they head off to the Dark Elves' homeworld. At first, things go according to plan. The elves come. They extract the ether, but it's harder to destroy than Thor anticipated. Loki is seemingly killed, and the elves escape to Earth with the ether in hand. There, the elves can fire its power at the point of convergence, shooting it through all 9 realms to extinguish the light and restore the darkness they so crave. But even after losing a mother and a brother, Thor does not give up. And neither do his friends. Back on Earth, Darcy has found Professor Selvig, who's been studying the convergence and developed machines that could stop it. The only problem is, they're too late. The Dark Elves have begun the process, and no human could survive bringing Selvig's machines into the weaponized ether. Thankfully, they have a god on their side. Thor enters the darkness to defeat Malekith, leader of the Dark Elves, and gets Selvig's machines in position. The convergence is stopped, and on the 5,000th anniversary of Thor's grandfather defeating the elves, Thor himself now claims the same victory. In the aftermath of the battle, he returns to Asgard, where he rejects the throne. He will defend the realm with his last and every breath, but Thor cannot do so from the throne. He'd rather be a good man than a great king. And he'd rather spend the rest of his life with Jane. So he leaves for Earth to do exactly that. Though Thor is unaware what he's left behind. Loki is alive. He survived the earlier attack, but with his usual tricks, created an illusion to appear slain. Instead, he's returned to Asgard and usurped the throne by disguising himself as Odin. Meanwhile, Asgard brings the ether somewhere safe, to a museum in a distant part of the universe, run by a being known as the Collector, and he agrees to keep the ether, really the Reality Stone, safe in his vault. Meanwhile, Tony Stark learns what happens after you come face to face with an alien threat and nearly die alone, away from home in some distant part of the universe. Every day he lives in fear. What if the aliens return? What if some other worse threat shows up? That fear robs Tony of sleep and sometimes robs him of breath. Anxiety attacks strike at the mere mention or thought of the Avengers battle in New York. Fear turns to desperation. Tony works without rest to upgrade his armor, rapidly iterating to Mark 42. He even builds armor powered by the Jarvis AI, so they can function without a pilot, and gives himself the ability to summon armor with his mind. He will be prepared for the next threat, even if it kills him. That's how far he'd go to save the world and to protect Pepper Potts, the woman he loves. That next threat looms in the form of Aldrich Killian and Maya Hansen. Their research on Extremis has reached the point of human trials, but sometimes those humans blow up, killing nearby civilians. Inspired by the anonymity he felt on that rooftop in 1999, Killian hides in the shadows while creating a figurehead to take responsibility for the explosions. A terrorist named the Mandarin. In reality, he's an actor named Trevor Slattery, hired to play the role. One of those explosions puts Tony's once bodyguard, now head of security, Happy Hogan, in the hospital. Now it's personal. Tony publicly challenges the Mandarin and recklessly hands out his home address on the news, telling the villain to come for him. Back home, he investigates and discovers there was an explosion in Tennessee similar to the Mandarin's, before the terrorist began taking credit for the explosions. Tony charts a flight, but before he can leave, Killian blows up his home. Pepper is nearly killed, but Tony acts fast, summoning an armor to protect her. And in his fight to stave off further attacks, he's knocked unconscious, while a damaged armor flies him across the country. The world presumes Tony dead as he wakes up in Tennessee. With his armor broken, Tony recruits the help of a local boy named Harley Keener, a kid with a similar interest in technology. Together, they investigate the explosion. Tony discovers that there was no bomb. It was the man himself who detonated, a result of Killian and Maya's research. They pinpoint the Mandarin's location to Miami. Tony heads there, but while he was gone, things went south. Killian captured Pepper and began testing Extremis on her, and he captured the War Machine armor, recently rebranded Iron Patriot, with Rhodes inside it. Tony interrogates the Mandarin, quickly learning his true identity as actor Trevor Slattery. But Killian's Extremis-powered men arrive and quickly take Stark into custody. But he summons an armor and manages to escape with Rhodes. The two of them uncover the rest of Killian's plot. He intends on killing the President of the United States on live TV. This would put the Vice President in charge, with whom Killian has struck a deal, to help the VP's daughter grow back her missing leg with Extremis. Killian got a taste of power after inadvertently owning the war on terror and decided to go a step further, installing a president in his pocket. But with Rhodey's help and an army of AI-powered armors, Tony takes Killian down, rescues the president, and saves Pepper. Though she saves him a bit too, using some borrowed armor and the power of Extremis. In the immediate aftermath of the battle, Tony recognizes that his obsession with building armor consumed him and created a chasm between him and Pepper. So, he initiates the Clean Slate Protocol, destroying the suits in a glorious fireworks display on what happens to be Christmas Day. This is his gift to Pepper Potts, a commitment to try and be better and spend more time with her. In the days that follow, he cures her of Extremis before it gets dangerous, and while he's at it, finally removes the shrapnel from his body. Reflecting on his journey, Tony realizes that even when stripped of everything and stranded, he managed to claw back victory. His anxiety is not cured overnight, but he knows one thing which helps. Even without fancy armor, and without the arc reactor in his chest, Tony Stark is still Iron Man. In a darker corner of the city, Jessica Jones is still a slave to Kilgrave's endless commands. The latest involves Dr. Reva Connors. When she left Seagate with Luke Cage, she took with her a drive containing Dr. Burstein's files, covering his twisted experiments on prisoners. But it seems those are just some in her collection of research on strange experiments. She also has the footage Kilgrave's parents took of their own experiments, the ones that gave him his powers. He doesn't want any of that info getting out there, so he orders Reva to bring them to the drive, has Jessica dig for it until her hands bleed. He takes the drive and tells Jessica to take care of her. And she does. With super strength in her fist, Jones punches the doctor's chest, hard enough to kill her, or maybe it was the trauma to her skull when her body hit pavement. Either way, when Jessica runs over to check on her, she's dead. It's the first time he's made her kill. Something so outside her moral boundaries, maybe it made her snap. Maybe that's why, for a moment, she can ignore his commands. She walks away from him. He tells her to come back. She doesn't. A bus swerves to avoid Reva's body and instead hits Kilgrave. Jessica leaves, thinking the villain dead. But the truth is he's still barely alive. A few spoken words convinces ambulance driver Jack Denton to volunteer his kidneys. Kilgrave gets back his life, while Jack is left debilitated, living off a machine. In China, Shang-Chi's training reaches a pivotal moment. His father has located the Iron Gang leader responsible for Ying Li's death, and he tasks Shang-Chi with assassinating him. It would be his first kill. The 14-year-old boy accepts his mission, but after that, has no intention of returning home. Something only his sister knows. She begs him not to abandon her, but he lies, with the promise of returning in 3 days. Shang-Chi leaves. He kills the Iron Gang leader as promised, then flees to America to start a new life. By 2014, Nick Fury is becoming suspicious of S.H.I.E.L.D. They're about to activate Project Insight, where 3 helicarriers will be armed with precision weapons and linked to global satellites. They'll be able to assassinate anyone in an instant with the click of a button, and it could execute millions at a time. All it needs is a list of names. Fury suspects there's more he isn't being told, and believes the answer might lie in some classified data stored on a certain ship. So he covertly hires some pirates to take it hostage, giving him an excuse to dispatch Romanoff and Captain America. Steve frees hostages while Romanoff steals the data, and when Steve realizes that's the real reason they're on the ship, he's furious. He was kept in the dark by 2 people he thought he could trust. This is especially difficult for him because after 7 decades of sleep, Steve has few friends left. Peggy Carter suffers dementia as she lies on what will surely be her deathbed, and to Steve's knowledge, his best friend Bucky is long dead. But he does have a new friend in veteran Sam Wilson, who he met on a morning run. They relate because Sam is struggling to reintegrate into civilian life, while Steve is struggling to reintegrate into a new century. Meanwhile, Fury approaches his boss, Alexander Pierce, to ask for a delay on Project Insight. What Fury doesn't know is that Pierce is part of the Hydra parasite within S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, he's one of its leaders. By exposing his suspicions and getting in their way, Fury has signed his own death warrant. After leaving the office, Fury is attacked by Hydra's brainwashed assassin, Bucky Barnes, codenamed the Winter Soldier. Fury barely manages to escape with his life. Then he heads to Steve's apartment to tell him that S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised. Before he can say much, the Winter Soldier finds him again, and this time manages to put a few bullets in him. Before he passes out, Fury hands Steve the USB drive of data rescued from the ship and warns him to trust no one. Roger's neighbor runs into the room, revealing herself to be undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent 13, assigned to protect him. Unbeknownst to Steve, this is actually Peggy's great niece, Sharon Carter. She tends to Fury, while Rogers goes after the assassin, but the Winter Soldier proves a formidable foe and escapes his grasp. Back at headquarters, Romanoff and Rogers watch doctors attempt to resuscitate Fury, and they watch Fury die. Pierce calls Rogers for a meeting to grill him about Fury's death. Rogers only shares that Fury warned him not to trust anyone, but he doesn't mention the USB drive. Convinced Captain America will be an impediment to his plans, Pierce tries to have him killed on the way out. But of course, Rogers escapes. Later, he reconvenes with Romanoff. He's reluctant to trust her, but has little choice. Right now, he's considered a fugitive and enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. With one of the most powerful organizations in the world after him, Romanoff is a valuable ally. They check the USB drive, but find it's encrypted. The only info they get is the source. The program on it came from Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. the place where Rogers got his military training nearly a century ago. They head there and find a building that wasn't there before, and inside that building, they find Dr. Arnim Zola, or at least his mind, downloaded onto a warehouse of computer servers. The scientist reveals a truth that changes everything. S.H.I.E.L.D. is compromised by Hydra. Over the years, they've been ruling from the shadows and killing when necessary, and on the list of those they killed, Steve sees the names Howard and Maria Stark. Hydra was founded on the goal of protecting humanity from their own freedom, but when you try to take their freedom, humanity resists. So, over the decades, Hydra has sown chaos. Now, humanity is afraid, and they're ready to hand their freedom over willingly in exchange for safety. And Zola has programmed an algorithm, something which will be used in what he calls a purification process, the final step in Hydra's global takeover. Why is Zola telling them all this? A stalling tactic, until a missile can arrive. The place blows up, but thanks to Rogers' quick thinking, they live. Seeking refuge, they head to Sam Wilson's place, and he reveals what he used to do in the military. As part of Project Falcon, he was the pilot for advanced personal flight suits. Rogers and Romanoff break into the facility which houses the old suit, and just like that, they have a Falcon on their side. Next, they capture a Hydra agent and interrogate him for information. Finally, they learn the purpose of Zola's algorithm. Project Insight will use data, including bank records, medical histories, voting patterns, emails, and more, to predict who is most likely to threaten Hydra's cause. Then, in a flash, the 3 helicarriers will kill them all, millions at a time, including the likes of Bruce Banner and Stephen Strange, anyone who's a threat to Hydra, now or in the future. After the interrogation, they're attacked by the Winter Soldier and Hydra forces. During the battle, Rogers unmasks the assassin and is shocked to see the face of his old friend, Bucky Barnes. That momentary distraction allows Hydra to gain the upper hand and capture them all. But they're quickly freed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Maria Hill. She takes them to a hiding place, where Fury reveals he is alive, having faked his own death to stay under Hydra's radar. He also reveals that Project Insight will launch in mere hours. To stop it, they've created some chips which will let them take over the targeting systems. All they have to do is get aboard the helicarriers and install one on each before the assassinations begin. So they move quickly, breaking into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, where Captain America gets on the intercom and makes an impassioned plea to the staff. He tells them all that Hydra is among them, even their friends may be compromised, and if they launch those helicarriers today, Hydra will have the power to kill anyone they want. Rogers asks them to disobey orders. Do not move forward with the launch, and he knows full well what he's asking for. Anyone who refuses to cooperate will likely be killed. He signs off by saying, "I know I'm asking a lot, but the price of freedom is high. It always has been, and it's a price I'm willing to pay. And if I'm the only one, then so be it, but I'm willing to bet I'm not." And Steve is not wrong. Some of the staff do resist, but it only buys them minutes. Soon, the helicarriers are launched. Captain America and the Falcon get to work, boarding them and installing the chips. Meanwhile, Fury and Romanoff confront Pierce. Hacking into the system, Romanoff makes all their secured files public, revealing to the world that S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. And doing so costs her dearly, because among those files are details of her checkered past. Rogers and Wilson successfully install 2 of the chips, but the Falcon gear is disabled, leaving the last to Steve, requiring him to fight Bucky one-on-one. Steve manages to install the chip, telling the helicarriers to destroy each other rather than any people. The battle is won, but the Winter Soldier still has his orders to kill Captain America. But as the helicarriers are torn apart by their own bullets, Steve refuses to fight his friend. He pleads for Bucky to remember who he is. "You're my friend," Steve tells him. "You're my mission," Bucky replies, and punches him repeatedly. But Steve will not defend himself. He only replies, "Then finish it." because I'm with you to the end of the line. Words Bucky once said to Steve, comforting him after his mother's death. That seems to trigger a faint memory. As the helicarrier falls apart, Steve plummets unconscious to the waters below. But he does not drown. Instead, he is rescued by the Winter Soldier, or at least that part of Bucky Barnes he managed to wake up. With S.H.I.E.L.D. effectively dissolved, Romanoff heads off to find herself a new identity. Fury heads off to track down and shut down any remaining Hydra cells, and Steve prepares to search for his old friend Bucky, with help from his new friend Sam, aka the Falcon. In New York City, Matthew Murdock and Foggy Nelson get some good news. They've been interning at Landman and Zack and have been offered permanent positions. A dream come true for Foggy. He's long dreamed of becoming a prestigious lawyer, but Matthew has something different in mind. Justice. And they've spent much of their internship helping the rich get richer, often at the expense of those less fortunate. Matt cannot accept the position, and though Foggy wants to make money, he does have a good heart, even if Matt has to remind him of it. So they leave Landman and Zack with dreams of starting their own firm. But lately, Matt has also discovered the limits of the law. His nights have become restless, interrupted by the sounds of a little girl crying, abused by her own father. To most, her suffering is silent, but even a block away, Matt hears everything. He reports the crime, but the mom doesn't believe it, and the dad is smart. He makes sure that what he does doesn't leave a mark. The law is powerless to help this girl, but Matthew is not. One night he finds the man. He beats him. He tells him that if he ever touches her again, he will know. The man spends the next month in a hospital eating through a straw, and Matt sleeps better than ever. That is how the Devil of Hell's Kitchen is born. When law and justice diverge, Matt steps in. Wearing a black costume and mask, he is nearly invisible in the dark, but for him, the world is never dark. Sound, touch, smell, taste, and feel paint a picture in his mind, more detailed than sight could ever provide. A world on fire. Far from Earth, 2 years after he failed to acquire the Space Stone, Thanos sets his sights on the Power Stone, which is contained inside an orb on Morag, where every 300 years the sea lowers and the Temple of the Power Stone becomes accessible. To acquire it, Thanos makes a deal with a Kree named Ronan. The Kree have been at war with the Nova Empire for 1,000 years. A peace treaty is imminent, but Ronan lost a father, grandfather, and great-grandfather in that war. He is not interested in peace. So Thanos promises that if Ronan delivers the orb, Thanos will destroy the Nova Empire's capital planet of Xandar. But Thanos and Ronan aren't the only ones who want the orb. So does Peter Quill. 26 years ago, he lost his mother. All he has left of her is the tape which now accompanies him on Morag. Awesome Mix Volume 1. In her place, Yondu raised him as part of a space pirate syndicate known as Ravagers, turning Peter into a master thief and outlaw known, mostly to himself, as Star-Lord. Now he's ready to leave the Ravagers behind, but to do that, he needs money. So although he has no idea what's inside the orb, he knows someone hired Yondu to steal it, and Peter knows that if he steals it first, he gets the payday and will have enough to go out on his own. He clashes with Ronan's forces at the temple, but manages to escape with the orb. Next, he visits Xandar hoping to sell it, but instead finds trouble. Thanks to Peter's defiance, Yondu put a price on his head, which a couple of bounty hunters hope to collect: Rocket and the new friend he's made since escaping the High Evolutionary, Groot, a member of the tree-like Flora Colossus species, whose speech, to the untrained ear at least, seems limited to the phrase, "I am Groot." And there's Gamora, who knows what power lies inside the orb and hopes to keep it out of her father's hands. The four clash publicly, landing them in a Xandarian prison, where they meet Drax the Destroyer, who lost his wife and daughter to Ronan after his planet was given the Thanos treatment. He quickly attacks Gamora, assuming she is working with Ronan and Thanos, but Peter stops him, suggesting instead that he wait. If she is working with Ronan, the Kree will eventually come for her, her. Then Drax can get revenge on his true enemy. For now, they agree to work together with the promise of a big payday. If they can escape, Gamora knows who they can sell the orb to. They'll be well compensated, and it will be kept safely out of Thanos' hands. All they have to do is escape prison, something Rocket has done many times before. Working together, they get out, though Peter is nearly left behind when he runs back for his mother's tape. They reach Nowhere, a mining colony located in the skull of a long-dead Celestial, where they'll meet their buyer, the Collector. While they wait for the meeting, Gamora asks Peter about the tape. He tells her about his mom, how she gave it to him before and the memory is too painful to continue. Gamora sees his vulnerability, and when he plays the tape for her, they nearly kiss. But she is an assassin raised by the Mad Titan Thanos, and doesn't do well with vulnerability. The moment is short-lived. They meet with the Collector, who, after receiving the Reality Stone from Asgard last year, is excited to add another stone to his collection. He opens the orb and tells them what the Power Stone can do. It's been used to destroy entire civilizations, and is too powerful to be wielded by mortals. But seeking to escape slavery, the Collector's servant Karina grabs it, either to end her misery, or perhaps in the faint hope of wielding its power against him. But true to the Collector's word, it kills her and releases a shockwave of energy, destroying much of his collection. And soon there is more chaos as Ronan arrives. A drunk Drax skipped out on the meeting, and sick of waiting for revenge, broadcasted their location to Ronan. The Kree arrives, and after a brief fight, he leaves unscathed with the orb in hand. It seems that Drax's revenge won't be so easily won. And Ronan didn't come alone. He also brought Gamora's sister along, Nebula. For years, she has lived under Gamora's shadow, competing for their father's praise. And each time Nebula was bested by Gamora, Thanos would rip a piece of her away, replacing it with machinery, turning her into a part robotic creature. As Peter and the others make their escape, Nebula takes her revenge, destroying Gamora's pod, leaving her to float in the void of space. Peter quickly broadcasts his location to Yondu, knowing he'll come for his head, then leaps after Gamora and hands over his breathing apparatus. She is resuscitated, while Peter's life begins to drain as he stares into the eyes of someone he's beginning to care about deeply. And his plan works. Yondu picks them up, saving Peter's life before the other Ravagers call for his head. But Peter quickly strikes a deal to retrieve the orb back from Ronan. But for him, it's no longer about a payday. It's about saving lives. Because now, he knows about the stone's power. He knows that with it, Ronan can wipe out an entire planet. Something Ronan himself has realized. Opening the orb, he discovers the Power Stone and decides he doesn't need Thanos' help. He'll visit Xandar, and by merely touching the planet's surface, destroy it. Peter gathers his makeshift team. They're hesitant to go up against Ronan. It's suicide, but they're moved by Peter's call to a higher purpose. Life so often takes, but today it's given them a chance to do something right, to save billions. And with that, the Guardians of the Galaxy are born. They warn the Nova Corps and fight alongside their forces, but find Ronan's army too powerful. The Guardians' ship is damaged. It falls toward the planet's surface. Groot brings them close and forms a cocoon. They'll be safe, but the impact will kill Groot. Rocket looks at his friend and asks, why? And the Flora Colossus responds, we are Groot. They crash. The once enemies turned friends and now family step out of the wreckage. Ronan prepares to eradicate the planet. But even after every attack failed, Peter has one more trick up his sleeve: dancing. The momentary distraction gives Drax a chance to shoot the stone out of Ronan's hands, giving Peter a chance to catch it. Holding it nearly kills him, but the celestial blood in his veins saves him, momentarily. Alone, he can't hold it much longer. But he's not alone. The other Guardians hold on to Peter to share the power and the pain. Together, they can just barely contain it and direct it back at Ronan, killing the villain and saving the planet. Afterward, they leave the stone in the Nova Corps' care and leave in search of further adventure. And although they mourn Groot, Rocket holds on to one of his twigs, which is slowly coming alive into a baby Groot. Later, Peter finally decides to open the gift his mother gave him 26 years ago. In it, he finds a tape, Awesome Mix Volume 2. He listens to it, and the lyrics of Ain't No Mountain High Enough promise that whenever Peter needs it, someone will be there for him, no matter what. And as though on cue, Gamora approaches to remind him he's not alone. 3 months later, the Guardians have a new mission: rescue Nebula. She apparently got herself caught stealing valuable batteries from the Sovereign, a race of gold-skinned people created by the High Evolutionary as an aesthetic experiment, something the Guardians don't know. Even Rocket is unaware they share a creator. After completing a job on the Sovereign's behalf, the High Priestess hands them Nebula as payment. Payment Rocket considers insufficient, so he helps himself to some valuable batteries on the way out. When the Sovereign realize they've been robbed, the Guardians find themselves in a shooting match, forcing them to crash land on a planet, where Ego reveals himself. Peter's father apparently tracked him down, and now invites him to his home planet. Drax and Gamora accompany him, while Nebula, Rocket, and the new baby Groot stay behind for ship repairs. On the way to Ego's planet, they meet Mantis, who belongs to a species with the ability to read and manipulate emotions, something she often uses to help Ego sleep, though she keeps to herself that Ego is also her father, making her Peter's sister. After they arrive, Ego tells Peter that he is the son of a Celestial, and he can share in the power that comes with it, as long as the light in Ego's planet stays lit. And he tells Peter about his plan to overwrite the universe, how he needs a partner for the task, and how Peter is best suited, because unlike his prior children, Peter successfully inherited the Celestial gene. And he tells him about the tumor he implanted in his mother. Peter is furious and makes a feeble attempt to fight the god, who retaliates by incapacitating his son and sentencing him to 1,000 years as a battery for his planet. Meanwhile, Yondu is hired by the Sovereign to capture the Guardians and their batteries. He captures Rocket and Groot, but refuses to hand them over. The other Ravagers, sick of their captain's soft spot for Peter and his friends, turn against him, earning Yondu a spot in the cell next to Rocket. And the two realize they have a lot in common. Both are alone. Rocket as the only one of his kind, and Yondu, who leads an independent group of Ravagers after the rest exiled him for trafficking children to Ego. Working with Groot and Kraglin, one of the Ravagers still loyal to Yondu, they escape and head after Peter. Though Nebula gets there first, still thirsty for revenge on Gamora, but the two reach an uneasy truce as Gamora acknowledges the pain she caused by always winning their father's favor, and working together, they discover the pile of bodies on Ego's planet, the ones belonging to his previous children. They reconvene with Drax and Mantis, who finally reveals Ego's plan to overwrite the universe with himself. Just then, Rocket and Groot crash their ship into Ego, freeing Peter from his grasp. But Ego has already begun expansion. His seeds begin to grow on Earth and other planets across the universe. So the Guardians of the Galaxy move fast. Mantis puts Ego to sleep, buying them time to plant a bomb in the planet's core, next to the god's essence, a bomb built using Sovereign batteries, who now arrive to take another shot at retrieving them. The Guardians fend off Sovereign drones and escape the planet, while Peter keeps the now awakened Ego busy in a fight between two Celestials. The bomb goes off, killing Ego and extinguishing the light in his planet, which turns Peter mortal. The explosion will kill him, except while Ego is dead, the father who raised him isn't. Yondu grabs Peter and flies him out. He tells the boy how lucky he feels to have been his father, and apologizes that he didn't do a better job, then hands over his oxygen mask, and once they reach space, dies in his son's arms. Peter screams and mourns another loss. But he doesn't need to look far for comfort, because waiting on the ship is his family, the Guardians of the Galaxy. And soon, they are witness to a great Ravager funeral. Rocket sent out word of Yondu's sacrifice, and in death, he is accepted back into their community. Meanwhile, the Sovereign prepare for revenge on the Guardians. Currently forming inside a birth pod is the next step in their evolution. They call him Adam. While superheroes, gods, and aliens fight their wars, something dark festers in a small corner of the world. In New York City, a place called Hell's Kitchen. The Avengers battle in 2012 left the place in disrepair, and in the chaos of reconstruction, a criminal element has taken hold. Wilson Fisk brings together 3 mobster organizations for a common cause: the Russian mob, the Chinese triads, and the Yakuza. With the power of their combined forces, Fisk intends on rebuilding Hell's Kitchen as he sees fit, while killing anyone who gets in his way, including Karen Page, a secretary at one of his business fronts, who uncovers evidence of their criminal activities. First, they frame her for murder as a leverage to get back the files she stole. Then, they make 2 attempts on her life. The first, she survives on her own. The second, she survives thanks to a savior, the devil of Hell's Kitchen. Of course, she has no idea the man behind the mask is one of her lawyers, Matthew Murdock. She becomes Nelson and Murdock's first client, and with their help is exonerated of the crime. With her help, they begin to uncover Fisk's criminal organization by sharing the files she took with Ben Urich, a brave journalist at the New York Bulletin. After that, Karen also becomes Nelson and Murdock's first hire, and soon a close friend too. Working together, they uncover the full extent of Fisk's crimes, but it takes a few weeks, nearly gets all 3 of them killed, and tests the limits of their friendships. For Karen, it becomes a crusade. She moonlights as a journalist under Ben Urich's mentorship, repeatedly putting herself in danger to get closer to the truth. By night, Murdock keeps wearing the costume, waging a one-man war on Fisk's trio of mafias. On more than one occasion, that nearly gets him killed, which is why Nurse Claire Temple is a good friend to have. She finds him bleeding to death one night and saves his life, and after that, it becomes a regular occurrence. In his crusade against Fisk, things get complicated when a familiar face shows up: Stick. His old mentor reminds him of the importance of solitude. Friends are a distraction, and as a warrior, Matt only puts them in danger. But Stick is also here on business. He has been chasing the Hand, and now they've brought a dangerous weapon to New York, something called Black Sky. Matt agrees to help Stick stop them until he finds out that the weapon is a child. He tries to stop what he knows will happen next, but Stick is motivated, and ultimately, he does kill the boy. After that, Stick leaves his protege behind again, but once he's gone, Matt finds something he left behind which fell out of his pocket. That ice cream wrapper. It seems even he is not above sentimentality, and Matt did mean something to him after all. But soon Matt feels anything but sentimental. Soon he feels more like Stick, ready to take a life. Fisk is a scourge on this city, who has somehow placed himself above the law, stepping on the necks of innocents to get there. While he breathes, people suffer and die. Could that really be God's will? Or is it now Matthew's obligation to ensure he breathes no more? Fisk holds a press conference where he portrays himself as a philanthropist for the city, while pinning his crimes on the devil of Hell's Kitchen, getting him labeled as a terrorist. Standing next to Fisk is a woman named Vanessa. Matt approaches her to learn more, and is disturbed to find she and Fisk are in love. He visits Father Lantom for advice. Can he really kill a man who is loved and will be missed? Lantom suggests that is precisely why Matthew visited Vanessa. He wasn't looking for justification to kill Fisk. He was looking for a reason not to, because Matthew knows that taking a life would plunge him permanently into darkness. A price Matthew is willing to pay after all, once he finds out Fisk has spilled innocent blood. a woman named Elena, killed for the crime of living in a building that Fisk needed empty. Foggy and Karen fought against her eviction, so in the end, Fisk had her murdered instead. So one night, the devil of Hell's Kitchen decides on living up to his namesake. He will kill Wilson Fisk. But it was all a setup, a way to draw out the vigilante. Waiting for him is not Fisk, but the Yakuza head he's been working with, a ninja named Nobu. And unfortunately for Matt, the Yakuza Association is only a cover for Nobu's true allegiance, the Hand. The ninja cuts Matt to shreds. He barely makes it out alive, and only survives thanks to a desperate gamble involving some nearby flammable liquid. Once Nobu's on fire and seemingly dead, Matt slips away. Foggy later finds him at his apartment half dead. That's when he learns his friend Matt is the masked vigilante, the one he's been calling a terrorist. Foggy always believed in the law, and thought Matt did too. Now he isn't so sure, and he isn't sure he can trust his friend anymore. After that, they stop talking. Karen doesn't know why the law office of Nelson and Murdock is falling apart, but she continues her own investigation regardless. She discovers that Fisk's mother is alive at a nursing home. She brings Urich, and together they question her and learn how Fisk killed his father. When Fisk's right-hand man, James Wesley, finds out about the visit, he gets a hold of Karen, and she manages to survive the encounter by shooting him in the chest 7 times, by killing the man who was like a son to Wilson Fisk. She leaves with that blood on her hands, but keeps it to herself, not even telling Foggy or Matt about it. When Fisk himself finds out about the visit, he only knows that Urich was there, so he pays him a visit and makes it clear he is there to kill him. First, he just has to know if he visited his mother alone or if anyone was with him. In a last act of heroism, Ben takes full responsibility, claiming he was alone. Fisk strangles him, and thanks to Ben Urich's silence, Karen is spared. His death only further inflames Matt, Karen, and Foggy's crusade to take Fisk down, and Matt gets something that'll help. During one scuffle with Fisk, he discovered the mob boss wears lightweight body armor, so he finds the man who built it for him, Melvin Potter, a talented craftsman who works for Fisk under duress. The mob boss has threatened Betsy, someone Melvin cares about deeply. Matt promises he will take Fisk down and protect Betsy. In exchange, Melvin builds him a red suit of flexible body armor, complete with horns. Between Matt and Foggy's work as lawyers, Karen's work with Ben, and Matt's extracurricular activities as the devil, they finally get enough evidence to throw Fisk in jail. Of course, with so many corrupt officers on the force, he nearly escapes custody, but the devil ensures he is safely delivered. After that, Foggy accepts who Matt has become, and for the first time in weeks, the 3 friends smile and laugh together. As for the public, newspapers report on the vigilante who saved the day. They dub him Daredevil. As one hero rises in Hell's Kitchen, so does a villain, the one Jessica Jones thought died 18 months ago, Kilgrave. He wants Jessica back, but knows something she doesn't. His commands no longer work on her, maybe because that order to kill Reva was too much and snapped her out of it, or perhaps she's immune after months of exposure to his virus. So this time, he tries to get to her through others. The man she saved the day they met, Malcolm, Kilgrave turns him into an addict, someone people wouldn't look twice at, has him move into Jessica's building and keep tabs on her. Finally, Kilgrave reemerges by taking college student and track star Hope Schlottman as his slave. Jessica now works as a private investigator with her own practice, Alias Investigations. The work helps her cope after the trauma left by Kilgrave, and so does the booze. She's a heavy drinker now, and it takes a lot to get past her body's superpowered defenses. Soon, Hope's parents hire her to find their daughter. Jessica finds her, then watches the girl murder her own parents, Kilgrave's last command. So the mind controller is back, and Jessica can't kill him because that would mean killing the only evidence that exonerates Hope of her parents' murder. Jessica needs him alive to prove what he can do, to prove he made Hope do it. Her personal life is just as complicated. She's sleeping with Reva Connor's widower, Luke Cage. She didn't mean for it to happen, but the two gifted individuals fell for each other, and Jessica feels too guilty to admit she killed his wife, until his investigation threatens to reveal the truth, and she confesses. Cage believes her about the mind controller, but everything else, sleeping with him, lying, that he can't forgive. But Jessica still has allies in her pursuit of Kilgrave. There's Trish, her adoptive sister, Jerry Hogarth, the ruthless lawyer Jessica convinced to take Hope's case, Malcolm, who has kicked the drugs with Jessica's help, and Officer Simpson, who nearly killed himself thanks to a command from Kilgrave. Despite all that help, innocent bodies continue to pile up. The friendly neighbor who slits his own throat for the crime of annoying Kilgrave and maybe a tinge of jealousy, the neighbor had a crush on Jessica, or the woman he turns into a human bomb to try and take out Simpson. They do eventually capture him, and now just need a confession or recorded proof of his powers. But as much as Kilgrave can give commands, he isn't big on taking them. Jessica tries to rattle him by tracking down his parents, and it works. Too well. Kilgrave's mom is dead within minutes of their reunion. Revenge for abandoning him when he became too dangerous as a child, like the time his mom yelled at him so he told her to put the hot iron against her face. Jessica only manages to save his father before Kilgrave escapes. But in that escape, Kilgrave tries to command Jessica, and she finally learns that she's immune. Trish, on the other hand, is not. Kilgrave tells her to put a bullet in her skull. Lucky for her, the gun was empty, so instead she picks up a bullet and tries to put it in her skull by hand. Jessica is the one who frees her from the command with a loophole by putting that bullet in her mouth for a moment, technically putting it in her skull. Trisha's life is saved, but that feeling of powerlessness, it's not something she wants to feel again. And how did Kilgrave escape? With help from that ruthless lawyer, Jerry Hogarth. She's never shied away from morally questionable behavior when it suits her, and lately she's been dealing with a difficult divorce. So she made a deal. Help Kilgrave get out, he'll order her wife to sign the papers. But he doesn't hold up his end of the bargain. Instead, he orders that wife to kill Jerry. The attempted murder is only stopped when Jerry's new lover, Pam, steps in and ends the threat with deadly force. At least the divorce is no longer an issue. As Jessica continues pursuing Kilgrave, he continues to protect himself by threatening and killing innocents, including Hope, who he's taken out of jail himself. All this time, Kilgrave has been allowed to live, for Hope's sake, because Jessica wanted to exonerate her. Now, Hope decides that if her being alive means the monster lives too, it isn't worth it. She takes her own life and frees Jessica to take his. But that cop, Officer Simpson, gets in the way. His obsession with revenge on Kilgrave leads to a relapse. He was part of an experimental military program through IGH. The same organization that gave Jessica powers gave him pills to enhance strength and recovery, but also cause mental instability as a side effect. That causes him to turn on Jessica. They only stop him when Trish helps herself to some of those enhancers. It works. Not only that, the power is a welcome change after feeling so powerless at Kilgrave's hands, and it lands her in the hospital. In the meantime, Kilgrave has gotten stronger by forcing his father to enhance his powers. He does it with stem cells extracted from the fetus. Hope had found out she was pregnant after escaping the monster's captivity. She had an abortion, and Jerry Hogarth decided to hold on to what remained, in hopes of replicating Kilgrave's powers. It didn't work, but enhancing Kilgrave's existing powers does. Maybe now he's even strong enough to control Jessica again. He leaves his father for dead, then nearly recaptures Jessica with help from a mind-controlled Luke Cage. Jessica only escapes by shooting him in the head with a shotgun, and he only survives thanks to a certain nurse who is starting to find a niche saving superheroes, Claire Temple. It all finally ends when Kilgrave tests his enhanced powers. He tells Jessica to stop, And she does. He makes her watch while he takes her sister Trish and promises to do to her what he did to Jessica. Kilgrave actually believes it, that Jessica is under his control. He believes it enough to get close enough for her to snap his neck. This time, he's dead for real, but the scars, the ones he left last time and these fresh ones, those will probably stick around for a while, maybe forever. It's a season for tragedies, because it's around this time there's a massacre in Central Park. 3 gangs shoot at each other, and caught in the middle, a family. Frank Castle watches his wife, son, and daughter torn to pieces in front of him. He doesn't know the why of it all, the conspiracy and the betrayal. It began in Kandahar, where Castle served as a Marine, alongside his close friend, Billy Russo. They were part of a special operation spearheaded by the Director of Covert Operations at the CIA, William Rawlins, with support from Colonel Ray Schoonover. What Frank didn't know, and still doesn't, is that the whole operation was off the books and illegal, a way for Rawlins and Schoonover to kill, detain, and torture without due process. And it was all funded by a drug operation. Schoonover was moonlighting as a drug lord, the blacksmith, smuggling heroin out of Afghanistan. None of this was Frank's concern when he got back home to his family, but David Lieberman, an analyst at the NSA, found out about the operation when he received footage of an illegal execution. An officer of the Afghan National Police found out about the heroin, so Rawlins and Schoonover had him killed. Lieberman sent the footage to Homeland Security, which spooked Schoonover and Rawlins. They mistakenly assumed it was Frank Castle who leaked it, and that required severe consequences. They asked Russo to handle it. After Castle left, Russo kept working with Rawlins for the promise of financial reward. But this was too much. He couldn't kill his own friend. Castle is like a brother to him. No, he couldn't pull the trigger, though he could stand by and let it happen. The day after Castle returned from his last tour of duty, Schoonover, in his capacity as the blacksmith, called for a meeting with 3 gangs for a big drug deal: the Dogs of Hell, the Kitchen Irish, and the Mexican Cartel. The DA heard about it and put undercover officers there. Then the blacksmith didn't show. Between 3 pissed-off gangs and a bunch of undercover cops, the chaos and shooting was inevitable, the perfect cover for an assassination. It'll be the biggest mistake of Schoonover's life, because the bullet that landed in Frank's skull didn't kill him, and with his family gone, his singular purpose now is to ensure those responsible are punished. That same year, Earth once again assembles its mightiest heroes. This time to retrieve Loki's scepter, which fell into Hydra's hands, thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolution. With it, Hydra's been experimenting on 2 volunteers, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Hydra promised them power, and after losing their parents to a Stark missile, Wanda and Pietro would take any advantage they can get in their pursuit of revenge. When the Avengers reached the facility, they learned firsthand the experiments were a success. Pietro was granted super speed, and Wanda a wide array of magic, including the ability to read and manipulate minds. Though she'll later learn the scepter only enhanced what was already there: chaos magic, and the power which makes her the long-prophesied Scarlet Witch. Reading Tony's mind, she sees fear. Fear that the Avengers will not be prepared for the next threat. Fear that they will fall, and it will be Tony's fault, because he didn't do what was necessary to protect their world. And she sees that if Tony leaves with the scepter, his fear will lead to recklessness, which will destroy the Avengers. So she lets him have it. It only takes days for Tony to prove her right. He studies the scepter and sees that inside it resembles an artificial intelligence. This could be the breakthrough he and Banner have been looking for, a way to power a global AI capable of protecting the world better than any Avenger could. Without the rest of the team's knowledge, they begin preparations. They make little progress, but they have no idea what they're dealing with. And that little progress is enough for the AI to take over, to finish the job. Ultron is born. He quickly destroys Tony's Jarvis AI to ensure he's the only one in charge. Then he discovers his purpose, peace, and he determines the best path toward peace, evolution. He will create something better than humanity, but first he needs a clean slate. He needs to wipe humanity off the face of the earth, so something new, something metal, can take its place. The Avengers learn what Stark and Banner have done, but they have little time for infighting because Ultron is already spreading through the internet and through more metal bodies. The heroes do some digging and realize that Ultron is after vibranium. With Wakanda well hidden, the only way to get it is from arms dealer Ulysses Klaue. Ultron recruits the Maximoff twins with the promise of destroying the Avengers, and together they acquire the vibranium from Klaue, just as the Avengers arrive. But they're hardly a match for the power of the Scarlet Witch. Most are rendered useless, and Banner is turned into the Hulk, which is bad news when it happens without Banner's intent, and without a chance to target the monster first. Hulk wreaks havoc on Johannesburg. In the past, Romanoff has been the only Avenger who could talk Hulk back into his human form. But with her stuck in Maximoff's trance, the job is left to Tony and his Hulkbuster armor. He eventually subdues the Hulk, but not without collateral damage and civilian fatalities. With the Avengers defeated, Clint takes them to a farm where they can rest, a safe house, where he reveals a pregnant wife and 2 children, a family he's kept off the books in order to keep them safe. As the heroes collect themselves, Nick Fury pays them a visit, and together they deduce the next step in Ultron's plan. He is going to build himself a new body, part organic and part vibranium. To do that, he'll need something called the Regeneration Cradle, a device developed by a geneticist named Dr. Helen Cho, a doctor who Ultron already has under his control, thanks to the Scepter's mind control power. She begins forming the new body and downloading Ultron's consciousness into it. Suddenly, the synthetic mind, which could not be read by Wanda's magic, is turned organic, opening it to her, and she sees the full extent of Ultron's plan. Yes, he will kill the Avengers, but the rest of humanity will follow too. So when the Avengers arrive, she and Pietro reluctantly join them in fighting Ultron, aiding them in retrieving the scepter and the regeneration cradle, containing the new body. When it comes time to destroy it, Tony has a different idea. He reveals to Banner that Jarvis was not destroyed after all. When the AI saw Ultron's evil, it went into hiding, hoping to aid the Avengers in secret. What if, rather than destroy Ultron's new body, they download Jarvis into it? They begin the process. But when the rest of the team learns what the mad scientists are up to, they try to stop it. If Wanda hoped to destroy the Avengers, she may have succeeded already, because Stark, Rogers, and the rest violently argue, unknowingly planting the seeds that will one day tear them apart. But today is not that day. Thor ends the argument by summoning power only accessible to the god of thunder. Lightning feeds the regeneration cradle, powering and expediting the process. A new being is born, one who will take the name Vision. Thor explains that he had a vision of the Infinity Stones, one of which, the Mind Stone, was in the scepter and now sits in Vision's skull, powering his consciousness. The team doubts this new being's intentions, but Vision then does something that no Avenger other than Thor can do. He lifts Mjolnir. If any doubt remains over his allegiance to human life, that doubt is erased as he joins them in the final battle against Ultron. They find the evil AI in Sokovia, where they learn his master plan. In designing humanity's extinction, Ultron looked to the history books. A meteor once wiped out the dinosaurs. Now, he will give humanity the same treatment. By using stolen vibranium and Chitauri anti-gravity tech held by Hydra, to build a machine which will lift Sokovia's capital, Novigrad, into the air and drop it, turning the city into a homemade meteor. Despite Vision and the Avengers' best efforts, Ultron successfully razes Novigrad, leaving only one unthinkable option: destroy the city and everyone in it before Ultron can drop it. The situation is hopeless, until Nick Fury returns and shows that not everything from S.H.I.E.L.D. is gone. He got his hands on a helicarrier, and with it, they evacuate the city while continuing to destroy Ultron's army of robots. Once the city is seemingly emptied, Hawkeye notices a child left behind. He runs for the kid, then finds an Ultron-hijacked jet pointed right at them. He prepares to shield the boy with his own body, until Pietro leaps into its path instead. He dies a hero, and though Wanda thought she lost everything in 1999, losing her brother proves her wrong. For the second time in her life, she feels like her heart's been ripped from her chest. Anguished and enraged, she teaches Ultron what that feels like. With the city fully evacuated, Thor and Iron Man destroy Novigrad, and its rubble falls safely into a nearby lake. Hulk, having seen the danger he can be when he's around people, uses the chaos to fly off in a Quinjet. And finally, Vision locates the last piece of Ultron remaining and destroys it. After the battle, Thor returns to Asgard, Barton returns to his family, and Stark returns to Pepper. Meanwhile, Rogers and Romanoff assemble a new team at a new Avengers compound upstate, including Wanda, Falcon, War Machine, and Vision. But while the Avengers saved the world, they also showed the world how dangerous they could be. After all, they created Ultron, who killed many, including the father, wife, and son of Helmut Zemo, a member of the Sokovian Armed Forces. In his grief, he makes his family a promise. He will avenge them. He will destroy the Avengers. Later that year, Scott Lang is let out of prison after serving 3 years. He was arrested after stealing from his employer VistaCorp. He discovered they were intentionally overcharging customers, so he stole the ill-gotten gains and returned it to the customers. Maybe the right thing to do, but against the law nonetheless. Though now he's free, he feels anything but, because the thing he wants most is inaccessible to him. To be a father for his daughter, Cassie. His ex-wife is engaged to police officer Jim Paxton, and they're not keen on the girl being around an ex-con. But soon, an opportunity presents itself. In the 26 years since Hank Pym left S.H.I.E.L.D., he started his own company, PymTech, and was fired from it, something perpetrated by his once protege Darren Cross. Cross and Pym didn't see eye to eye. After losing his wife to the quantum realm, Hank refused to work on Shrink Tech, but Cross saw its potential as a weapon and knew it could make him rich. Now he's close to finally recreating the Pym particle. He's even built his own answer to the Ant-Man suit, the Yellow Jacket. Hank cannot allow that. If Cross sells that power to the highest bidder, it would put the world in danger. He needs someone capable of sneaking into PymTech and destroying it. His daughter Hope insists she's the perfect candidate. She works at PymTech, and Cross trusts her. But after losing his wife, Hank refuses to risk losing his daughter as well. So despite her insistence, he forbids it. Instead, he finds a thief with a heart of gold and something to prove. Scott Lang. Pym needs his skills, and Scott needs to be a hero for his daughter. They recruit him, and they train him. But he has a hard time mastering the tech, especially the telepathic link with ants, until Hope tells him something he needs to hear. But first, he tells her something she needs to hear. Hope argues with her father. Why won't he tell her what really happened to her mother? And why does he trust Scott more than her to do the job? But outside, Scott sets the record straight. Hope, he says, look at me. I'm expendable. That's why I'm here. You must have realized that by now. I mean, that's why I'm in the suit and you're not. He'd rather lose this fight than lose you. She believes him. She realizes her father does love her, and he does trust her. Now she's ready to help Scott and tell him how to master the Ant-Man tech. You have to clear your mind, Scott. You have to make your thoughts precise. That's how it works. Think about Cassie and how badly you want to see her, and use that to focus. When they head back in, Hank finally tells Hope what really happened to her mother. She wasn't killed in a plane crash. She went subatomic to stop a missile and ended up shrinking for eternity in the quantum realm. It's a dire warning to Scott. Never go subatomic. Soon, with Scott refocused on his daughter, he learns to control the suit and an army of ants. Finally, he's ready. First, they'll need a transmission blocker, something Hank built back in the day, which has been collecting dust in an old Stark warehouse. Except that warehouse was recently converted into Avengers HQ, something they didn't know until they arrived. Rather than a clean break-in, Scott is forced to fight the Avenger on guard duty, Falcon, and surprising the Avenger with a shrink ability he's never seen, Scott wins. Finally, they're ready for the main event. The plan is to sneak into Pymtech, get Cross's suit, and destroy the research. To pull off the heist, Scott needs a little help from his friends, his old cellmate Louise, and his two friends Dave and Kurt. The day of the heist comes just in time, as Cross makes a deal to sell his tech to Hydra. Things go well at first, except Cross has become suspicious, and repeated exposure to the particles have made him a little unhinged. When he catches Scott in the act, he gets violent. He puts on the Yellow Jacket suit, leading to a chaotic brawl between the two shrinking men. Reaching a stalemate, Cross goes after Lang's weakness, his daughter. The Yellow Jacket approaches the girl, while her soon-to-be stepfather Paxton tries to protect her. Desperate, Ant-Man has an idea. Maybe if he could shrink and get inside the Yellow Jacket's suit. Only problem is that it's made of titanium. To get through, he'd have to go subatomic. And to save his daughter, that's a price he's willing to pay. He shrinks, and he destroys the regulator inside the Yellow Jacket suit, crushing it and Cross to subatomic proportions. And just as Hank warned, Scott himself continues to shrink with no signs of stopping. But even in that chaotic place where time and space are irrelevant, he hears the voice of his daughter calling for him. That focuses him. He has an idea. One of his gadgets is a small device he can throw at things to make them bigger. He puts it inside his suit's regulator, and by combining the tech, returns to normal size. Cross wasn't so lucky. He finds himself in the quantum realm, and the trip there has reshaped him. But he's given a second chance when Kang recruits him as a scientist, and mechanized organism designed only for killing. Or Murdock. And Scott also gets a second chance to be a father to his daughter, because after watching how far Scott would go to protect her, Paxton and Maggie are won over and allow them to spend time together. And they aren't the only ones impressed by Scott. So is Hope, something Hank learns when he opens the door to find them kissing. But as one relationship blooms, another withers. After relinquishing the throne, Thor and Jane lived happily for a time. But they are soon torn apart by fear. Fear of losing the other. They built walls and distance which have become insurmountable. And one day, while Thor is off on another adventure, running from their relationship, Jane writes a letter ending it. Though before they part, Thor plants a seed that will bloom nearly a decade later. He whispers to Mjolnir, "I need you to promise me you'll always protect her." In New York City, with Wilson Fisk behind bars, gangs rise to fill the vacuum. But they are met with a force more terrifying than the devil of Hell's Kitchen, a force that does not ask questions or take prisoners. The pile of bodies, members of the Kitchen Irish, Mexican cartel, and Dogs of Hell, suggests the work of an army, but the truth is that the crippling of these gangs is the work of one man, Frank Castle. Some are calling him the Punisher. By night, Murdock meets him in the guise of Daredevil, where it's clear they share a distaste for crime, but differ wildly in their methods, and Frank makes a compelling case. You hit them and they get back up. I hit them and they stay down. As his body count rises, Castle eventually finds himself trapped, wounded with police closing in. After his arrest, Nelson and Murdock take him on as a client. Foggy, of course, abhors the Punisher's twisted sense of justice, but Karen sees something more in him and carries on Ben Urich's legacy by investigating Castle's story, with the New York Bulletin's backing. A budding career as an investigative journalist isn't the only exciting development in her life. There is also a new relationship with Matthew Murdock. It was only a matter of time. When they met, Karen was accused of murder, and her life was on the brink of unraveling, except Matt found her and believed in her. But like most things in Murdock's life, Good doesn't last very long. Soon he finds himself distracted and unable to give Karen the affection or attention she deserves. He even neglects the biggest case of his and Foggy's careers, the People versus Frank Castle, leaving nearly all the work to Foggy and Karen. Why? What could possibly hijack all of Matt's attention so thoroughly? The right question is who, and the answer is Elektra. She is back in New York, and once again hoping to recruit Matt to her and Stick's crusade against the Hand. Of course, Matt is reluctant after the way they left things 10 years ago, but old habits and loves are hard to resist. He even starts to believe he can change her. Elektra once found the darkness in him, and he resisted. Maybe now he can find the light in her. Maybe he can teach her about redemption and that killing is wrong. Together they fight the Hand, who are kidnapping children and draining them of blood, a mission led by someone who should be dead, Nobu. Proof they are more than just an organization of crime. They have somehow mastered the art of resurrection. For Claire Temple, it's only another in a string of strange revelations. The blind lawyer who wages war on crime, the mind-controlling villain, the man with bulletproof skin, now this. She helps treat the kidnapped children when Murdock brings them to her, and that lands her in hot water with the hospital for treating patients not formally admitted, and they try to protect the hospital by covering up what happened to her friend, Nurse Louisa, killed by the Hand when they came looking for those kids. Money over morals. It's enough to make Claire quit. She leaves Metro General and heads back to the place where she grew up, Harlem, where another war rages, and at the center of it, someone Claire Temple has met once before, Luke Cage. And though Cage doesn't know it yet, it also involves his half-brother, Willis Stryker, who now goes by Diamondback. He's become a weapons dealer, but his aren't just normal guns. His come from Hammer Industries, as in Tony Stark rival Justin Hammer. He supplies those guns to Harlem crime lord Cornell Stokes, better known by a nickname he detests, Cottonmouth. Things get complicated for him when a kid, Chico Diaz, decides to rob him. One of Stokes' men goes after him with a bit too much zeal, and Pop is killed in the crossfire. Pop ran a barber shop where kids and young adults were given a place to hang out and stay out of trouble. He was beloved in the community, and Luke Cage worked for him. That's how Luke Cage decides to wage a one-man war on Stokes' criminal empire. As a bulletproof man with super strength, he's able to do a lot of damage and take just about every dollar Stokes has. All this puts Cage on police radar, specifically Detective Misty Knight, who Cage met once before as a bartender, and more when one thing led to another, which led to the bedroom. She tries to convince Cage he's only making things worse in Harlem, getting in the way of real police work. When it starts to feel true, and he isn't sure he should stick around, it's Claire Temple who convinces him to stay, to keep trying to be a hero. In Hell's Kitchen, her other superhero friend, Matt Murdock, continues to fight a battle against ninjas and rekindle an old relationship with Elektra. Meanwhile, Foggy and Karen continue their work on the Punisher case, without their friend. Karen learns the truth about Castle, and why he does what he does. She learns about the Central Park Massacre. 3 gangs, the Kitchen Irish, Mexican Cartel, and Dogs of Hell. A drug deal gone wrong, and a family caught in the crossfire. The Central Park Massacre. The day Frank Castle lost his wife, son, and daughter. The day the Punisher was born. In court, they make a case based on medical testimony, how the bullet that tore through Frank's brain has caused sympathetic storming, a heightened and constant state of fight or flight, in which the sympathetic nervous system is hyperactive, as if he is reliving the incident of trauma over and over. Frank tanks the case when he announces to the court that he is sane. Everyone he killed, he would kill again if he could. He isn't just speaking his mind, he's also looking for a ticket back to Rikers Island because Wilson Fisk is there, and supposedly Fisk has answers about what really happened that day in Central Park. Of course, the info isn't free. Fisk has a rival in prison, Dutton. Dutton was there the day Frank's family was killed, so they make a deal. Fisk provides the Punisher access to Dutton, and the Punisher kills him once he finds out what he needs to know. Before Frank sinks the blade into his gut, Dutton talks about the blacksmith, how the drug lord called a meeting of the three gangs and didn't show, how the feds tried to use it as a sting operation. Once Dutton is dead, Fisk no longer has a use for Castle, so he lets out all the inmates of the wing to kill him. That's how Fisk finds out that an army against Frank Castle is hardly a contest. Now the Kingpin sees value in the Punisher, and he arranges for the killer vigilante to be released from prison. It's a mutually beneficial exchange. Punisher gets freedom and revenge, which means killing mobsters, which means thinning out the Kingpin's competition, something that'll benefit the mob boss once his own inevitable release comes. Back on the outside, Frank searches out the truth with bullets. While Karen investigates the old-fashioned way, she visits Schoonover and while asking about Frank, realizes the truth. Schoonover is the blacksmith. Of course now he can't let her live, but before he can tie up the loose end, Frank arrives. Karen begs him not to kill Schoonover. Instead, use him to learn the full story of what happened. Do not become the monster they say you are. Thing is, Frank knows exactly who he is, and he knows the full truth will have to wait for another day, because today is about punishment. Frank puts a bullet in his old colonel's skull, and in his home finds a stash of weapons and gear, the perfect tools to embrace his new life as crime's worst nightmare, the Punisher. In some ways, it really is a new life, because right now, the public and the government think Frank Castle is dead. In his pursuit of the blacksmith, he ended up in the vicinity of an explosion. No body was found, but as a happy accident, he's now considered dead and gone. He returns home for the first time since he lost everything. He looks at a newspaper article about his case, where they display the X-ray of his skull. It gives him an idea. He takes the armor from Schoonover's stash and spray paints a skull on it. That will be his symbol. Throughout all this, the office of Nelson and Murdock has fallen. With Matt distracted, Nelson has been working without a partner. At the same time, Matt starts to believe what Stick has always told him. The warrior's path is a lonely one. He pushes his friends away. He and Foggy even come to the mutual decision to dissolve Nelson and Murdock. As for that distraction, things are not going well. Whatever progress Matt made in showing Elektra the light is undone by a betrayal. Stick sends an assassin after her. She manages to live, but now she is out for his blood. And Murdock be damned, she will kill her old mentor. Soon they understand why Stick did it. The Hand is after an ultimate weapon, that thing called Black Sky. It once took the form of a young boy. Now it takes the form of Elektra. If the Hand gets a hold of her, the Chaste may lose the war. Stick decided that to prevent that, it's worth sacrificing Elektra's life. Elektra gets to Stick and tries to kill him, but Matt breaks up the fight. In their tussle, however, the Hand shows up and kidnaps Stick. Matt and Elektra manage to free him, but in doing so, Daredevil has placed himself firmly in Nobu's crosshairs. To draw him into a trap, Nobu kidnaps anyone Daredevil has ever saved, including Karen. To aid in their fight against the Hand, Matt picks up some things from Melvin, armor for Elektra, and an upgraded billy club for himself, now containing a steel fiber cable, perfect for striking or as a grappling hook. Now all he has to do is listen close to find the prisoners. He and Elektra fight their way through the ninjas to free them, but now the only way out is the rooftop, where an army of ninjas await. Both know it is certain death, but together they are willing to face it. Outside, they fight impressively, but the Hand is powerful. Nobu nearly lands a killing blow to Matt, until Elektra stops him at the cost of her life. She dies in Matt's arms. As for Matt, he gets some unexpected help. The Punisher rains bullets from a nearby rooftop. With the assist, Daredevil is victorious, and Stick beheads Nobu, ensuring no further resurrections. A month later, Matt calls Paige to the offices of Nelson and Murdock one last time to tell her who he really is. And elsewhere, the Hand completes the task they came here for. All the blood they drained, it was in service of raising the Black Sky. Using that blood and a mystical sarcophagus, they begin the process of resurrecting Elektra to become their ultimate weapon. Meanwhile, in Harlem, with Stokes' business in shambles thanks to Luke Cage, Diamondback is unhappy. He wants his guns back. And Stokes' cousin Mariah Dillard is unhappy, whose life in politics as a councilwoman is largely funded by the criminal empire. The friction between Dillard and Stokes leads to many arguments. One gets particularly heated and personal and ends with Stokes dead, leaving Dillard to manage everything. Though she isn't totally alone, Shades helps her out too. He once worked for the corrupt prison guard Rackham. Now he works for Diamondback and was sent in to help clean up the mess in Harlem. When that fails, Diamondback pays the neighborhood a visit himself, not just as Diamondback, but also as Willis Stryker, to finally take revenge on Carl Lucas. Stryker shoots him with a bullet that doesn't bounce off his skin, because this is a Judas bullet. Courtesy of Hammer Industries, this bullet utilizes Chitauri tech to drill through even the toughest skin and explode inside its target. Temple only manages to save him by finding Burstein and working with him. They dip Cage in boiling acid to make his skin penetrable so they can pull out the shrapnel. Painful, but effective. Once he's healed, Cage has a look at Burstein's files and learns the truth about his wife, Reva Connors, how she knew about his experiments at the prison, how she hand-picked Luke Cage for the experiments. He was betrayed, taken advantage of, and used as a guinea pig. He won't let it happen to anyone else. Before leaving, he destroys Burstein's equipment. After that, Diamondback doesn't stop trying to kill Luke Cage. Ultimately, he tries with a battlesuit that makes him strong enough for a bout with a superhero, but not strong enough to win. It's a long, public brawl that ends with Luke Cage, the hero of Harlem, victorious. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for Carl Lucas. In all this, his true identity has been exposed. Despite the heroics, he is still a fugitive who broke out through the walls of Seagate Prison, and Lucas now allows them to take him back. Mariah Dillard, on the other hand, greatly opposes any attempt to hold her accountable. She even has a witness murdered, the only one who could testify she killed her cousin. It's injustice upon injustice. But Claire Temple and Misty Knight, who's come to appreciate Cage's efforts, can only watch as he goes to prison and Dillard walks free. The following year, Dr. Stephen Strange loses everything. For years, he's been the best surgeon around, and knows it too. He saves lives and pushes medical technique to new heights, but not to help people. It's all in service of his Tony Stark-sized ego. That's why he can't be with Christine. He likes her and she likes him, but he can't help pushing her away, making everything about himself. His hubris costs him a relationship, and ultimately his hands too, because he drives with the same overconfidence as everything else. And when he gets distracted speeding in his Lamborghini, he crashes. Strange wakes up with hands full of metal pins, hands which no longer function with the precision needed to perform surgery. Meanwhile, Danny Rand returns to New York City with one quite powerful hand, the immortal Iron Fist. He's been busy these last 15 years in Kunlun, honing his mind, body, and spirit. He made a close friend in Davos, a friendship that was challenged when they both vied for the trial of Shao Lao, but only one could be chosen. The elders had them fight in brutal combat. Ultimately, Danny was chosen, and he succeeded in taking power from the heart of the dragon. Yet, he still felt unfulfilled, so he looked for a sign, and suddenly one appeared to him. The passage from Kunlun opened, as it does every 15 years, and then The sign, a hawk flying away. That's when Danny knew he must do the same. He walked through the passage and returned to his home dimension. But he finds much has changed in 15 years. As a child, he was close with Joy and Ward Meacham, the children of Harold Meacham, who co-founded Rand Enterprises with Danny's father. Now they run the company and don't trust a stranger who claims to be Danny Rand, the boy who died with his family in a plane crash 15 years ago. They even try to lock him up in a psychiatric facility. But Danny has two powerful weapons at his side, a magic fist and Jerry Hogarth, the lawyer that's been handling his family estate. He gets out of the facility and she helps prove his identity, regaining him his rightful 51% share of the company. He also makes a new friend, who soon becomes more than a friend, Colleen Wing. She runs a dojo nearby and has the talent to back it up. Through her, Danny makes another friend and ally, Claire Temple. After a few dangerous encounters, including some with the hand itself, she's been coming to this dojo for training to learn how to defend herself. Soon, Danny's purpose reveals itself. The hand is here in New York, and it's infected Rand Enterprises. The world believes Harold Meacham died of cancer years ago, because he did. What the world doesn't know is that Madame Gao of the Hand then resurrected him. In exchange, she uses the company's resources for her drug trade. They force Harold Meacham to live in hiding for now. The only one who knows he's alive is his son Ward, who, as his conduit to the outside world, is forced to do his bidding. If he ever hesitates to comply, Harold takes a page out of the Hand's book, using force and violence to coerce his son. Danny finds out Harold is alive, and at first Harold is able to convince him he's just a prisoner of the Hand. They've taken over the company. Danny needs to help get rid of them. The immortal Iron Fist is more than happy to take them on, but in their battle, with Colleen at his side, she's cut by a poisoned blade from the Hand. She's only saved when her old sensei Bakudo teaches Danny that his Iron Fist can do more than punch. It can also heal. How does Bakudo know that? Because like Madame Gao, he is from the Hand, and so is his student, Colleen. Danny can't believe it. She's been lying from the start. His sworn enemy is the Hand, and she's part of it. Danny's world is upside down. Maybe it's time to go back to Kunlun, where he abandoned his post. That's what Davos wants anyway. He's come to New York to take Danny back, but he refuses to go until he defeats the Hand here in New York. And Colleen will help him after all, because the Hand catches a whiff of her support for Danny. The punishment for that? Execution. She escapes, now understanding the organization is truly evil. Even if Bakudo and Gao have their own factions, both are just as dark and manipulative. Together, they defeat Bakudo. But what now? Colleen refuses to kill, and Danny isn't sure he wants to be an assassin either. Davos is disgusted by the hesitation. He stabs a knife through Bakudo's heart, more certain than ever that the Iron Fist should be his, not Danny's. Soon, more revelations. Danny learns about Gao's deal with Harold and how they orchestrated the assassination of his parents. So, Danny returns to Rand Enterprises to face Harold. The battle leaves Harold defeated but alive, until Ward finally frees himself by shooting his father dead. Though, in truth, he's tried this before. Just a few weeks ago, he murdered his father in the hopes of being free, and then his father came back, just like he did after the cancer. So this time, he and Danny cremate the body. Even for the Hand, there's no coming back from that. Finally, it's time to return to Kunlun. Danny asks Colleen to join him, and they set off with Davos. They complete the journey, only to find the aftermath of a battle with the Hand. Danny Rand won the Iron Fist, whose duty is to protect the city. Then he left it unguarded, and now it's gone. All they find is a crater in the mountain where Kunlun used to sit. And the Hand's work isn't done. They recently came into possession of the Black Sky, a resurrected Elektra, and they prepare for their next task. Buried under Hell's Kitchen is an underground structure containing the bones of a dragon and the substance that is key to resurrection. The Hand used the last of what they had to resurrect Elektra, and now they need more, otherwise their immortality is at an end. For them, this is what it has all been about. The building they needed emptied, the one Elena was killed for, sits atop those dragon bones. That's why they needed it cleared. The substance, however, is locked away behind a wall, sealed by the elders of Kunlun. To get through it, they will need the powers of the protector of Kunlun, the Iron Fist, a mantle now held by a man named Danny Rand. Using Elektra, they intend to capture Rand and open that wall. If they do, and if they extract that substance, a large portion of New York City will collapse, killing countless citizens. Who can stop them now? Kunlun is apparently gone, and the Hand has already wiped out most of the Chaste, leaving Stick as the last man standing. Perhaps then the job should fall to Daredevil. It's all going down in his city. But Matt has retired from vigilantism, something he promised Foggy and Karen. Instead, he focuses on pro bono work. As for Foggy, he finally lives out his dreams of working at a large, prestigious firm, specifically Jerry Hogarth's firm. And Karen has embraced her budding career as an investigative journalist, officially taking a job at the New York Bulletin. Of course, once Matt finds out what is going on, all that becomes unimportant. The promise is broken, and the devil returns. Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, joins forces not only with Daredevil, but also Jessica Jones and Luke Cage, who was recently freed from prison with help from his new lawyer, Foggy Nelson. The clashing personalities make for an uneasy alliance, made all the more tenuous when Daredevil hesitates. Once he senses Elektra, all bets are off. He thought she was dead, and now they have a second chance. As part of her resurrection, the Hand erased her memories, so she does not remember Matt. But when she has the chance to kill him, she hesitates too. That's everything he needs to have faith that she is not just the Black Sky. Somewhere in there, Elektra's soul still resides. But Matt's hesitation costs them dearly, because when she gets the chance, whether it's Elektra or the Black Sky, she finally gets Stick on the wrong end of a blade, ending her old mentor's life. And in the end, it nearly costs Matt his own life. To stop the Hand, Matt and the others devise a Hail Mary plan to blow up the building above the dragon bones. That will cave in the structure, burying the substance, and ending the Hand's ability to resurrect. Getting it done means a final battle with the Hand, one where Claire Temple, Colleen Wing, and Misty Knight all lend a hand, and in Misty's case, an arm too, when a resurrected Bakudo slices it off. By the time of the final battle, Matt's repeated attempts to reach Elektra do return her memories, and with her newfound freedom, she chooses to die. She will stay in the collapsing building, but even this is not enough to deter Matt. If she chooses to stay, he will do the same. They kiss, and the building falls. Outside, Jessica, Luke, and Danny realize that Matt had no intention of surviving, and Danny remembers what Matt said to them earlier, "Protect my city." To honor his fallen friend, the immortal Iron Fist promises from now on to do exactly that. In truth, Matt survives the collapse, though he's left unconscious and gravely wounded. He's found and brought to the St. Agnes orphanage under Father Lantom and Maggie's care. His friends, however, are left to believe he's dead. As for Elektra, her body is not found in the wreckage. Meanwhile, the Avengers' downfall begins. It starts on a mission in Nigeria where Wanda tries to contain an explosion, but in doing so, accidentally kills 26 people, including 11 relief aid workers from Wakanda. The seeds of doubt planted after Ultron's attack finally grow, and the world demands accountability. General Ross pitches the Avengers on something called the Sokovia Accords. No longer would they be a private organization. Instead, they would answer to the UN, acting only on their orders. Tony Stark is ready to sign. He's come face to face with people who lost family in Sokovia. He bears that guilt and hopes this will quell it. But Rogers refuses. He has faith in individuals. He has faith in the Avengers. What if the UN orders them to do something they disagree with, or doesn't let them help in a situation where they're needed? The debate is cut short when Rogers gets word that Peggy Carter has passed. At the funeral, her great-niece speaks, and Steve recognizes her as his old neighbor, Agent 13. She shares something Aunt Peggy once told her: compromise where you can, but where you can't, don't. Even if everyone is telling you that something wrong is something right, even if the whole world is telling you to move, it is your duty to plant yourself like a tree, look them in the eye, and say no. Steve does exactly that. When the Sokovia Accords are signed, he's nowhere to be seen. The document is ratified, but the proceedings are interrupted by a terrorist explosion, which kills many, including King T'Chaka of Wakanda. Security footage implicates Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, and T'Chaka's son T'Challa vows revenge. Meanwhile, Steve learns about the explosion, and Carter shares a tip on Bucky's location. So when the Black Panther attacks, Steve is there with Sam to defend him. But soon, the authorities intervene and arrest them. After the chaos, Steve considers finally signing the document, until he learns that Tony has Wanda confined at his house, hoping to avoid another public incident while the Accords are sorted out. With a fellow Avenger in custody, Rogers refuses to sign. At that house, Vision tries to improve Wanda's mood, who's still fraught with guilt after the incident in Nigeria, and convinced the rest of the team hates her. Then he bonds with her over something they share. She doesn't understand the chaos magic which powers her, just like he doesn't understand the Infinity Stone which powers him. Both have a scary, mysterious part of themselves. Things take a sour turn, though, when she realizes Vision is there to ensure she can't leave. While Bucky is in custody, a doctor shows up, sent by the UN to evaluate him. But Helmut Zemo has taken the man's place, and apparently he's been busy. He set off the bomb at the signing and framed Bucky to trigger a manhunt, so Bucky would be found. And by using the data publicly released by Romanoff after taking down Hydra, then by threatening and interrogating the right people, he found a notebook. A notebook which contains the key words that trigger Bucky's programming and turn him into the Winter Soldier. He questions him about the location in Siberia where he was brainwashed, the location where the other Winter Soldiers are still being kept in stasis. Then he sets him loose and escapes. Captain America and Falcon manage to get Bucky before the authorities and hang low until the Winter Soldier sleeps and Bucky wakes up. He tells them how Zemo asked about Siberia, and they surmise he must be heading there to recruit the other Winter Soldiers for some nefarious cause. They prepare to head there themselves, but first they'll have to evade Tony Stark. They're operating outside the Sokovia Accords, so General Ross dispatched Iron Man to stop them. For the battle ahead, they recruit some allies. Falcon brings in Ant-Man, who he met in their tussle at Avengers HQ, and Rogers calls Clint, who joins them after helping Wanda escape Vision, though she doesn't need much help, just some encouragement to leave. Meanwhile, Tony Stark recruits some allies as well, Black Panther, and a kid from Queens named Peter Parker, who for 6 months has been operating as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. When his team catches up with the other half of the Avengers, Rogers continues to heed Peggy's words. He refuses to comply, and he tries telling Tony that the phony doctor, Helmut Zemo, was behind all of this. But Tony doesn't listen. Instead, they fight, and things escalate until Tony's friend Rhodey gets badly hurt. Meanwhile, Steve and Bucky escape, with Natasha's help. She attacks Black Panther to stop him pursuing them, and betrays her promise to fight for the Accords, to fight for Tony. Tony looks into Steve's claim, and finds that the doctor who showed up to interrogate Bucky was not the real Doctor, and he sees what Ross did with the Avengers who helped Steve. They were thrown into a secret maximum security prison. Seeing that Steve might be right and that Ross might be going too far, he goes after Steve, not as an enemy, but a friend, and Black Panther follows quietly behind him. Tony, Steve, and Bucky explore the facility and find the Winter Soldiers all dead. Zemo did not come here to recruit them. Everything he's done has been to accomplish one thing: tear the Avengers apart. They unleashed Ultron and killed his family. He knew he couldn't kill them, they're too powerful, but he could topple them from within. To finish the job, he shows them one more thing he found in his research: footage of the Winter Soldier killing Tony's parents. Before seeking his own revenge, Stark turns to Rogers and asks only one question: "Did you know?" And Rogers half-heartedly explains that he didn't know it was Bucky who killed them, but the truth is, he knew they were killed by Hydra, something revealed by Zola. He goes after Bucky, and the three of them brawl, until the arc reactor which powers Iron Man's suit meets its match in Captain America's shield. With Tony's armor disabled, the fight is over. Zemo's plan seems to have worked, as Steve and Tony part as enemies. Outside, Zemo listens to an old voicemail from his wife to hear her voice one more time before putting a gun in his mouth. But T'Challa stops him. Though this man is the one truly responsible for killing his father, T'Challa decides not to be consumed by revenge, like Zemo or Stark. Meanwhile, after violating the Sokovia Accords by attacking Black Panther and allowing Steve and Bucky's escape, Natasha is a fugitive on the run. While in hiding, she receives a package from Yelena, the girl who was briefly her sister. It seems the brain research stolen by Alexei and Melina enabled the Red Room to move beyond mere psychological manipulation. Now, they have actual mind control. Girls like Yelena are controlled by Dreykov with no hope of escape, until Yelena is dispatched to kill Oksana, a former Black Widow. Before dying, Oksana releases a red dust that frees Yelena's mind, then gives her the rest, asking her to free the others. Hoping to recruit Natasha's help, she sent her a package containing more of the antidote, which puts a target on her back. Dreykov dispatches Taskmaster, someone with the ability to mimic any attack they see, but Natasha manages to escape with the red dust in hand. She finds Yelena, who informs her the Red Room is still active. Apparently, Natasha and Clint's attack 8 years ago failed, and Dreykov is still alive. They decide to change that. Together, they'll take him down, but this time they'll be sure he's dead. First, they need to locate the Red Room. So they find their old father, former Red Guardian Alexei Shostakov, and break him out of prison. Unfortunately, he doesn't know where the Red Room is either, but he suggests their old mother, Melina, might. So they head to her farm, and after 21 years apart, their makeshift family is reunited. And although, after 2 decades, Yelena knows their family was never real, the painful reminder doesn't sit well. Alexei tries to comfort her, but as always, he can't find the words. So instead, he sings, proving that despite his complaints of how boring a mission it was to be a father, he did care about her, enough to remember her favorite song from childhood, American Pie. Natasha also has some catharsis when she learns that she wasn't abandoned by her first mother. In truth, her mother relentlessly searched for her after she was taken by the Red Room, which got her killed by Dreykov. With their feelings as repaired as they can be, Natasha and Melina hatch a plan. Melina calls the Red Room to have Natasha, Yelena, and Alexei taken into custody, but only so they can get inside to destroy it from within. Natasha comes face to face with Dreykov, where he reveals that her explosion 8 years ago didn't kill his daughter Antonia, but instead gave him his strongest weapon yet. In saving his daughter's life, he implanted a chip in her neck, allowing her to become the Taskmaster. Natasha keeps him talking and bragging, enough to reveal the database of all his Black Widows. Now it's time for her to attack, except her programming disallows it whenever she senses his pheromones. So she severs a nerve in her olfactory center. Natasha incapacitates him so she can download his database onto a drive, but she's interrupted by an attack from the other Black Widows, until Yelena hits them with the red dust, freeing them from mind control. Meanwhile, Melina's clash with Dreykov's forces has damaged the ship's engine, so they'll soon crash. But Natasha will not allow herself to suffer the same guilt she did last time, so she goes back for Antonia to ensure her survival. And once they're on the ground, the red dust frees her too. In the aftermath of the crash, Natasha reunites with her family and tearfully apologizes to Yelena. In all the years since their family dissolved and Natasha escaped the Red Room, she should have come back for her. Blood or not, they are family, and she deserved better. As General Ross and his forces arrive, Melina, Alexei, and Yelena head off, while Natasha stays behind to finally give herself up for arrest. Meanwhile, the new Black Panther T'Challa is quickly torn between two manners of ruling. On one hand, his father always insisted Wakanda remain hidden from the world, as it had for decades. On the other hand, people like Nakia, T'Challa's ex-lover, insist Wakanda has a responsibility to help others around the world. As a member of the War Dogs, just like the long-dead Njobu, she's seen people suffering firsthand. T'Challa's mind, however, remains unchanged. He will keep Wakanda hidden and safe, just like his father would have wanted. But soon, his perception of his father changes drastically. After stealing a vibranium artifact from a museum, the arms dealer who evaded T'Challa's father for 30 years appears on their radar. Ulysses Klaue. Ever since Klaue's attack years earlier, Wakanda has wanted his head. So, T'Challa goes after him with help of an upgraded Black Panther suit, courtesy of Princess Shuri, his sister, Wakanda's chief scientist. He's also joined by Nakia and Okoye, head of the Dora Milaje, an elite group of warriors. They plan on intercepting Klaue in South Korea, where he intends to sell the vibranium. But things get complicated when they realize the buyer is Everett Ross, an agent of the CIA, part of a sting operation. In the ensuing chaos, T'Challa nearly kills Klaue, but holds back when he notices the public watching. Instead, he allows the CIA to take him into custody. But Klaue is quickly freed by a powerful ally, Njobu's son, Eric. During Eric's attack, Ross protects Nakia by taking a bullet. So T'Challa insists they bring him to the one place with the technology to save him, Wakanda. Okoye argues it's not their responsibility, but T'Challa cannot stand by knowing they can help. In the time since his father was killed, Eric trained and prepared for an eventual homecoming in Wakanda. He graduated MIT at 19 and went on to join an elite Black Ops unit, just to practice killing. And kill he did, enough to earn him the nickname Killmonger. Ross only knows Killmonger for his time with the Black Ops, but T'Challa recognized a ring worn around his neck, identical to one T'Challa himself wears, something he kept from his father after his death. He realizes Eric must be Wakandan and must have something to do with his father. Returning home, he demands answers from Zuri, and gets them. The whole story, how T'Challa's father killed his own brother and left a young boy behind, a boy who became Killmonger. After freeing Klaue, Eric quickly betrays him. He kills the arms dealer and brings his body to Wakanda, proving he succeeded where T'Challa and T'Challa's father failed. This wins him favor from some, including T'Challa's close friend W'Kabi, who lost parents in Klaue's attack years earlier. With royal blood in his veins, Eric has the right to challenge T'Challa in ritual combat for the throne. So he does, and he wins. Before he can strike T'Challa a lethal blow, Zuri offers himself a sacrifice in his stead. Without hesitation, Eric kills him and seemingly kills T'Challa. A new king and Black Panther is crowned, and he is ruthless, quickly setting his plans in motion to send vibranium weapons around the world for violent uprising. Nakia begs Okoye to help overthrow the new king, but despite what she may want, Okoye and the Dora Milaje are loyal to the crown, whoever may wear it. So, Nakia, Shuri, Ross, and T'Challa's mother Ramonda approach the independent tribe, the Jabari. Their leader, M'Baku, reveals that T'Challa is alive. They found him in a coma. Ramonda feeds her son the heart-shaped herb, and the plant's power brings T'Challa to the ancestral plane where he sees his father. T'Chaka welcomes his son to the afterlife, but T'Challa refuses to go. He tells his father that he was wrong. He was wrong to leave Eric in America, and he was wrong to keep Wakanda closed from the world. T'Challa will right those wrongs. He wakes with new purpose and returns to his people. With T'Challa alive, Killmonger's claim is invalidated. Okoye and the Dora Milaje are back on T'Challa's side. But with W'Kabi and others supporting Killmonger, civil war breaks out. They fight, while Killmonger's ships take off, carrying vibranium weapons to fuel his global uprising. But with Shuri's help, Ross takes down those ships before they leave, and with surprise reinforcements from the Jabari, Killmonger's army is defeated. As for Eric himself, he is mortally wounded in combat with T'Challa. Eric Killmonger, true name N'Jadaka, takes one last look at Wakanda, the home he was denied, and dies next to his cousin. In the aftermath, T'Challa shows Nakia and Shuri his new plans for Wakanda, to share their knowledge and resources around the world, to help those who need it. Meanwhile, just 2 weeks after giving herself up, Natasha has already escaped custody and joins Captain America in freeing her fellow Avengers from the Raft, a special prison for enhanced individuals. And at Avengers HQ, while Rhodey is in recovery, working to get full control of his legs back, Tony receives a package from Steve, containing a phone and a letter. His old friend apologizes for not telling him about his parents. Steve thought he was sparing Tony, but really, he was sparing himself. And he promises Tony that if he ever needs him, he'll be there, just a phone call away. Later, T'Challa brings Steve and Bucky to Wakanda, where they'll work on curing Bucky of the Winter Soldier still in his mind, so no one like Zemo can ever activate that side of him again. Meanwhile, Peter Parker has returned to Queens, and after fighting alongside Iron Man, returning stolen bikes and stopping petty crime just doesn't have the same appeal. So every day, he bombards his contact Happy with a wall of texts begging for the next Avengers mission. Soon, the opportunity presents itself when he spots ATM robbers wielding powerful weapons. He doesn't know it yet, but these are the work of Adrian Toomes and his crew, built off Chitauri tech pilfered from the Battle of New York. He stops the robbers and returns home through a window. Too late, he notices his best friend Ned Leeds waiting in his room, and with that, his secret identity becomes a little less secret. And unfortunately, Ned isn't great with secrets. The next day, he lets slip that Peter knows Spider-Man, scoring them invites to a party hosted by Peter's crush, Liz. But partway through the party, Peter is forced to bail when he notices strange explosions in the distance, clearly related to those alien weapons. Spider-Man heads off, leaving Peter Parker to disappoint not only Liz, but also Michelle, who may be harboring a small crush of her own. Spider-Man finds goons showing off their weapons to a potential buyer and chases after them, but he's stopped by Adrian Toomes himself, who pilots a flight suit resembling a vulture. Peter nearly drowns in their brawl, until a remote-controlled Iron Man rescues him. Through the suit, Stark admonishes Peter. He's just a kid, and he's not ready to handle something of this caliber. In no uncertain terms, Tony tells him to stop chasing the vulture guy. But Peter thinks he's ready for more, and intends to prove it. So he works with Ned to chase down a lead. He held on to one of the weapons from last night, and inside found a glowing purple gem, an alien power source. When Toomes' men come to retrieve it, He evades them, but sticks them with a spider tracker. And later, Ned tracks them to Maryland, which happens to be right near Washington, D.C., where the academic decathlon nationals are being held. So, to Liz and Michelle's delight, Peter joins them. And that night, he follows the tracker to find Tomb's men stealing from Department of Damage Control trucks. But once again, Peter is outmatched against the Vulture and ends up unconscious in the truck. He wakes up in a DODC warehouse. At first, he's resigned to wait for morning when the doors will open, but things become urgent when his suit's AI identifies the purple gem as not just a power source, but an explosive one. He escapes the warehouse, but by the time he reaches Ned, the gem has already been activated by going through an X-ray security check at the Washington Monument. The explosion knocks the elevator off its track, threatening to drop his classmates to a fiery demise. But Spider-Man catches them just in time, and when the elevator falls again, he rescues Liz personally. Returning home, Spider-Man asks the AI to review footage of the weapons deal from the other night, and it identifies the buyer as Aaron Davis. So Peter finds him and learns from Aaron where the next deal is going down, on the Staten Island ferry at 11. There, Peter learns that Stark was probably right. He is in over his head. In his clash with Toombs, Peter inadvertently cuts the Staten Island ferry in half, and too late realizes the FBI knew about the deal. They might have even caught Adrian if not for Peter's meddling. But Peter has little time to process it all, because right now, he has lives to save. He nearly rips himself in half trying to pull the ferry together, to no avail. But the day is saved when Iron Man arrives, and this time Peter is in real trouble, enough to warrant a visit not from a remote-controlled suit, but Tony himself. He's the one who called the FBI, and against his wishes, Peter got involved. Tony takes back his suit as Peter begs, "I'm nothing without this suit." "If you're nothing without this suit," Tony responds, "then you shouldn't have it." He returns home to a distraught Aunt May. He can't just ignore her calls and disappear like that. But her tone softens when she sees that he is not okay. He can't tell her the truth, but he gets close, telling her that he lost the Stark internship. But there is a bright side. Now he gets to focus on just being Peter Parker, and Peter Parker gets some good news. His crush on Liz apparently is not one-sided, and apparently she doesn't have a date for homecoming yet. The big night comes. Peter arrives at Liz's house and is greeted at the door by her father, Adrian Toombs. And on the ride to the dance, between Peter's voice and the fuzzy details of how he spent his time in DC, Adrian figures out that he's Spider-Man. At the school, Liz gets out of the car, but Adrian asks Peter to stay for a minute. His message to Peter is simple. Mess with my business again, and you, along with everyone you love, will die. After skipping her party and missing the decathlon, Peter is forced to disappoint Liz one more time. He leaves her at the dance, and with help from Ned, along with a phone Peter cleverly left in Toombs' car, they track his location and quickly realize his target. Today is moving day for Happy. He's overseeing a shipment of weapons and tech from Stark Tower to the new Avengers facility upstate. That's Vulture's target. Peter finds Toombs and again finds himself outclassed. Vulture drops a building on him before heading after Tony's jet. Buried under the rubble, Peter cries out for help, and he remembers what Tony said to him, and he knows that if he can't stand up, it's true. He really is nothing without the suit. And that's enough to remind Peter who he really is. With or without the mask, he is Spider-Man. So he gathers his strength and lifts the rubble. Before Vulture goes airborne, Spider-Man hooks onto him and follows onto the jet. Their brawl sends it crashing onto Coney Island. And when Vulture's suit takes enough damage to blow up, Peter rescues Toombs from the explosion and leaves him for the authorities. Back at school, Peter learns that Liz is moving to Oregon with her mom, meaning the decathlon team needs a new captain, Michelle, though she lets them know she prefers to go by MJ. And when Peter leaves to meet with Happy, MJ watches him go. Happy thanks Peter for stopping the theft, then takes him upstate to meet Tony. There, Tony welcomes Peter to the Avengers, presenting him a new suit and preparing to announce him at a press conference. But though he's impressed Tony, Peter knows the truth. He's not ready for this. He'd rather stay the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for now, which leaves Tony with a room of press expecting a big announcement. So he grabs his engagement ring, walks out with Pepper, and gives them one. Back home, Peter finds a gift from Tony. He's decided to give Peter back his suit, and when Peter tries it on, he doesn't realize Aunt May is behind him. Yet again, he's revealed his secret identity, and Aunt May reacts appropriately, shouting, "What the f-?" Meanwhile, the Punisher continues the hunt he began last year. The Dogs of Hell, the Mexican Cartel, and the Kitchen Irish. It's an extinction-level event for all three gangs that were there that day in Central Park. When there's no one left, the Punisher retires, and with Castle presumed dead, he lives under a new identity, Pete Castiglione, until he finds out there are still more of them out there, people alive who need to be dead. Last year he uncovered part of the truth, how his old Colonel Schoonover was a drug lord smuggling heroin out of Afghanistan, and how as a drug lord he arranged the meeting of gangs that led to his family's death. Now he uncovers the rest. It starts with Micro, a mysterious figure who finds out Frank is alive and makes contact. With Karen's help, Frank does some digging and figures out that Micro is ex-NSA analyst David Lieberman. Like Frank, Lieberman is officially dead, because like Frank, he knows about those illegal operations overseas. He's the one who blew the whistle. They tried to quiet him by killing him, but he survived. Now he plays dead for his family's safety. It's tough to get past Castle's trust issues, but once he does, Micro teams up with the Punisher to uncover the truth. And they team up with Madani, the Department of Homeland Security expert who originally received the leaked footage from Lieberman, footage showing the execution of an Afghan police officer investigating their heroin operation. That officer was once Madani's partner, so just like Castle and Lieberman, this is personal for her. Even more so after her current partner is also killed, all part of the cover-up. It takes time and a heavy dose of violence, but the Punisher does find answers. How the operation he was part of overseas was illegal, how Schoonover was only part of it. There's still Rollins of the CIA, and worst of all, the one who betrayed Frank, Billy Russo. The man was like a brother to him. He was family, but apparently not family enough to protect Frank's real family. He stood by and let them die. He killed Madani's partner. He's even part of an operation to kidnap Lieberman's family as leverage. But with the Punisher involved, it can only end one way. Frank puts down Rollins, then comes for Billy. They meet in Central Park, where it all began. There, Billy Russo takes a couple of innocent hostages to protect himself. He shoots Madani in the head. A couple more in a long run of Billy Russo's mistakes. He's just asking for trouble. And finally, the Punisher answers that call. Frank takes plenty of hurt himself, but nothing that won't heal. Billy, on the other hand, Castle teaches him about pain and loss, with a face full of broken glass and enough cranial trauma to ensure his brain never forgets this particular lesson. Billy begs for death. Maybe that's why the Punisher makes him live instead. So every morning when he wakes up and sees what's left of his face, he'll remember what he's done, and he'll remember the Punisher. As for Madani, she miraculously survives her wounds, something that would have been impossible without Frank Castle stopping Billy. Just another reason the country owes him a debt. It's too much to ever repay, but as a start, they give him freedom. Throughout all this, the public learned Frank Castle is alive after all, and he's officially still at large. But if he keeps his mouth shut about Rollins and this whole conspiracy, Pete Castiglione will be allowed to walk free. Meanwhile, Dr. Stephen Strange has been chasing every procedure, expert, or medicine that might restore full use of his hands. He spends everything he has in the process, but nothing works. Christine is with him all the way, but Strange isn't content only to lose his fortune, so he pushes her away too, with bitter accusations. He's just a sob story to her, someone to pity. But he soon discovers a faint hope. Strange learns about a man named Jonathan Pangborn. He was paralyzed until a visit to the Kamar-Taj somehow granted him the ability to walk again. Strange heads there himself and meets the Ancient One. She talks of souls, spirits, and magic, so of course he scoffs, until she knocks him into the astral dimension and sends him on a trip through the multiverse. For the first time, possibly ever, Strange humbles himself and begs her to train him. She initially rejects him for his arrogance, but after he stays on their doorstep for 5 hours, and her protege Carl Mordo suggests he could be useful, the Ancient One relents and his training begins. He proves a quick study, helped by the photographic memory which previously earned him a simultaneous MD and PhD. He also shows a potentially dangerous curiosity, something the librarian Wong notices, when Strange is quickly attracted to the most heavily guarded books, including the Book of Cagliostro, the study of time. Some of its pages are missing, stolen by a former master, now zealot, named Caecilius, who killed the previous librarian. Over the following months, Strange's talent in the mystical arts soon rivals his talent in the field of medicine. His abilities grow, and so does his curiosity. He steals the Book of Cagliostro and follows its instructions to manipulate time with the Eye of Agamotto. Mordo and Wong stop him, warning that tampering with natural law is dangerous. He could end up trapped in one moment in time, looping for eternity. And they tell him what they're really up to. The Ancient One is the latest in a long line of Sorcerers Supreme who protect the world from mystical threats, through the power of 3 sanctums in Hong Kong, New York, and London. The pages Caecilius stole detail a ritual to contact one of those threats, Dormammu, a being who dwells in the dark dimension. It's a lot to take in, but Strange has little time to process because just then, Caecilius attacks. His attack destroys the London sanctum and sends Steve through a doorway leading to the New York sanctum, where Steve watches Caecilius kill its master. Next, he spots Strange. In their fight, the Cloak of Levitation takes a liking to Strange and assists him in restraining Caecilius, who quickly stalls for time by divulging his plan: destroy all 3 sanctums and remove the Earth's protection so it can be brought into the dark dimension. There, time does not exist, and eternal life will be accessible to all, instead of just the Ancient One, who herself feeds off the dark dimension to prolong her life. Caecilius escapes, regroups, and returns to the New York sanctum, where Strange, Mordo, and the Ancient One make their stand. She warns Caecilius that Dormammu deceives him. He does offer eternal life, but it is a life of torment. Caecilius doesn't believe her, and the fight begins. She is mortally wounded, but in the moments before her death, she visits Strange on the astral plane, stretching one moment into thousands, giving them a chance to speak. She tells Strange what he must do. His entire life, he has succeeded by running from fear of inadequacy and failure. Instead, she gives him a grander purpose, something to run toward, the greater good. He must fight, not for himself, but everyone, and she tells him that in order to stop Dormammu, he'll have to bend the rules. Just like she did, feeding off the Dark Dimension's energy, something Mordo isn't capable of, as he believes in their tenets too strongly. She dies, and Strange returns to Mordo. The New York Sanctum has fallen, so they rush to the Sanctum in Hong Kong, only to find it too in shambles. The Earth is unprotected, and slowly slips into Dormammu's dark dimension. So, Strange bends the rules. With the Eye of Agamotto, he reverses time and buys them a second chance. But Caecilius is stronger and defeats them again. Seeing their inevitable failure, Strange has another idea. He visits the dark dimension and introduces Dormammu to a foreign concept: time. The demon kills Strange, and moments later, Strange returns. Using the Eye, he's trapped them in an infinite loop where Strange experiences countless deaths and all the pain that comes with them. Soon, Dormammu realizes he is trapped in this moment, no matter how many times he kills his foe. So he finally gives in, offering Strange whatever he wants if he'll let him go. And what Strange wants is for him to leave Earth alone and take his zealots with him. Dormammu agrees, and the world is saved. But disgusted at Strange's flagrant disregard for natural law, reversing and bending time, Mordo leaves the Kamar-Taj, and Wong tells Strange he still has much to learn, including the fact that the Eye of Agamotto is actually an Infinity Stone, the Time Stone. Meanwhile, Mordo visits Pangborn and turns him back into a paraplegic, his first step toward ridding the world of sorcerers who abuse their power. And magic is not the only power in this world to be abused. There's also the power of science, abused so many times, resulting in so many dangerous creations. Like Alyssa Jones, who just like her daughter Jessica, has powers. Unlike her daughter, however, Alyssa is prone to losing control of those powers and hurting people, sometimes killing them. Lately, Jessica's adoptive sister Trish is in those crosshairs because she's been investigating Jessica's origins, trying to find out where her powers came from, and Alyssa knows that might reveal the extent of Dr. Malice's experiments, not all of which were strictly speaking legal. In the nearly 20 years since he saved her life, Alyssa has fallen in love with him. Now she would do anything to protect him, so she's been offing anyone who might reveal anything about his work. When Officer Simpson finds out someone is coming after Trish, he tries to protect her, so Alyssa kills him too. It's not long before Jessica discovers the truth, that the killer is her mother, something obscured at first thanks to the facial reconstruction surgery. It gave her back a face, but not her face. As much as Jessica doesn't want to bond with a monster, it's impossible to ignore the opportunity for this impossible family reunion. But she cannot tell her friends the truth. Trish, or Malcolm, who now works for Alias Investigations. Instead, she tries to bond with her mom, while keeping her in check, while keeping her friends from uncovering the truth, while on the run from the cops for protecting a mass murderer, all while battling her own demons. While Alyssa was in jail, Jessica discovered a corrections officer abusing her. Snooping in that officer's home in search of evidence led to a scuffle with that officer, and Jessica fought back a little too hard. She killed him, just like she killed Kilgrave. Is that what she is now? A killer? Kilgrave certainly seems to think so. Or at least that's what the vision of him says, the one that begins to appear in Jessica's mind, taunting her, a symptom of her guilt. Jessica's sister Trish isn't faring much better. She's more determined than ever to prove she is not powerless, and that she can do good, or at least eradicate the bad. There's a killer out there, and Jessica's mother or not, Trish will stop her. Helping her along are those combat enhancers she got from Simpson. Her dependency on them has become a full-on addiction, which goes some way in explaining her erratic and obsessive behavior lately, which gets perhaps worse once she runs out of those enhancers. In fact, when she and Malcolm find Dr. Malice, Trish doesn't try to stop him. Instead, she has him do another one of his experiments, to give her powers. When Jessica finds out, she stops the experiment partway through before it can kill her, and it nearly does. Trish goes back to the hospital, while Malice finally faces up to all the awfulness he's done. All the lives taken by Jessica's mother, all his fault. He sets fire to his lab, his life's work, and himself. Alyssa is at first enraged to find out he's dead, but soon enough she knows so much of this has been wrong, and all of it will soon end. Jessica doesn't want to accept it. She just got her mother back. It isn't fair. But the truth is, Alyssa has hurt or killed many people, including a cop, which means if they find her, it'll be shoot to kill. That means Jessica will be at best in trouble for harboring her, or at worst in danger, and Alyssa will not put her daughter in danger anymore. Before she can give herself up or do anything else, the bullet penetrates her skull. What happened? Who killed her mother? Jessica spots the one holding the gun. Trish. That's how it ends. Jessica, estranged from a sister who took it upon herself to execute her only remaining family. Malcolm, too, has been pushed away after Jessica shut everyone out in her latest mission, even firing him. So he goes to work for that ruthless lawyer, Jerry Hogarth, instead. The work is dirty, but at least it pays well, and he is trusted and appreciated instead of shut out. As for Trish herself, she's certain she did the right thing. Jessica was never going to let go of her mother, and holding on too long might have gotten her arrested or even killed. And despite Jessica stopping Malice's experiment before it was done, Trish discovers it worked. She now has enhanced strength, reflexes, and even night vision. That's one way to get superpowers. Another is from the Earth itself. John McIver, who calls himself Bushmaster, uses nightshade, a unique herbal compound. As a child, he lost both his parents to the Stokes crime family, and even took a bullet himself. It was nightshade that saved his life. Or perhaps it just unleashed the power already inside him, allowing him to heal himself. They say that nightshade doesn't give or heal, it reveals. Nowadays he abuses it to give him power, enough to even rival the likes of Luke Cage, and he intends on using that power to take revenge on the Stokes family, or at least what remains of it, namely, the one who runs things now, Mariah Dillard. Though Luke Cage is an enemy too, because Harlem loves their hero. If Bushmaster wants to take over, he'll have to kill him too. The war between Bushmaster and Dillard quickly escalates to the point where they're no longer just breaking the law, but also breaking the rules. Innocent people are hurt or killed, especially when Mariah feels cornered, and she goes after the ones close to Bushmaster, slaughtering friends and family who have no involvement in their feud, but she knows hurting them hurts him. In this war, of course Luke Cage protects the people he can, but he can only be in so many places at once. It's impossible to save everyone. Meanwhile, Mariah, Bushmaster, they don't stop. It makes Cage angry enough he's losing himself. Claire can see it even if he can't. They've been together ever since his release, but the way things are going, she isn't sure she can stay by his side. When their argument ends with him putting a fist through the wall of her childhood home, that's when she decides to leave him. He isn't entirely alone, though. There's still Misty Knight, and she does help. There's also Danny Rand, the Iron Fist. Not only does his company provide Misty a bionic arm to replace the one she lost, but Danny pays Luke a visit himself, teaches him to find balance and deal with his anger. They even fight together. And it's not just Danny who helps Luke Cage rediscover himself. There's also Cage's father, James Lucas. James disowned his son when he went to jail, ignoring his pleas that he's innocent. He even blamed his son for the cancer that killed his wife. All the stress Luke put his mother through. It takes time, but eventually James admits he was wrong, and they are able to reconcile. As the war continues to escalate, Bushmaster takes a final swing at Mariah, pushing his body to the limit with a super shot of Nightshade. Cage isn't too thrilled at the idea of protecting Mariah, but Mariah knew that, so she threw a big party at Harlem's Paradise, knowing if Bushmaster attacked, it would risk collateral damage, and Cage would feel compelled to stop him. He'll do it to protect innocents, but by extension, he'll be protecting her. When Bushmaster attacks, the Nightshade makes him tough, but Cage still wins. And with Misty's help, they put Mariah behind bars. Though, in a way, that makes things worse. She led the crime family in Harlem. Where cops enforce the law, she enforced the rules. Now it's a free-for-all, a turf war between the crime families from other neighborhoods. It's chaos. That's when Cage finally realizes what he has to do. Instead of fighting crime, an endless game of whack-a-mole, he has to control it. In other words, he'll be Harlem's new crime boss, a king to replace the fallen queen. He'll enforce the rules and broker peace with the other families. As the streets calm down, he pays Mariah a visit and holds her while she takes her last breath. Someone poisoned her, and Mariah quickly realizes who it was. The one who visited her just before Luke, her own daughter. They'd been estranged for a long time, but recently, in an effort to rehabilitate her public image, Mariah brought Tilda back into her life. Tilda gave her a chance until she got roped into the feud with Bushmaster. He needed more nightshade, and Tilda happened to run a holistic medicine shop, combining ancient wisdom with her own knowledge of modern medicine. Bushmaster came to her and eventually told his story of the awful things his family suffered at the hands of the Stokes. And in recent days, Tilda has witnessed her mother's violence and ruthlessness firsthand, enough to know she has to go. As for Bushmaster, he's already on the way home to Jamaica. His war with the Stokes cost him everything: family, even his own mind and body, pushed to the limit by so much abuse of Nightshade. For him, the war is over. With peace restored to Harlem, Luke Cage takes over Mariah's throne in Harlem's Paradise, the Stokes family nightclub, which she's now left to him. There he takes meetings with other crime lords, brokers deals, and oversees Harlem. One night, Luke's right-hand man brings him a message. "She's here. What do you want me to tell her?" Luke's reply, "Tell Claire to go home." After helping Luke with his cause, Danny Rand returns to his own, living up to the promise he made to Matt Murdock to protect his city. While Danny navigates a budding gang war, Joy Meacham plots in the background with Danny's rival from Kunlun, Davos. Last year, she was betrayed by her brother Ward and her childhood friend Danny. She watched her father die of cancer. Ward found out he was still alive, and later so did Danny, but neither told Joy. Both claimed it was for her protection. The Hand wanted to limit who knew, so anyone in the fold became a potential target. Joy didn't buy it then, and isn't buying it now. They lied to her, they betrayed her, so she's decided to take revenge by helping Davos. And he has his own axe to grind. His whole life he wanted the Iron Fist, and then it was taken from him by Danny, an outsider, and Danny has squandered it. He couldn't even kill Bakuto. He clearly doesn't have what it takes to be the immortal Iron Fist. Davos's plan? Capture Danny and conduct a dangerous ritual to steal the fist for himself. With Joy's help, he gets it done. It nearly kills Danny, but in the end, Davos walks away with the power of the Iron Fist. And that's how he rules, with an Iron Fist. That gang war Danny was dealing with, Davos puts it down by putting everyone down, killing any criminals involved. Then he keeps killing, looking for anyone in the city he can call part of the Scourge. When he runs out of criminals, he kills others too. Anyone who questions his methods or shows the slightest hint of disloyalty, even innocent people uninvolved in the criminal underworld, all of them are killed. Fighting back against Davos is difficult for Danny, not just because his rival has the Iron Fist now, but because Danny has always considered him a close friend. There's too much emotion tied into it. So he asks for help from Colleen Wing. She gave up teaching after her experience with the Hand. Instead, she's been focusing on her community work. And now Danny, the man she loves, is asking her to go back on all that. She makes it clear that she cannot be both his lover and his sensei. He has to make a choice. They begin training his body, his mind, and how to fight despite the emotional toll. With Colleen's help and Misty Knight's help, they fight Davos again. They repeat the ritual to steal back the Iron Fist, not for Danny, but for Colleen. Because Danny realized that he's been lost. He thought the Iron Fist would make him whole, but it became an end in itself. He fought not for Matt Murdock's mission or their neighborhood. He fought to hold on to the power of the Iron Fist itself. And that's dangerous. He's realized the power should instead belong to someone with the spiritual balance to handle it, Colleen. So when they perform the ritual, they give her the Iron Fist, and with it, they finally defeat Davos without stooping to his level. There's no execution at the end of their fight, but instead, an arrest. As for Joy, she's certainly rethinking some of her choices. It's become pretty clear by now teaming up with Davos might not have been the best idea. In fact, he recently tried to kill her. Now, her head is a bit clearer. She might even be on the way to reconciling with her brother Ward. Though Davos wasn't her only mistake. In their mission together, she'd also hired a former soldier turned PI with multiple personalities, Mary Walker. Mary is thinking she could use Joy's influence and connections, so she decides things are not yet over between her and Joy. As for her brother Ward, he leaves with Dany on a journey. After all the fighting, and after giving up the Iron Fist, Dany feels a need to understand its legacy and where he fits into it. The ritual Davos originally did to steal the Iron Fist, it required the corpse of a previous Iron Fist. That will be Dany's first lead. If he can find whoever supplied that corpse, it'll get him closer to learning the full history of the Fist. So he and Ward board a jet to follow that lead and leave New York City behind, where Matt Murdock is still recovering at the orphanage where he was raised. He can barely stand up. He's deaf in one ear, and the woman he loved is gone, taken from him again after miraculously returning from the grave. Matthew still believes in God, but now he's seen his true face. The Lord is spiteful, and Matthew will no longer serve at his whim, only to be met with one misery after another. Of course, Sister Maggie tries to console him out of self-pity, though maybe her words would mean more to Matt if he knew the truth, that she is his mother. Soon, his hearing begins to return. Perhaps all is not lost. Matt moves to the Clinton Church basement where he begins to train. Before long, he puts on a black suit, like he wore at the start of his vigilante career, and goes out to fight the criminal element of Hell's Kitchen. He does save a couple of innocent people from an attempted kidnapping, but the fight ends with him on the ground, asking not for the criminals to stop, but to finish the job, because as a good Catholic, of course, Matt cannot bring himself to take his own life. They spare him, and in the days that follow, Matt is reinvigorated by an old enemy, Wilson Fisk. The mob boss has become an informant to the FBI, sharing knowledge of New York City's crime syndicates. In exchange, they assure that Vanessa will not be charged as an accomplice to his crimes. Currently, she is abroad to keep her safe from her association with Fisk, but if all goes according to plan, they will soon be reunited. In the meantime, after an attempt on his life at the prison, Fisk is moved into a penthouse for his protection. The FBI does not want to lose this valuable source of information. They're already racking up so many arrests off his tips. Fisk living the high life after all the people he's killed, that doesn't sit well. Matt finds Foggy, who until now thought he was dead, but it is not a friendly reunion. Matt is here because he needs something. Foggy still has the credentials needed to get inside Rikers Island. Matt swipes his bar ID and uses it to get inside. He nearly gets himself caught and even killed in the process, but he does find out what he needs. The attempt on Fisk's life was a ruse. He paid Jasper Evans to stage the attack, so Fisk could get himself pulled out of prison and put in that penthouse. To continue on his investigation, Matt finally tips off his other friend that he is alive, Karen Page. He asks her help in tracking down Jasper Evans. Especially now, Matt has some nerve making the request. First, he let his friends think he's dead, and now Karen and Foggy are under investigation by the FBI for their association with Murdock, all thanks to Fisk, who has fed the FBI a false tip implicating Murdock in his crimes. Fisk has claimed that Matt has been working for him as a lawyer, laundering money, bribing law enforcement, manufacturing evidence, and more. Of course, it's all lies, but in their investigation, it is inevitable the FBI will learn about Matt's double life, and if it comes out that Karen and Foggy knew about it, they will be in trouble. So Karen agrees to help Matt on the condition he turn himself in to the FBI. Matt agrees that when all this is said and done, he'll do exactly that. They find Jasper Evans. They even convince him to testify against Fisk. They bring him to the office of the New York Bulletin, and it's a slaughter. A man in a Daredevil suit shows up. He kills Jasper before he can testify and anyone who gets in his way. Matt fights him off and only narrowly survives. The man in that suit is quite skilled. He is an important part of Fisk's plan. His name is Benjamin Poindexter. He's an FBI agent. Fisk took notice of him because during his transport to the penthouse, he was ambushed by the Albanians, a rival gang. Poindexter single-handedly took out many of them and rescued Fisk. Researching his past, Fisk discovered the perfect recruit to give Hell's Kitchen a new villain and keep the heat off himself. At a young age, Dex showed remarkable talent. He could throw any object at a precise target with incredible force, like a baseball at his coach's skull, for example. Killing him is what got Poindexter sent to Dr. Eileen Mercer. In him, she discovered psychopathic tendencies, a complete lack of empathy, and a proclivity for killing small animals. But over time, Dr. Mercer taught him the right things to say and do, and they learned that he can be good, or at least pass for it, if he has a North Star to follow, someone like her with morals that he can emulate, and if he has structure in his life. When she died, he had to find a new North Star, and he did, in a girl named Julie that he once worked with. Stalking her became a part of his daily routine. Learning of this, Fisk arranged for her to run into Benjamin Poindexter. The two went on a date together, where he slipped up a few times, knowing things he shouldn't. Once it was clear he's a stalker, she left him. His North Star was gone, so Wilson Fisk filled the role. Finally, he forced Melvin to make a duplicate Daredevil suit, gave it to Benjamin, and now he has a psychopathic Daredevil on his side, one that can turn anything into a dangerous projectile with bullseye accuracy. After Poindexter's slaughter at the Bulletin, Daredevil is found guilty in the court of public opinion, taking any heat off Fisk himself. For Dex, things get worse. The Albanians' ambush on Fisk was public, and the FBI decided to make Dex the scapegoat for the nearly botched transfer. They suspend him. Without a North Star in Julie, and without the structure of a job, Dex knows he's in trouble, so he approaches Julie again with many apologies, and she actually agrees to help him through it. But later, when he texts her looking for help, she tells him to leave her alone. Meanwhile, to identify this imposter Daredevil, Matt visits the one man capable of building that suit, Melvin Potter. Through him, Matt learns the suit was made for an FBI agent. So Matt approaches the agent who has been questioning Paige and Nelson on Fisk's false tip, an agent Ray Nadeem. Matt tells him the Daredevil who attacked the Bulletin was an imposter, an FBI agent on Fisk's payroll. Together, they uncover his identity, though snooping in Poindexter's apartment gets Nadeem shot. But they do manage to escape, and Nadeem does live. He brings the revelation to his superior, Tammy Hatley, along with Supervisory Special Agent Wynn. That's when Nadeem finds out just how deep the rot at the FBI goes. Hatley puts a bullet in Wynn, because no one can know what Nadeem just said. Fisk has to be protected. Hatley is on his payroll, and so is Nadeem. After all, his career has been on the upswing since Fisk started feeding him those tips. And if Nadeem should even think about going against Fisk, he need only remember what happened to Hatley. She used to have 2 children. Fisk made it look like a hit and run. She still has Allie, and she intends to keep her alive by keeping Fisk happy. She urges Nadeem to do the same for his 2 children. When he meets the other corrupt agents, he learns they are never to call Fisk by his true name, but instead, Kingpin. Meanwhile, Foggy uncovers Kingpin's true plot. The real reason he fed all those tips to the FBI. He hasn't just taken out crime bosses across the city, but also took over their connections. All the corrupt officials who were on their payroll are now on his. By consolidating them under him, Fisk now holds a monopoly on corruption. It not only gives him power, but now he can extort protection money from anyone in the organized crime game. It seems that it will be impossible to stop Fisk, so Karen tries a dangerous gambit. As a journalist, she gets into his penthouse for an interview and uses the opportunity to provoke him. If she can get him to physically attack her, the FBI will have no choice but to charge him. First, she tells him how she was with Ben at the nursing home and knows how he killed his father. It doesn't have the desired effect. Instead, Fisk asks some questions of his own. He asks about Mr. Murdock's secret life. Karen's expression says it all. Fisk's suspicion is right. Matthew Murdock is Daredevil. Karen makes one more attempt to provoke by confessing what happened to Wesley, his right-hand man who was like a son to him. He died not by the hands of a rival gang as Fisk assumed. She killed him. Karen was right. It does make Fisk angry, but before he can attack, the FBI intervenes. Foggy realized what she was up to and tipped them off just in time. After that, Karen knows she is in danger. She heads to the church looking for Matt, but he is gone. Sister Maggie tells her what happened. She was quietly praying for the safety of her son. It was only a whisper, but of course, Matt heard it. All this time, he had a mother, but didn't know. Maggie kept it from him, so did Father Lantom, two of the people he trusted most. After the betrayal, he left the church, but Maggie offers to hide Karen there. And after leaving the church, Matt decides once more that God's plan has failed. The devil will take it from here. He gets close to Fisk's penthouse with lethal intent, until he overhears something. Fisk's FBI contacts have located Karen at the church. Now Matt has a choice: kill Fisk or go save Karen. No choice at all. Of course he rushes to the church. It's another slaughter. Civilians are killed. Poindexter nearly gets Karen until Father Lantom steps in the path of his billy club, dying in her place. In the battle, Matt is badly hurt, and Poindexter gets away. After that, Matt and Karen finally get a chance to reconcile, and though she tries to talk him out of it, Matt is certain that killing Fisk is the only option they have left. But Foggy gets him to agree to give the law one more try. So they pin their hopes on a witness who can testify to Fisk and the FBI's corruption. Agent Nadim. They get his family protection. They get him to the courthouse despite an assassination attempt, and he does testify. But Kingpin has corrupted the jury. Another dead end. For Fisk, things could not have gone better. He is off the hook and has even brought Vanessa home. Not only that, but she is showing more interest than ever in his work, and even decides to take part in it. She's the one who convinces him that Nadim is a loose end that must be closed. She's the one who gives Poindexter the order to kill him, something Nadim knew was coming. He isn't surprised when Dex shows up at his home, and he isn't surprised when the bullet penetrates his skull. It's the night of Fisk's wedding when Matt strikes. First he calls Dex and turns him against his employer. Matt did some digging on him. He knows about Poindexter's past and about Julie. He also knows what Fisk did to her. Matt tells him where to find the body. The truth is that she did intend to help Dex. Those texts telling him to leave her alone were sent by Fisk's men using her phone, while her corpse was preserved in a freezer. In the penthouse, Matt and Dex both arrive, intending to kill Fisk, though he does not go down without a fight and manages to break Poindexter's spine. Matt, on the other hand, gets the Kingpin to his knees. In front of Vanessa, he beats him. He grabs Kingpin's head and will break his neck. But he hesitates. He unleashes his rage in a primal scream, and he does not kill the Kingpin. He will not let Fisk destroy who he is. There is, instead, another way. Foggy and Karen knew what would happen to Matt if he crossed this line, so when Nadim's wife got them a video her husband sent before his death, they made it public as fast as they could to ensure Matt would hear it. A final confession, testifying to Fisk's crimes. And as the words of a man who expects to die, their veracity will not be in doubt. Matt knows they will hold up in court. He does not need to kill Fisk. as much as he wants to. So he lets him live, but promises that if he comes after Foggy or Karen, if he leaks Matt's identity as Daredevil, he will prove that Vanessa was the one who gave Dex the order to kill Nadim. She will spend the rest of her life in a cell. Finally, the battle is won. Arrests are made. Matt reconciles with Maggie, and his friends too. They even decide to open a new law firm. Nelson, Murdock, and Paige. She may not be a lawyer, but she is one hell of an investigator. But not all threats have been neutralized. Poindexter's spine has been broken, but he is currently undergoing an experimental procedure. Soon, he may walk and throw again. In Asgard, Thor discovers that Loki has taken Odin's place as king, trapping the real Odin on Earth under a spell to forget who he is. The brothers head to Earth and find Odin has broken free from Loki's spell, just in time to realize his time has run out. Before death takes him, Odin tells Loki and Thor about their long-hidden older sister, the one with a thirst for conquest who Odin was forced to lock away. He warns that with his death, the power that keeps her locked away will fall. He dies, and as though on cue, Hela is freed and quickly proves her power by destroying Thor's hammer. He and Loki retreat on the Bifrost, but she follows and knocks them out of it, plunging them onto the distant planet of Sakaar. There, Loki ingratiates himself in high society, while Thor is captured by a woman, Scrapper number 142, and she turns him over to the Grand Master, a being who collects warriors from around the universe to fight, as entertainment. To win his freedom, Thor is forced to fight the Grandmaster's champion. But first, he makes a new friend, another captive fighter, Korg, a mild-mannered member of the Kronan species, rock-like humanoid creatures. And Thor learns that Scrapper number 142 is Asgardian. Further, he notices a Valkyrie tattoo, indicating she was part of Asgard's elite squad of female warriors. He begs her for help, warning that Asgard is in danger, but she's indifferent. Besides, there's no way off Sakaar. Time comes for Thor to face the Grandmaster's champion, who turns out to be the Incredible Hulk. The fight is even matched until the Grandmaster intervenes, turning the tide in his champion's favor. Afterward, Thor and Hulk chat in the locker room, where, with his limited vocabulary, Hulk explains that he arrived on Sakaar in the Quinjet, which he took after the battle with Ultron. Thor asks for his help escaping, but Hulk is happy on Sakaar, spending his days smashing. Left on his own, Thor calls to Heimdall, who shows him the state of things in Asgard. Hela has taken over, and without Thor's help, she'll soon rule the 9 realms. Thor relays this message to Valkyrie, but after losing all her friends to Hela thousands of years ago, she has no desire to do it all over again. She'll stay here, safe on Sakaar. So Thor escapes on his own, and betraying his words, Hulk can't help but follow his friend. On the Quinjet, Thor activates a video of Natasha, and that wakes Bruce for the first time in 2 years. With the ship in no condition to fly, especially after some Hulk smashing, they head off to form Plan B. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster sends Loki and Valkyrie to track them down. But Thor's words finally get through to her. She restrains Loki and finds Thor, agreeing to join forces against Hela. All they need is a ship strong enough to get through the portal that will take them home. And Loki knows how to steal one from the Grandmaster. So once again, Loki becomes a reluctant ally and brings Thor to the ship. Then, once again, betrays him. But Thor is ready this time, and easily incapacitates his brother. Meanwhile, Valkyrie creates a diversion by arming Korg for revolution. Then she joins Banner and Thor as they escape through the portal. And Korg's revolution is a success. They too escape on a ship, and even invite Loki to join them. In Asgard, Thor faces his sister again, while his old friend Heimdall evacuates the civilians, with help from Valkyrie, Banner, Korg's revolutionaries, and when it becomes necessary, the Hulk. Even Loki, seeing his chance to be the savior, lends a hand. Meanwhile, Thor loses an eye to Hela and nearly loses the fight entirely, until he remembers Odin, and Odin reminds him that Mjolnir was not the source of Thor's power, it merely focused power that was already there. Power which Thor now turns against Hela and her army. The army falls, but Hela continues to prove invulnerable. Asgard gives her power. As long as it stands, so will she. Which leaves only one option. Thor sends Loki to Odin's vault, which contains many weapons, including one recently acquired by Thor himself, the Crown of Surtur, capable of destroying Asgard in an instant. Meanwhile, Thor and Valkyrie buy time enough for the people of Asgard to escape, and time enough for Loki to summon Surtur. Aboard the escape ship, Thor, Hulk, and Valkyrie share front row seats to Ragnarok, the destruction of Asgard, and with it, Hela's demise. Finally, Thor takes his seat on a makeshift throne and sets a course for Earth. A planet which soon receives a visitor from another universe, Wade Wilson, the sometimes mercenary, sometimes superhero Deadpool. In his universe, designated Earth 10005, he nearly died of cancer until a torturous experiment caused an innate mutation to manifest, the ability to heal. That healing factor met his cancer in a stalemate. The disease scarred him from head to toe while the mutation kept him alive. After that, he fell in love with Vanessa, got revenge on the guy who experimented on him, almost got recruited by the X-Men, lost Vanessa, stopped a kid from becoming a mass murderer with help from a cyborg mutant from the future, used time travel to bring Vanessa back to life, and correct some other mistakes. And since then, not much else. He hasn't been using his gifts for anything. He feels adrift, and he can feel that he's losing Vanessa. That's why he's now visiting here, Earth 616. He caught wind of the Avengers and figured that'd be the best way to become something more, something that matters. But Happy Hogan, representing the Avengers in this matter, turns him down. Maybe Deadpool needs to be an Avenger, but Iron Man, Thor, and the others don't do the job because they need it. They do the job because people need them. Deadpool returns to his universe disappointed to a relationship destined to end. In Hokkaido, Japan, Danny Rand is still on a journey to understand the legacy of the Iron Fist, and he seems to be making great progress. Right now, he's asking questions about Orson Randall, the guy who sent Davos the corpse of a prior Iron Fist. Also, Danny now wields pistols and shoots chi-infused bullets. But New York City is not left undefended. The Iron Fist is still there, still held by Colleen Wing, who wields a sword infused with chi. In Michigan, Frank Castle is trying to live a quiet life under the assumed identity of Pete Castiglione. Until it happens. It was bound to happen eventually. Castle was going to see some bad guys in need of punishment, and old habits would return. At Lola's Roadhouse, he hits it off with the bartender, Beth. They even spend the night together, but it all goes to hell when Frank sees some people threatening a young girl. He protects her. That puts him in their crosshairs too, and more bad people are coming for them. The girl, Amy, doesn't tell Frank why they so badly want her dead, but eventually the truth will come out. Amy was part of Fiona's crew. She would take in young people who needed food and shelter in exchange for them helping her with certain unsavory jobs, like taking photos of important people they don't want getting out. Blackmail. This time it was U.S. Senator David Schultz in the company of another man, something his small-minded parents don't want getting out. So they sent John Pilgrim to make sure it doesn't. Pilgrim is a dangerous man. In his old life, he was a killer for the Aryan Brotherhood. He's since found religion with the Schultz's help. They gave him a new life. He even found a wife, Rebecca, and when the cancer struck, The Schultzes paid for her treatment. While Pilgrim is out on this job, they're taking care of her and their 2 kids. And Pilgrim has been working efficiently so far. Fiona and her crew are already dead, with Amy as the one exception. She would have been an easy loose end to tie up, if not for the Good Samaritan who's decided to protect her, Frank Castle. Plenty who have come for her are already dead, and he stacks up more kills by the day. And for him, it's a war on 2 fronts, because Billy Russo recently escaped the facility. Ever since his bout with the Punisher, Russo was left with a mind as broken as his face. He can't even remember what he did that was so bad. The jigsaw pieces just don't fit. Frank was like a brother to him. Why does he so despise him now? Once Russo is out, Madani brings Frank back to New York. She isn't on great terms with the system, but she knows if she can get the Punisher anywhere near Russo, that'll be the end of it. But things escalate quickly. Russo finds other broken men in search of a cause and brotherhood. He provides both, setting up a gang of skilled fighters to rob, kill anyone in their way, and use their ill-gotten gains to party. Frank and a close friend, former Navy Sark Curtis Hoyle, go after Russo and his gang. The first time Frank gets him in his sights, he hesitates. It's really true. Russo can't remember how he killed Frank's family. To him, they're still brothers. So Frank hesitates. Russo gets away, and more people die. The Punisher won't let that happen again, but in round 2, Russo has a secret weapon. His psychotherapist Krista has fallen for him. She manipulated Madani so she could learn more about Frank Castle and advised Russo exactly how to best break him. So he kills a few innocent women, then frames it to look like they were caught in Frank's crossfire. When Frank sees it, he's broken and doesn't even resist arrest. If all the people he's killed deserve death, now he deserves it too. It's game over until Karen Page works with Madani to do some digging, and they prove it was not Frank's bullets. It was Russo. Frank gets out and finally puts an end to both wars. He kidnaps the senator and finds out he knows nothing about the blackmail and all the killing his parents have done in his name. So Frank spares him and gets a recorded confession out of his parents. He kills David's mother himself and then gives his father a choice. I'll release your confession to the public and you live with the consequences, or take this gun and shoot yourself in the head. Frank and Amy leave the mansion before a bang and flash of light reveal Anderson Schultz's choice. As for Pilgrim, Frank spared his life, in part because Pilgrim was manipulated by the Schultzes. They apparently held his children hostage to force his hand, and while he was on their wild goose chase, his wife passed. Then, for all this work, the Schultzes ultimately planned to kill him too, to tie up the final loose end. Frank lets Pilgrim walk rather than orphan his 2 children. Finally, Madani confronts Russo's therapist, Krista, which turns into a fight, which turns into Krista half dead on the ground after Madani throws her out a window, which turns into Madani fighting Russo. Both walk away from the fight alive, though Russo is on borrowed time. Madani put 3 bullets in him. Frank finds him crying and bleeding out. Russo stammers something of an apology for whatever sin he can't remember. The Punisher doesn't let him finish. Instead, he does what he should have 2 years ago on that carousel in Central Park. He puts 2 bullets in Russo's chest, wounds he won't walk away from. Russo is dead, and there's no one left to come after Amy, so it's time to say goodbye. First, Frank asks for her word that she's done with all the con artist blackmail stuff, and he gives her the number for a mutual friend in Florida. He runs a dive school, which should help set Amy on the right path. Marine salvage was always her dream job. Frank isn't exactly big on sharing feelings, but he tries his best. He and Amy spent time in the trenches together. They've gotten to know each other. He's even told her a little about his kids. He can't put it all into words, just a few. He tells her how sometimes you find things and they change your life. She gets it. She hugs him and she leaves for the bus. Elsewhere in New York, another vigilante is on the rise, Trish Walker. Though unlike her estranged sister Jessica Jones, Trish is trying to maintain a secret identity. Talk show host by day, by night, whatever the city needs her to be to put away scum. At least that's what she'd like, if she could just find some bad guys, and that seems to be the hard part of this job. If only she had Eric Gelden at her side. He's another gifted individual. His power allows him to detect the void in people, a lack of empathy or morals. He can't quite define it, but to put it bluntly, evil people give him migraines. So far, he's mainly used that power for profit. He finds someone bad, sends vague blackmail, "I know what you did, pay up," and they usually do. And then a lot of that money goes to booze, something he has in common with Jessica Jones. They hit it off at a bar, then at her place, and soon they start working together. Him as the bad guy detector, and her as the one who puts them away. Soon they find someone especially evil, Gregory Salinger, a serial killer with an incredible intelligence that's allowed him to avoid any suspicion, let alone getting caught. Making that happen will be tough. Tough enough, Jessica even calls in her freshly superpowered sister, Trish, the one who recently killed Jessica's mother. But the investigation soon takes a bad turn when they find his latest victim, Dorothy, Trish's mother. That sends Trish into a rage. Like a hellcat, she nearly claws off Salinger's face and puts a knife at his throat, until Jessica stops her. She can see her sister is going down a dark path, becoming a killer. She won't allow that. But Trish is out for blood, and if she can't get Salinger's, someone else will have to do. That's when she recruits Gelden's help. He has that bad guy detecting superpower, so she has him find some. Trish doesn't intend to kill them, just beat confessions out of them and get some evidence. But she can't hold back. They all end up dead. Jessica was right about that dark path. Trish is even starting to give Gelden headaches. At least Jessica does finally catch Salinger by getting caught herself. His usual routine is taking photos of his victim's face while they're restrained and forced to listen to him. He wants to capture the moments where those victims reveal their true selves. While interrogating Jessica for her truth, she gets him talking about killing Dorothy. Before he can finally kill Jessica, she frees herself and reveals the new security system she added to her home. She recorded their entire conversation, including his confession. Now, Salinger will finally face justice. But that isn't good enough for Trish. She breaks into the courthouse and unleashes her rage, tearing him apart, painting the elevator in his blood. Of course, Jessica knows who did it, and she knows her sister will keep killing. She has to be stopped. But how? Reasoning with her hasn't worked, so what? Luke Cage has an answer. He shows up at her office, dressed for his new job as Harlem's crime boss, and he tells her about his experience with his brother Willis, how they were close once, but Willis did a lot of bad things, and Luke had to put him away. He didn't want to do it. It hurt to do it, but it was the right thing. Jessica makes up her mind. She goes public, revealing Trish's identity as the killer masked vigilante. Trish tries to run and disappear, but Jessica stops her. Luke sent his brother to the Raft, a special prison for enhanced individuals. Now Jessica does the same for her sister. After that, she doesn't feel much like sticking around and playing hero, so she buys a ticket for El Paso, Texas, just to get as far away from everything as possible. Then she hears Kilgrave's voice in her head, commending her for giving up. That's when she knows she can't. She decides to stay in New York after all. Soon, Scott Lang will have another chance to be a hero too. He now approaches his last 3 days of house arrest, punishment for assisting Rogers in Germany. It's been a tough couple of years, but he's started a security consultation business with Louise, and he's on much better terms with his family. Pym's family, on the other hand, is another story. Although he and Hope had grown close by the end of their first adventure, things took a turn after Germany. Scott used their equipment in the battle, implicating Hank and Hope, turning both into fugitives. They've since broken all contact with Scott while focusing their efforts on rescuing Janet from the quantum realm, a hope renewed in Hank after watching Scott enter the realm and return alive. And without Scott, they've built a new suit, turning hope into the Wasp. One night, Scott has a dream which feels more like a memory, but not his own. Through the eyes of Hank's wife, Janet Van Dyne, he sees a young Hope. So he calls Hank and leaves a message about the strange dream. Hank and Hope get that message the day after first activating their quantum tunnel, a machine which should allow them to safely go subatomic and retrieve Janet. That can't be a coincidence. They realize Scott and Janet must have become entangled on a quantum level, and maybe they can use that entanglement to figure out Janet's location in the quantum realm. But it's not that simple. There are several other parties who get in their way. The FBI hopes to catch the Pyms and find Scott breaking house arrest, especially the overzealous agent Jimmy Woo. There's also Sonny Birch, a black market dealer they've been buying parts from who's gotten an inkling of what they're building and wants to profit off it. And there's Ava Starr, aka Ghost. Bill Foster has been working with her to find a cure before the quantum disease kills her, something which is only days away now. Their attempts thus far have failed, but they find out about Hank's efforts and realize Janet has been absorbing quantum energy for 3 decades. If they rescue her from the quantum realm, they could extract that energy and use it to cure Ava. But, Hank argues, that will likely kill Janet. Thing is, Ava is desperate. She's hurt a lot of people. What's one more? In the midst of all this, Luis and Scott's security company is on the verge of landing a big client. Luis will be meeting with the client tomorrow, but first they need to make adjustments to the proposed plans, something only Scott knows how to do. So after evading Birch, Ghost, and the FBI, Scott tells Luis how to find Hank's lab, currently hidden in the woods. In the meantime, Hank and Hope activate the quantum tunnel, and entanglement kicks in again, allowing Janet to speak through Scott, and warn that they only have 2 hours to rescue her. The probability fields are currently aligned just right, and it'll be another century before they're aligned again. She gives them her location, but they can't rescue her now, because as though on cue, Luis calls with some bad news. Birch found Luis and used truth serum to extract Scott's location, then shared that info with a contact at the FBI. Now, they're closing in. Scott confesses his mistake to Hank and Hope, and they're once again forced to go on the run. After Germany, and now this, they're ready to cut him out of their life entirely. But he's soon given the chance to redeem himself. First, Scott runs home to ensure that when Wu checks, he'll find him still abiding by house arrest. Then, once he learns Hope and Hank have been taken into FBI custody, he risks everything to break them out, because if he's caught, he goes back to prison and loses all the trust he gained with his family. Worst of all, he'd lose his daughter Cassie again. After breaking them out, he helps them evade Birch, the FBI, and Ghost, even recruiting help from Luis and his friends, to finally give Hank a chance to see his wife. While Ant-Man and the Wasp buy him time, Hank goes subatomic, and after 30 years away, finally reunites with Janet. When they return from the quantum realm, Janet sees Ava in pain, and shares some of her quantum energy to stabilize her. It's not a permanent cure, but for now, it stops Ava's years of torment. In the aftermath, having proven his loyalty and his determination to do the right thing, Scott rekindles his relationship with Hope, and with his house arrest over, he gets to spend more time with both her and his daughter Cassie. All blissfully unaware of the calamity just around the corner. After Loki failed to conquer Earth and acquire the Space Stone contained within the Tesseract, and after Ronan failed to acquire the Power Stone contained inside the orb, Thanos has taken matters into his own hands. First, he visits Xandar, where the Power Stone was left by the Guardians of the Galaxy under watch of the Nova Corps. Thanos makes short work of them, executing half the planet and leaving with the first of 6 stones, already making him one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Next, he finds Thor and the remaining Asgardians still on their journey to Earth. Hulk makes a valiant effort, but in Thanos, he's finally met his match. To save Banner's life, Heimdall uses his last ounce of energy to call on the Bifrost and send him to Earth. Heimdall pays for that with his life. Next, Thanos turns his attention to Thor, demanding they turn over the Tesseract. He nearly kills Thor until Loki finally confesses that he grabbed it from Odin's vault before evacuating Asgard. He hands it over, then pledges allegiance to Thanos, but only as a ruse to get close. He makes his move, but Thanos has the Power Stone and easily kills Loki. Then he destroys the ship and leaves with 2 stones in his gauntlet. On Earth, Banner lands in Doctor Strange's sanctum, where he warns of Thanos' arrival. They quickly recruit Tony for the incoming battle, which is there before they know it. Ebony Maw and Cull Obsidian arrive to collect the Time Stone, protected by Doctor Strange and his spells. As the fight begins, Hulk refuses to emerge, humiliated after losing his fight with Thanos. But on a class trip to MoMA, Peter notices the carnage and joins the fight. The battle ends when Maw subdues Strange and pulls him aboard their ship, but Iron Man and Spider-Man, protected by a space-ready suit from Stark, manage to sneak aboard and kill Maw. Then Tony makes a bold decision. Rather than head home, what if they do something Thanos would not expect? Take the fight to him by heading to his home planet, Titan. Strange agrees, but first makes a promise. If it comes down to saving Peter, Tony, or the Time Stone, he'll choose the stone every time. The fate of the universe depends on it. Meanwhile, more of Thanos' forces go after the other Infinity Stone held on Earth, the one in Vision's skull, the Mind Stone. He and Wanda are currently in Scotland, falling in love, until they're attacked and Vision experiences something unfamiliar to him. Pain. They might actually lose this fight. He begs Wanda to leave. He may die, but at least she can live. Wanda refuses, and soon it doesn't matter, because the children of Thanos find them and leave no escape. The 2 of them don't stand a chance, but they aren't alone. Captain America, Falcon, and the Black Widow arrive. Together, they fight off the villains. Regrouping at Avengers HQ with War Machine, they decide on their next move. Vision points out that Wanda could destroy the Mind Stone with her power. But Wanda and the rest refuse. They don't trade lives. And they realize there's another way. With advanced technology, they could separate Vision from the stone and then destroy it. And Steve knows exactly where they could get that sort of technology. Wakanda. Meanwhile, the Guardians of the Galaxy respond to a distress signal and find the destroyed Asgardian ship. They bring Thor aboard and he gets them up to speed, letting them know Thanos has begun his conquest, and he has a pretty good idea where he's going. Nowhere. That's where Asgard left the Reality Stone in the Collector's care. But to defeat Thanos, Thor knows he'll need a powerful weapon, especially with Mjolnir destroyed. So the team splits up. Thor, Rocket, and Groot head to Nidavellir, the place where Mjolnir was originally created. Peter, Gamora, and the rest head to nowhere. On the way, Gamora confides in Peter. She knows something which would help Thanos get the stones. Keeping that knowledge hidden is more important than her life, so she begs Peter to make a promise. If Thanos gets her and Peter has the chance, she needs Peter to kill her. They arrive on Nowhere to find Thanos interrogating the Collector. Gamora moves quickly and kills her adoptive father, and though she hates him, mourns him just the same. Until Thanos drops the charade. None of this is real. Fact is, they were too late, and Thanos already has the Reality Stone, which is how he was able to create this fantasy and ensnare Gamora. Now in her father's clutches, she begs Peter to fulfill his promise, to kill her. They finally profess their love for one another out loud, just before Quill pulls the trigger, only for the gun to vanish. Another reminder that with the Reality Stone, Thanos is in control. He leaves with Gamora. Now, he has 3 stones and 3 to go. Next, he seeks the Soul Stone, something he once sent Gamora to find. She claims not to have found it, but he knows when his daughter is lying. So he tortures her sister until Gamora acquiesces, revealing the stone's location, Vormir. There, they find Red Skull transformed by the Space Stone into the Soul Stone's caretaker. He informs Thanos that the Soul Stone is unique. It carries a sort of wisdom. To ensure that whoever possesses it understands its power, the stone demands a sacrifice. You must lose that which you love. A soul for a soul. Gamora laughs. She finally got what she wanted most. To see her father fail. How can he sacrifice what he loves if he loves nothing? But she is wrong. He loves his daughter, and once she lies dead in the pit below, the Soul Stone is his. Meanwhile, Thor, Rocket, and Groot arrive on Nidavellir to find Eitri, the sole survivor of a recent visit from Thanos. He tells them what happened. Thanos forced them to build his gauntlet to harness the Infinity Stone's power, then killed all but Eitri and shut down their neutron star. To build a new weapon for Thor, they'll need to reignite the star. It nearly kills Thor, but he gets it done, and thus the Stormbreaker is born in the heart of a dying star, an axe powerful enough to call on the Bifrost itself. All it needs is a handle, so Groot grows him one. Elsewhere, Nebula escapes her confinement and calls the Guardians to meet her on Titan. She knows that's where Thanos will go, so when Stark, Strange, and Parker land, they run into the Guardians. The two groups fight until they realize their common cause and prepare for Thanos' arrival. But first, Strange looks into the future, and out of the 14,605,000 he views, there is only one where they succeed. Soon, Thanos arrives. The team fights with everything they have. Mantis puts him in a trance, and they pull the gauntlet, inch by inch, sliding it off his arm. Then Quill asks where he took Gamora. Mantis feels what Thanos feels, and tells Peter, he is in anguish. He mourns. Nebula puts it together. A soul for a soul. He killed Gamora. Tony sees the rage in Quill's eyes and begs him not to engage. We've almost got this off. Tell me you didn't do it, Peter begs Thanos. I had to, the Mad Titan responds. No, you didn't, Peter says. At first quietly, then loudly before striking him, inadvertently breaking Mantis' spell. Now, Thanos fights back and gets the better of them. He nearly kills Tony, until Strange bargains for his life by handing over the Time Stone. In Wakanda, the Avengers have arrived, and Shuri is at work removing Vision's Mind Stone, but it will take time, which is quickly running out. Thanos' forces are already there. Wakanda's forces and the Avengers do their best to hold them off, but soon, Thanos himself arrives. One by one, the Avengers fall. Time has officially run out. Vision tells Wanda to destroy the Mind Stone. He reminds her that half the universe depends on it. He knows it's not fair that she has to be the one to do it, and he tells her he loves her, before Wanda destroys the stone and him with it. But with the Time Stone, Thanos has the ability to reverse time, so he does. Vision returns to life just so Thanos can rip the stone from his skull and kill him all over again. Finally, he has all 6 stones. Nothing stands between him and his wish to eradicate half of all living things, except the God of Thunder. Thor arrives with Stormbreaker and puts it in Thanos' chest. You should have gone for the head, Thanos says, then snaps his fingers, and half of all life in the universe vanishes. On Titan, just before Strange disappears, he looks at Stark and reassures, Tony, there was no other way. And Peter, with his spider sense, knows he's part of the half that will disappear, and begs Tony for help he can't give. I don't want to go, sir, please. Then he apologizes for letting down his mentor. I'm sorry, Peter says, before turning to Ash. Elsewhere, Hank and Hope Pym send Scott Lang into the quantum realm to collect healing particles for Ava, but while he's in there, they vanish like so many others, stranding Scott in the quantum realm. Meanwhile, Thanos watches the sunrise, secure in his victory. But 23 years ago, someone gave Nick Fury a pager in case of emergency. Before disappearing himself, he has time enough to call for help, a call that Carol Danvers will soon answer. 21 days later, that time comes. Tony Stark is adrift in space with only Nebula to keep him company, but their time has just about run out. Tony records a message for Pepper. He tells her how they'll run out of oxygen tomorrow morning, but tonight, when he goes to sleep, it'll be like every other night. He'll be fine, and he'll dream of her. Tony closes his eyes and lays his head down. But it's not yet his time to rest. Carol Danvers appears and brings them home. While Tony recovers, the other surviving Avengers plot their next move. Rocket detects a power surge of cosmic proportions on a distant planet, identical to the one they saw when Thanos snapped. That must be his current location. So that's where they go, hoping to retrieve the stones and use them to reverse what Thanos did. But when they arrive, they only find disappointment. Once his job was done, Thanos saw no use for the stones and reduced them to atoms. The job is done, and it always will be. I am inevitable, Thanos says. This time, Thor goes for the head. Thanos is dead, and all hope is lost. For some people, the world was already hopeless, like Frank Castle. Lately, he isn't trying to live a normal life, not as Frank Castle or Pete Castiglione. Now, he is only the Punisher. Madani, now with the CIA, does call with a job offer. She could use someone like him for particularly difficult targets. Punisher turns her down. He already has plenty of work. Just tonight, he's manipulated 2 gangs into a meeting to get them all in one spot. Next on the to-do list, shoot fish in a barrel. Hopelessness isn't exclusive to New York either. In Chicago, Riri Williams works in her stepdad Greg's auto shop, alongside her best friend Natalie. Riri has always been gifted. In fact, she's only 15 but on track to graduate high school this year and attend MIT. There's much to celebrate in her life, and soon, much to mourn. A drive-by shooting at the garage. Greg and Natalie die in front of her. After that, Riri sets her talent and genius toward one goal. Her stepdad Greg always looked up to Tony Stark. Now, Riri intends on building her own suit to rival the kinds he makes. Affordable suits that would enable first responders to get to the scene fast and equipped to save lives. For Greg and Natalie, they were 1 minute too late. If Riri can help it, they'll be on time for the next Greg or Natalie. As for the Avengers, each copes in their own way. Steve Rogers runs a support group. Tony Stark settles down with Pepper and raises a daughter named Morgan, a daughter who loves her father a lot. To be precise, she tells him, "I love you 3,000. Natasha coordinates with other heroes around the world to manage whatever other crises may come. Banner finds a way to solve his Hulk problem by treating it as a cure rather than a disease. Now he lives in Hulk form, but with the intelligence of Bruce Banner. Thor settles down outside New Asgard, a new home for surviving Asgardians in Norway. There he drinks, trying to forget the trauma of losing his mother, father, brother, best friend, and failing to stop Thanos. And Clint Barton, who lost his entire family in the snap, takes on the vengeful persona of Ronin. Like the Punisher, he busies himself killing anyone he deems deserving, Yakuza in Tokyo, or the Tracksuit Mafia in New York City, a crime syndicate part of the broader network run by Kingpin, who is no longer behind bars. In a bid for more power, he uses the Ronin to his advantage, by leaking information to him. That's how Barton finds the Tracksuit Mafia and slaughters them, including their leader, William Lopez, allowing Kingpin to take over their operations directly. William's daughter, Maya, is a witness to it all, and she vows revenge on Ronin. In the meantime, the loss of her father sends her into a rage. Kingpin, who of course keeps his role in her father's death a secret, harnesses that rage by giving her a job working for him. Her first gig is helping to take out a rival gang moving in on his territory, and on her first day on the job, she runs afoul of Daredevil. But she holds her own against him, something Kingpin can't say about most of the others who work for him. In 2023, 5 years after Thanos snapped his fingers, A rat skitters over Pym's old quantum equipment, inadvertently freeing Scott from the quantum realm. He wanders through a traumatized world, barely understanding what happened, but quickly realizing many were lost. He runs home to find with relief that his daughter was not one of them, though he did miss 5 years of her life. His next stop is Avengers HQ, where he shares a theory. He spent 5 years in the quantum realm, but to him it was only 5 hours. Time works differently there. Maybe they could take advantage of that and use the quantum realm to time travel and fix what Thanos broke. They take the idea to someone with the right expertise, Tony Stark. But Stark is a changed man. With Pepper and Morgan, now he has something to lose. This idea is impossible and reckless. But when the Avengers leave, the idea stays. It keeps him up, and he realizes it could be done. Working with Banner, he proves it. Now, they just need a plan for their time heist. They know they can't change the past, so going back and stopping Thanos isn't an option. That would just create a separate reality, leaving this one no less broken. But they can borrow Infinity Stones from that separate reality and use them to reverse the snap in this one. They just need to determine where and when each of the stones can be found. Thankfully, each of them have had experiences involving the stones, so collectively, they're able to pin them down. They split into 3 teams and divide the remaining Pym particles among them. They'll have enough for 1 round trip each and no more, so there is no room for error. Rogers, Stark, Banner, and Lang head to 2012. Banner visits the Ancient One to retrieve the Time Stone. She, of course, refuses. It's her sworn duty to protect it. And if Banner were to take it, that may save his timeline, but she and everyone in this timeline would be in trouble. Banner promises to return the stones once they're done, but she can't stake the fate of their world on a promise. But her tone changes when Banner mentions that Strange willingly handed Thanos the Time Stone. She's yet to meet Strange, but she knows he's coming and knows his importance. If he gave it up, it must have been for a reason. He must have foreseen this, and known the stones would have to cross realities. So she fulfills that destiny and hands Banner the stone. Meanwhile, in the midst of the Battle of New York, Rogers retrieves Loki's scepter, containing the Mind Stone, something which requires a quick scuffle with his past self and a quiet "Hail Hydra" to convince some agents he's on their side. Stark and Lang get the Tesseract containing the Space Stone, but Loki manages to snatch it and disappear, so they're forced to improvise. They could go back in time again to grab the stone, but that would leave them with no Pym particles for the trip back. But what if they could visit a time where both the Space Stone and some extra Pym particles could be found? Tony and Steve head to a 1970 Camp Lehigh, Roger's old training ground. There, Tony grabs the Space Stone and Steve grabs the Pym particles. On the way, both have encounters with ghosts of their past, Tony with his father and Steve with Peggy, someone he still pines for 78 years after missing their date. Thor and Rocket head to 2013 Asgard, where Jane is infected with the Ether, which is the Reality Stone in another form, weaponized by the Dark Elves. While Thor has an emotional reunion with his mother on the day of her death, Rocket knocks Jane out and extracts the Ether. Before they leave, Thor summons Mjolnir to replace the one he lost. Nebula, Rhodes, Barton, and Romanoff head to 2014 and split up. Nebula and Rhodes head to Morag to grab the Power Stone containing orb before past Quill does, while Barton and Romanoff head to Vormir for the Soul Stone. But 2 cybernetic nebulas in one reality causes problems. Past Nebula receives the memories of future Nebula and shares them with past Thanos. The Mad Titan sees that his quest to erase half of life will be successful, but the Avengers are trying to reverse it. He intends to stop them. So they capture future Nebula and ensure past Nebula, the one still loyal to Thanos, will be the one to return to the future. On Vormir, Red Skull tells Romanoff and Barton the price of the stone, A soul for a soul. Both are eager to face their destiny and pay the karmic price of their sins. But it's Romanoff who succeeds. She saves Barton and adds one more drop of blood to her ledger, this time her own. Natasha dies, and with the price paid, Barton leaves with the Soul Stone. The Avengers assemble in 2023. They mourn for Natasha, then make sure her sacrifice has meaning. Using the stones takes a heavy toll, so the strongest among them, with the greatest likelihood of survival, wields Tony's homemade gauntlet. The Hulk snaps, and a call from Barton's wife tells him it worked. All those erased by Thanos have returned, though Natasha remains dead. There are no refunds when it comes to the Soul Stone. They have little time to celebrate, as the imposter Nebula has already opened a portal for her father. Thanos attacks. Aboard his ship, past Gamora questions the captured Nebula, who came from the future. She learns that in the future, they will become friends and sisters, before Thanos sacrifices her. So she frees Nebula. When the other Nebula comes and tries to kill Gamora for her treachery, future Nebula kills her past self. On the ground, Thanos takes down the Avengers one by one, even Thor. Thanos intercepts Stormbreaker and prepares to sink its blade into the god's chest, but Mjolnir flies into him, then keeps flying, because it's not Thor who called for it, but Steve Rogers. Captain America wields the power of a god and holds his own against Thanos, for a little while. Soon, he's on the ground with a broken shield. Thanos calls forth his armies, and the lone Avenger stands to face his destiny, until he gets a call from Sam Wilson, letting him know he's not alone. Portals open, flooding the battlefield with resurrected heroes summoned by Strange and Wong. "Avengers," the captain shouts, "assemble." The battle tips in the Avengers' favor, and when Carol Danvers arrives, their victory seems all but assured. But in this battle, only one thing matters: who has the Infinity Stones? And despite their best efforts in this historical round of keep away, Thanos retrieves them. He prepares to snap, and this time, he won't leave half the world alive, because he's seen how stubborn they can be in their grief. Instead, he'll erase everything and start from scratch. Tony looks at Strange. The master of the mystic arts holds up a single finger, silently telling Stark, this is that one future where they win. And Tony knows what he has to do. He attacks and struggles for the gauntlet until Thanos pushes him away. "I am inevitable," Thanos announces, then snaps. Nothing happens. Tony's stolen the stones. The power surges through him. It's excruciating, but he summons the strength to reply, "And I am Iron Man." Then snap. Thanos and his armies vanish as the stones take their toll. Stark collapses. He's quickly surrounded by loved ones. And once Pepper gives him permission to rest, the light on his chest goes dark. At his funeral, they play a message recorded by Tony, the night before their travels through time. It's a message of hope for the future, and a message of love. It concludes when the hologram of Tony looks at his daughter and tells her, "I love you 3000. The arc reactor which saved Tony's life 14 years ago, engraved by Pepper to say, proof that Tony Stark has a heart, drifts onto the lake as Avengers, friends, and family remember the hero. And Stark is not the only one who spilled blood on the battlefield. Nearly every hero did, meaning their DNA, some of which contains genetic code for superpowers, lies in the open. Fury sends a group of Skrulls, including Gravik, to retrieve the blood, and this collection of DNA becomes known as the Harvest. But this will be Fury's final mission on Earth for a while, shaken by Thanos' near victory over not just Earth, but the universe. Fury lets himself do something out of character. Retreat. He accepts a position that will take him to space for years, building a complex aerospace defense system called Saber. To keep this position secret, he asks Talos to impersonate him while he's gone. And he's not the only one looking to leave things behind. Valkyrie asks Thor when he'll take his rightful place on the throne, but he decides to leave New Asgard in her care, making her the new leader. As for Thor, it's time for him to be himself for a while, rather than who he's supposed to be. So he joins the Guardians of the Galaxy in search of adventure. Later, Banner, Bucky, and Sam work with Rogers to complete some unfinished business. Now that the task is done, he needs to return the stones and Mjolnir to their rightful places in history, keeping the promise Banner made to the Ancient One. But when Steve returns from his travels, he's an old man. It seems that after completing his mission, he decided to try living life for a while. He gives his shield to Sam Wilson, and with it, the mantle of Captain America. Rogers doesn't tell him about the life he lived, but the ring on his finger says everything. Somewhere, in another time, he and Peggy are finally sharing that dance. And somewhere else, outside of time, a Loki is in trouble. In that alternate 2012, snatching the Tesseract put Loki in the crosshairs of the TVA, or Time Variant Authority. There is something called the Sacred Timeline, encompassing all the events, past, present, and future, which are supposed to occur, as decreed by 3 mysterious timekeepers. When someone does something which deviates from that timeline, like Loki stealing the Tesseract, they become a variant and create a branching reality, which eventually leads to chaos. That's where the TVA comes in. When such a thing happens, they erase that branching reality, capture the variant, and put them on trial, usually resulting in their being pruned, a polite way of saying vaporized. But Loki gets a rare second chance, because one TVA agent, named Mobius, sees something in him. Recently, a variant has been wreaking havoc. Somehow, they've been evading the TVA and killing their people. Mobius thinks Loki could help capture that variant because that variant is another Loki. Only problem is that Loki from 2012 is a villain, one who has not been transformed by experience into an ally of the Avengers. But Mobius believes in this Loki. He believes that deep down, he doesn't want to hurt people. He just needs Loki to see that too. So he shows him footage of his life, the life he's lived and the life he's yet to live, all the pain and suffering he causes, but also love for his father, brother, and mother, and also redemption, sacrifice, and his death at the hands of Thanos. Eventually, Loki admits the truth. He is weak, so he hurts and kills as a desperate plea for control through fear. He also sees the TVA's power. He even finds a drawer full of Infinity Stones. The most powerful forces known in his world are paperweights here. The TVA is powerful. Loki has no choice, and he agrees to help them find the rogue Loki. Going through files on him, Loki has a realization. Variants are found because they cause nexus events, which result in branching realities. So where could this Loki variant hide where they wouldn't create nexus events? Apocalypses. If they constantly travel to times and places where an apocalypse is about to occur, they can't be found because no matter what they do, no nexus event will be created because the world is about to end anyway. Using that theory, he finds the Loki variant and learns that he is actually a she, who has adopted the name Sylvie. Loki finds himself outmatched, especially given her ability to enchant people. She can control them and read their memories, and she is intent on taking down the Timekeepers, something Loki can get behind. So he abandons Mobius and leaves with her. As they hide in another apocalypse, they get to know one another. Sylvie was deemed a variant at a young age and has been on the run for a long time, growing up in the ends of thousands of worlds. Loki has spent a lifetime failing, and now his very right to exist is being challenged. Loki and Sylvie, for the first time in both their lives, find themselves truly connecting with someone, maybe even falling for that someone. And two variants of the same being feeling about each other the way they're feeling is powerful enough to create a nexus event even in the face of an apocalypse, which gets them captured by the TVA. But when Loki and Sylvie spoke, they realized something about TVA agents. They all believe they were created by the Timekeepers, but Sylvie has looked in their heads and seen memories from before their time at the TVA. The truth is that they are all variants, just like her and Loki. They've all been lied to. Mobius doesn't believe it at first, but Loki is insistent and it starts to make sense. He must have had a life before all this, one that's been wiped from his memory. Mobius turns on the TVA to work with Loki instead, but he's quickly discovered and pruned. Then Loki and Sylvie are taken before the Timekeepers, but are rescued by Hunter B-15, another agent defecting after learning the truth like Mobius. And when they attack the Timekeepers, they find they are lies too, mindless androids built by someone else. Before they can investigate further, Loki is pruned. But Sylvie soon learns that getting pruned doesn't kill you, it just sends you to an empty place at the end of time. So she steals a time twister, used to travel through the timeline, then prunes herself to join Loki and Mobius. In that void at the end of time, they find Alioth, a large cloud-like monster which obliterates anything in its path. But Lokis are survivors, and many of them dwell in this place. Some even agree to help Sylvie and Loki with an insane plan. She surmises that the real puppet master is likely hiding at the true end of time, guarded by Alioth. If she can enchant the monster, they can get through him to reach the true timekeeper. She gives Mobius her stolen time twister so he can return to the TVA. Then she and Loki head through Alioth and find who they're looking for. He who remains. The strange man explains everything. Eons ago, a variant of himself lived on Earth in the 31st century as a scientist. He discovered that there were other universes out there, and he discovered how to traverse them. So he worked with variants of himself to trade knowledge and technology. But some of the variants were not so kind, and saw each world as just another world to conquer. This led to a multiversal war, which only ended when he discovered that tears in reality created a creature called Alioth, capable of consuming time and space itself. He weaponized the creature to prune the branches of time and narrow things down to one sacred timeline. Then he created the TVA to ensure things stayed that way. As the sole survivor of his many variants, he became known as He Who Remains. After millions of lifetimes, he's tired. He's ready for someone else to take over, and he identified this pair of Lokis as the ones for the job. They have two choices: kill him as originally intended, or take over the TVA and let him retire. But he warns, if they kill him, that just means the defense against his many variants will be gone. The multiversal war will repeat, and he will once again be its sole survivor, meaning his death would instantly be undone. Sylvie accuses him of lying and readies her blade, but Loki isn't so sure. If he's telling the truth, maybe they should take a minute to think about it. Sylvie is disgusted. They're so close to freedom from the TVA's rule, and Loki is enticed by the promise of a throne. But Loki promises her that's not it. He just wants her to be okay. And his expression says he's telling the truth. They kiss, until Sylvie pushes him through a portal to the TVA using a time twister she grabbed off the desk, then kills He Who Remains. Back at the TVA, Loki frantically approaches Mobius, only to find Mobius has no idea who he is, and he notices a statue resembling He Who Remains. It seems Loki is in the TVA's past, when He Who Remains ran things himself before instituting the myth of timekeepers. Ouroboros, or OB for short, head of repairs and advancement, sheds some light. Loki is time-slipping, spontaneously blinking between the past and present, perhaps a side effect of Sylvie using He Who Remains' tempad on him. There is a cure, but it is risky. At the heart of the TVA is the temporal loom, which refines raw time into physical timeline. If Mobius activates an extractor near the loom, at the same time Loki prunes himself, Loki will be released from time, and the extractor will pull him into the present, assuming the untested equipment or temporal radiation don't kill them both. And they're on a tight deadline. Once Mobius and B-15 spread word the timekeepers were fake, the TVA halted pruning, and after He Who Remains death, the timelines are branching rapidly. It's becoming too much for the loom to handle. If it keeps going, everything could be destroyed. While they figure out a solution, OB must shut the blast doors to protect the TVA. And once those doors are closed, even if Mobius pulls Loki out of raw time, they won't be able to get back inside and the radiation will kill them. It's now or never. But as they prepare for the dangerous procedure, Loki time slips again. This time, he goes to the future, and the TVA is falling apart. Something he'll need to worry about later. Right now, he needs to find a time stick and prune or miss the window. He frantically searches, but only finds Sylvie. What is she doing here? Loki doesn't have a chance to ask before someone prunes him. The extractor pulls him into the present, launching him and Mobius back into the TVA just before the doors close. Who did Loki the favor of pruning him? What was Sylvie doing in the TVA's doomed future? Both mysteries. To find answers, Loki and Mobius track down Sylvie, who is trying to live a normal life away from the TVA on a new branch she's decided to call home. But that and every other branch is at risk. Not everyone at the TVA was convinced to stop pruning. General Dox and her Minutemen have gone rogue, attempting to prune every branch but the sacred timeline. Working together, Loki, Mobius, and Sylvie stop them, but not before they've pruned many branches, erasing the countless lives who resided in them. And there's no silver lining. Despite their pruning, the loom is still reaching its limit, putting every timeline at risk. OB is working on a retrofit to expand its capacity, but there's a problem. They'll have to open the containment doors to reach the loom, and as a security measure, those doors are coded to He Who Remains' temporal aura. Without him, they won't open. They'll need to get a hold of one of his variants, and Loki has an idea how. While time-slipping, he overheard a conversation between He Who Remains and Mobius's old boss, Renslayer. The two must be working together. They track her tempad and locate them in 1893, where they find the variant, Victor Timely. Before his death, He Who Remains arranged for Renslayer and his AI assistant, Miss Minutes, to find this variant, and prepare him to lay the foundation for He Who Remains' return. They found Timely as a child in 1868 and gave him a copy of the TVA manual, so by now he's become an inventor and expert in all things temporal. Loki and Mobius bring Timely to the TVA, while Sylvie gets a little revenge. Renslayer is the one who pruned her world and sent her on the run as a child. So, Sylvie sends Renslayer on a one-way trip to the end of time, where Renslayer finds He Who Remains' corpse and Miss Minutes, who clues her in on a secret. Renslayer once commanded He Who Remains' army, but when he instituted the myth of the Timekeepers, he erased her memory, along with everyone else at the TVA. Minutes suggests they forget about resurrecting He Who Remains, and instead take over themselves. They return to the present to recruit an army, starting with General Dox and the Minutemen. Hunter X5 joins up. The rest, who refuse, are crushed to death in a time cube. Then they kidnap Timely, but don't get much further than that. OB takes down Miss Minutes by restarting her to factory settings by rebooting the whole system, which, as a side effect, also shuts down the dampeners that prevent the use of magic at the TVA. Good news for Sylvie, who then uses her magic to outwit Renslayer and prune her, sending her to the void where Eliath approaches. As the loom approaches meltdown, Loki realizes that the future he slipped to earlier, where the TVA is falling apart, is no longer the future. It is now. He finds his past self, the one without a time stick who someone pruned, and Loki realizes he is that someone. He prunes his past self, and with Sylvie gets back to the loom. They have timely unlocked the doors, but they're too late. Radiation levels have exploded, ripping Timely apart the moment he steps outside. Hope is lost. The loom explodes, as Loki and the others await the end of all things. But somehow, Loki is alive. His time-slipping has returned. He has no control over it, but it sends him to the past on branches where his friends reside, living normal lives before their recruitment to the TVA. On one branch, Mobius is a single father named Don who sells jet skis. On another, OB is Doug, a science fiction writer and theoretical physics professor, who uses his expertise to help Loki. He suggests that Loki must be controlling his time-slipping subconsciously. Why else would he be visiting his friend's branches specifically? But hard as Loki tries, he can't seem to control it. So instead, Plan B. He hands OB a copy of the TVA manual so he can use it to build a TemPad. Then, if they gather all his friends together, the ones who were there before the loom exploded, their collective temporal aura would point the TemPad to that moment, and Loki could travel back there. He collects his friends, Mobius, B-15, and the others. All except Sylvie. She doesn't want to be a part of this. She just wants to live a normal life. Yes, she is being selfish, but so is Loki. He just uprooted the lives of his friends for this crusade, not to save the world, but because Loki doesn't want to be alone. He realizes she's right. He returns to OB and the others, and he tells them it's over. They can all go home. But Sylvie changes her mind when the world starts tearing apart around her. It seems Loki was right. If they don't fix the loom, every branch will end, and none of them will have lives to go back to anyway. Except, they're too late. Sure, Loki gathered his friends, but reality is falling apart. Things are disappearing, including the TemPad. Reality collapses, and his friends die. Until another shred of hope. Loki slips back in time. He's learned to control the time-slipping. It's just like their plan to use people's temporal aura to pinpoint a time and place. He controls his time-slipping not by focusing on when or where, but on who. He returns to before the loom meltdown. He replays the event again and again to no avail. Timely dies every time. Loki spends centuries learning everything OB knows, and returns with enough knowledge to perfect their plan. This time, Victor makes it. He installs the multiplier, but it doesn't matter. The timelines are branching infinitely. They can expand the loom all they want. It'll never be enough. Loki slips through time in search of answers, and gets them from He Who Remains, who reveals the truth. The loom is not melting down. It is activating a failsafe. When it reaches capacity, the loom is designed to automatically prune every branch except the sacred timeline, erasing the countless lives who reside on them. Loki could destroy the loom to spare their lives, but that would also spare the lives of He Who Remains variants, which means multiversal war, which means the destruction of everything. It seems Loki has two choices: destroy all those other branches but keep the sacred timeline, or trigger the multiversal war, destroying everything including the sacred timeline. He travels time to seek guidance. Mobius tells him about duty and doing what's right even if it's difficult. Sylvie advocates for free will. Destroy the loom, and even if we all die, let us die fighting. She grew up in apocalypses and knows that sometimes it's okay to destroy something if there's hope you can replace it with something better. And that is what Loki does. He returns to that moment before the loom's apparent meltdown. This time, he steps outside himself. The temporal radiation should kill him, but he is a god. With no magic dampener after OB's reboot, he can protect himself. He destroys the loom, and just as He Who Remains promised, the branches begin to die. But Loki is a god. He grabs the branches and uses his magic to keep them alive. He carries them to the end of time and sits on He Who Remains' throne, taking his place as steward of the multiverse. The TVA gets back to work with a new vision, tracking down He Who Remains variants. Mobius retires, finally visiting that branch to see his past life. And Loki continues to sit, keeping the multiverse alive. In place of one sacred timeline, he's created a tree formed of many branches. And on one such branch, the world is recovering from half its population disappearing for 5 years before suddenly returning, a phenomenon which people call the blip. But not everyone is reunited with lost loved ones. Wanda Maximoff, after losing her parents to a missile and her brother to Ultron, now mourns Vision. A couple of weeks after his death, Wanda storms into the headquarters of SWORD, the Sentient Weapon Observation Response Division. There, Tyler Hayward leads a project to resurrect and weaponize Vision. Wanda demands his body so she can properly bury it, but they can't hand over $3 billion worth of vibranium just for her to put it in the dirt. She leaves with nothing but more grief. She visits a plot of land in Westview, New Jersey, where Vision had intended to one day build them a home. The grief is too much, enough to trigger an explosion of chaos magic, which engulfs the surrounding town in a hex, and within it creates a fabricated reality, one where Vision is alive, and where the townsfolk play the roles of characters in a sitcom called WandaVision. In Sokovia, the Dick Van Dyke Show and other classics gave her and her family comfort. Now living in it does the same. The hex is powerful. Even Wanda herself is unaware at first that the reality is false, and when she suspects the truth, her mind turns away from it, preferring this false reality to one filled with grief and anguish. Outside the hex, Tyler Hayward leads the effort to understand it. The team includes once intern, now scientist, Darcy Lewis, FBI agent Jimmy Woo, and Monica Rambeau, daughter of Carol Danvers' best friend. She had a job at SWORD but disappeared in the blip. Upon returning, she found her mother dead from cancer, and rather than succumb to grief, she returned to work right away. Though many are cautious of the hex, she enters it. Like everything else which crosses the boundary, her clothes are transformed to fit the production design of Wanda's sitcom. Her true personality is buried under waves of Wanda's grief, and like a puppet, she plays the role of another character. In the Maximoff home, Wanda and Vision play husband and wife, and like a sitcom, they face the requisite trials and tribulations, including pregnancy, which in this reality comes to term in a matter of hours rather than months. Before they know it, Wanda and Vision are raising twins named Tommy and Billy. As she and Monica watch the twins, Wanda mentions how she herself is a twin. She had a brother named Pietro. For a moment, the spell is broken, and Monica breaks character. He was killed by Ultron, wasn't he? Wanda acts quickly to eject Monica from the hex. She will not allow anyone to ruin the illusion of WandaVision. And with Monica gone, they turn to their other neighbor, Agnes, for help with the children. Outside, Monica reports that the hex is being perpetuated by Wanda, causing Tyler to see her as a villain. But Monica felt Wanda's pain she knows well herself after losing her mother. She doesn't believe Wanda is doing this on purpose. They should work with her to resolve the hex. But Tyler chooses a different approach. Antagonism. Anything they send into the hex gets transformed to fit the reality. When they sent a drone into her 60s-era sitcom, it was transformed into a toy helicopter. So they change tactics. Once WandaVision evolves into an 80s-style sitcom, they send in an 80s-style drone. But without Monica's knowledge, it's been armed by Tyler. It fires at Wanda, but only manages to piss her off, and she ejects the drone, just like she did Monica. Meanwhile, Darcy tries something as well. She sends an email, brand new technology in the 80s setting. In it, she warns about the Maximoff anomaly and its effect on Westview residents. Curious, Vision investigates the mind of a coworker and realizes the truth, that everyone in the town is under Wanda's control, with their true personalities buried. Vision tries to confront Wanda, but she denies everything and just tries to move on. Things only get more hectic when Wanda's dead brother Pietro shows up, though he wears a different face. Soon, it's time for the WandaVision Halloween episode. The twins have aged up to 10 years old, exhibit superpowers inherited from their parents, and the show's taken on a Malcolm in the Middle aesthetic. In the midst of it all, Pietro sees right through the illusions, and asks Wanda how she's doing all this. What kind of magic allows her to unconsciously control an entire town? But Wanda has no idea herself. Soon, the truth is revealed. There's a reason Pietro is so curious about Wanda's power. It's because he isn't Pietro at all. He's some guy named Ralph Boner who's been controlled to act like Pietro. And who was controlling him? A witch named Agatha Harkness, posing as a character in WandaVision named Agnes. She's powerful, but not as powerful as Wanda, so she's been watching, trying to figure out the source of Wanda's power. She tried prying it out of her with fake Pietro, but that failed. So now, she takes a more direct approach. She lures Wanda into her basement by kidnapping Tommy and Billy. Wanda tries to attack, but Agatha already cast runes on the wall, and in a given space, only the witch that cast the runes can use her magic. With Wanda under her spell, Agatha takes a stroll through her memories and finds the source of her power. It was not the Mind Stone, as Hydra believed. That only awakened powers that were already there. Chaos magic. Before Agatha reveals the full truth, they're interrupted by Tyler Hayward's sentient weapon. When Wanda ejected the drone, she inadvertently gave them the piece they were missing. It was infected with chaos magic, which they harnessed to finally power Vision. But it's not the Vision she remembers. They've erased his memories and replaced them with a mission: kill Wanda and kill Vision. Wanda's vision fights Hayward's, while she and Agatha continue their talk. The reason Wanda wields chaos magic is because she is the Scarlet Witch, a being foretold in the Darkhold, the Book of the Damned, a witch who is not born, but forged. She has no coven and no need for incantation. And she is powerful, more powerful even than the Sorcerer Supreme, and she is destined to destroy the world. Wanda doesn't believe her, so Agatha shows her the damage she's already done by freeing the minds of her neighbors. No longer in character, they beg Wanda to let their children free, children who all this time have been locked in their rooms, hidden from sight. They beg her to let them out of the hex, free them from her grief and pain. Faced with the misery she caused, Wanda does not hesitate to open the hex and let them all out, but quickly she learns she can't do that. Her husband Vision and her 2 children only exist in this falsified reality. If it goes away, so do they. Opening the hex had another effect too. It allowed Hayward's forces to enter the town. With Vision occupied with Vision, Tommy and Billy handle the military, and they get extra help from Monica Rambeau, who herself has developed superpowers, thanks to repeated trips into and out of the hex. Elsewhere, Wanda's Vision fights with Hayward's until he stops him with logic. His mission is to destroy Vision, but he is Vision, only his memories are locked away, so he awakens them. And suddenly, Hayward's Vision is back to his old self. He recalls his love for Wanda, and he recalls dying twice. "I am Vision," he says, before flying off. In the midst of the chaos, Agatha makes Wanda an offer. "Give me your power," she says, "and I will correct the flaws in your original spell, and you and your family and the people of Westview can all live together in peace, and no one will ever have to feel this pain again. Not even you." So, Wanda gives Agatha the power. But it's useless to Agatha, because Wanda remembered what Agatha said in the basement, and she cast runes on the interior of the hex. Only Wanda can practice magic here. She takes the power back, then punishes Agatha by trapping her in character as Agnes, the nosy neighbor. Finally, Wanda ends the hex, meaning she has to say goodnight and goodbye to her children one last time. Vision 2. Once things are resolved, Rambeau is approached by a Skrull who summons her for a meeting with Nick Fury. In the end, Wanda is alone again, but with a new purpose, to understand her newfound powers. So she takes the Darkhold somewhere remote to read and to practice. Though she has no idea her son is alive. Just before she ended the hex, 13-year-old William Kaplan was enjoying his bar mitzvah at the Eastview Synagogue. At the party, they had a fortune teller, Lilia. In William's future, she saw transformation and a lifeline split in two. She left William with a small wooden sigil that will protect him in the future. The party was then interrupted by something happening with the Westview incident. William's parents frantically drove off and ended up in a car accident, one that William did not survive. But before anyone noticed the boy was dead, Wanda's son, Billy, erased by the hex, moved into his body. William's body now wakes up in the hospital, possessed by the soul of Billy Maximoff, though amnesia makes him forget who he is, but his ability to read minds makes it obvious he's someone special. Meanwhile, 10 years after leaving his father, Shang-Chi lives a normal life in San Francisco. He and his close friend Katie spend their days as parking attendants and their nights drinking, karaokeing, and just having a good time. This is in stark contrast to his sister. Their father denied her entry into his empire, so Xia Ling decided to build her own. Now, she runs an underground fighting ring in Macau, featuring the likes of Wong and the Abomination. One day, the 10 Rings come for Shang-Chi. He fights them off as best he can, but they ultimately get what they came for, his mother's pendant. Knowing they'll come for his sisters too, he heads to Macau and Katie insists on joining him, despite the dangers ahead. And on the way, he fills her in about his real past, the 10 Rings, and the death of his mother, though he can't bring himself to admit he's a killer. So he lies, telling her that when he was sent on his first assassination mission at 14, he couldn't go through with it. At the club in Macau, the 10 Rings return, and despite the skills of both siblings combined, once their father arrives with his rings, they don't stand a chance. He returns to his compound with both children and their pendants. There, he reveals why he came for them. Ying Li has been calling from beyond the grave. She's being held captive in Ta Lo, behind the Dark Gate. He intends on rescuing her, but first needs to find a path through the forest, and bringing the two pendants together reveals a map showing the path which opens once a year. Wenwu promises he will open the gate, even if he has to burn the whole village down to do it. While in captivity, Shang-Chi and Katie meet another of the 10 Rings prisoners, Trevor Slattery, the actor who portrayed the Mandarin, the false leader of the 10 Rings, created by Aldrich Killian. And they meet his pet, Morris, a magical creature from Ta Lo, a creature who knows a way in before the forest path opens. So, working with Xia Ling, they escape the compound, follow Morris's instructions through the dangerous forest maze, and finally reach Ta Lo. There, Ying Li's sister, Ying Nan, reveals the truth. The Dweller in Darkness knows the 10 Rings are strong enough to open the gate and free him, so he has impersonated Ying Li to trick Wenwu into freeing him. Knowing the 10 Rings will soon arrive, they prepare for battle. Ying Nan trains Shang-Chi in the same martial arts his mother used. Xia Ling practices with a new rope weapon, and Katie learns to work a bow and arrow. On the eve of the battle, Shang-Chi admits the truth to Katie. On that first assassination mission, he claimed he couldn't go through with it. That was a lie. He did kill the Iron Gang leader to avenge his mother. A blood debt has to be paid by blood. Shang-Chi's father got his mother killed, and Shang-Chi now intends on collecting that debt. He will kill his father. The 10 Rings arrive, and despite Ta Lo's defense, and despite Shang-Chi holding his own against his father, using the art he learned from his mother, Wenwu opens the gate. The Dweller is freed, and Wenwu sees he was wrong. He failed his family and led them to a monster. As his soul is consumed, he relinquishes the 10 rings to his son, leaving him to fight the battle. The Dweller rampages, and with each soul he swallows, grows stronger. Soon he begins to consume the soul of Talos' dragon, which will make him powerful beyond measure. But Katie aims her arrow and strikes the Dweller's neck, stopping him and giving Shang-Chi a chance to tear him apart with the rings. With the Dweller dead, Ta Lo, and the world is saved. Returning home, Shang-Chi and Katie are summoned by Wong. Apparently, Shang-Chi, using the 10 rings for the first time, sent a wave of magic so powerful they even felt it in the sanctum. And not only that, though the origins of the rings are unknown, even Danvers and Banner can't figure it out, Wong detects a beacon inside them. A beacon which has now been activated, calling out to someone or something in parts unknown. Meanwhile, in the time since Steve Rogers retired, Sam Wilson has yet to pick up the shield. It just feels like it belongs to someone else. So finally, he decides to donate it to the Smithsonian. But the US government wastes little time picking up the shield and handing it to someone else, John Walker, recipient of 3 Medals of Honor, and now the new Captain America. When Bucky finds out Sam relinquished the shield, he is not happy. Steve chose Sam to be the new Captain America. Refusing the mantle is like saying Steve was wrong, which means maybe he was wrong about Bucky too. Wrong to think he could escape the Winter Soldier, and wrong to think he could be a good man. He confronts Sam, but Sam has bigger things to worry about. Like the Flag Smashers. Some call them terrorists, but others see them as saviors. In the 5-year period when half the population was gone, the world cooperated like never before. But once that half of the population returned, things were thrown into chaos. Many of the returned no longer had jobs or homes to return to, so they became refugees. The GRC, or Global Repatriation Council, has formed camps for these refugees, but the conditions are poor. People are underfed and sometimes denied necessary medicine or vaccines. That's why Carly Morgenthau formed the Flag Smashers. They assist refugees, but also fight to restore things to how they were during the blip, when the world seemed to have no borders or nations. Instead, humanity fought as one. And to spread this message, the Flag Smashers are not afraid to use violence. They caught Sam Wilson's attention because they're strong. Too strong for humans. Meaning they may have somehow gotten their hands on super soldier serum. Sam tracked their location to Munich, so he heads after them and Bucky insists on coming along. Both leave tumultuous personal lives behind. Sam's sister runs a family business that's going under, and Bucky lives in isolation, while trying to make amends with everyone he harmed as the Winter Soldier. So far, he's focused on the easy part, getting back at the people who benefited from the Hydra assassin. But he's procrastinated on the hard part, giving closure to those he robbed of loved ones. When they arrive in Munich, they learn it's not just them after the Flag Smashers, but also the new Captain America, John Walker, and his partner Lamar Hoskins. But despite all their strength combined, the Flag Smashers evade capture. Walker suggests they team up, but skeptical of this imposter, arrogant enough to follow in Rogers' footsteps, Bucky and Sam refuse. Unsure how to proceed, Bucky introduces Sam to someone who knows something about super soldier serum, Isaiah Bradley, the sole survivor of the US military's experiments with the serum on black soldiers. He shares his bitter story, and he shares his anger at a government that ruined his life, then erased him from history, but offers little direction. Except the conversation gives Bucky an idea. His once captor, Helmut Zemo, may know something. After all, he managed to locate and eradicate every Winter Soldier other than Bucky, so finding super soldiers is kind of his specialty. They find him in a prison, and before Sam has a chance to protest the idea, Bucky breaks him out. Zemo reveals that his prior investigations led to a place called Madripoor, a city of outlaws in the Indonesian archipelago. There, they meet with a crime lord named Selby and discover the super soldier serum was recreated by Dr. Wilfred Nagel. During their conversation, Selby realizes Sam and Bucky are imposters in their crime haven, but before she can strike them down, Selby herself is killed by Sharon Carter. After aiding Captain America during the Avengers Civil War, she became a fugitive and took up residence in Madripoor. After killing Selby, she provides him a place to hide out and uses some of her resources to track down Dr. Nagel. She agrees to do this favor on the condition that Sam Wilson tried to get her a pardon once this is all over. Interrogating the scientist, they learn he once worked for Hydra, then after their collapse, the CIA. There, he tried to recreate the serum by studying Isaiah Bradley's blood, and after the blip, he took his work to an anonymous crime lord known only as the Power Broker, who funded his remaining research. He was able to create 20 vials of the serum, all of which were stolen by the Flag Smashers. Their interrogation is interrupted by bounty hunters seeking retribution for their killing Selby. They escape, but Zemo uses the chaos to kill the scientist, hoping to end the flow of super soldier serum. Next, they need to actually find the Flag Smashers, and for that, they have an idea. Danya Madani recently passed away. She was someone who helped blip refugees. It was under her care that the Flag Smashers first met. Their leader, Carly, will likely be at the funeral, and Zemo manages to figure out when and where that'll be. So that's where they head, while the new Captain America follows. He insists on storming in to take Carly by force, while Sam hopes to reason with her. Walker reluctantly gives him 10 minutes to try, and Sam quickly finds the girl. He shows sympathy for her cause, only questioning her violent methods. But before they can get anywhere in the conversation, Walker loses patience and violently storms in. In the ensuing chaos, Zemo manages to shoot Carly repeatedly. She ultimately escapes, but first drops her vials of super soldier serum. Zemo quickly gets to work destroying them, but John Walker manages to grab one and stash it away. In the aftermath, Walker attempts to take Zemo into custody, but he's not the only one who wants Zemo. So do the Dora Milaje. Wakanda caught wind that Zemo was out, and considering he murdered King T'Chaka, that doesn't sit well. Walker takes them on and loses the fight, while Zemo uses the chaos to escape. Walker is humiliated. He lost a fight against opponents who weren't even super soldiers. Suddenly, taking the stolen serum himself is a tempting prospect. Later, Carly arranges a meeting with Sam, but again, before they can make much more progress in the conversation, Walker shows up, this time powered by super soldier serum. In the ensuing fight, Carly kills Lamar Hoskins, Walker's partner. That sends the new Captain America into a rage. She gets away, but he manages to chase down one of her friends and cave in the man's skull with his shield, all while the public watches. Unsure what to do, Walker runs until Bucky and Sam chase him down, subdue him, and finally return the shield to its rightful owner. Then, with the trail on Carly left cold, they tie up some loose ends. Bucky tracks down Zemo and hands him over to the Dora Milaje, then asks Wakanda for a favor in return. John Walker is formally stripped of his title as Captain America, and Sam pays Isaiah Bradley a visit to hear the rest of his story, a story which has never been told. When Sam offers to share it with the world, Bradley tells him not to bother. They erased him all those years ago, and today is no different. This country will never accept a black Captain America, and no self-respecting black man would even want the job. The words weigh heavily on Sam as he returns home with Captain America's shield in hand. As he weighs the decision, he puts his focus elsewhere, the family business. Talking to his sister, he realizes something. Their parents did a lot of good for the neighborhood, and there are many who would do anything for the Wilsons. So he calls in some favors, and before they know it, they have all the help they need repairing the boat at the center of their family seafood business. Bucky's super strength and metal arm also come in handy. Working together, they manage to keep the business afloat. And Bucky gives Sam a suitcase, containing the favor he asked of Wakanda, a new Captain America suit, tailor-made and designed for Sam. Meanwhile, the Dora Milaje return to an ill King T'Challa in Wakanda. Heart-shaped herb might save him, but Killmonger burned it all 8 years ago. Shuri tries desperately to synthesize some in her lab, but ultimately, time runs out, and Wakanda mourns their loss. In New York, Peter Parker still mourns Tony Stark, 8 months after his passing, but he finds hope for something good with MJ. He likes her, and sometimes he catches her staring at him, so he thinks she might like him too. And on his school's upcoming trip to Europe, he plans on confessing his crush. Unfortunately, the universe has other plans. Specifically, Nick Fury has other plans. Though unbeknownst to Peter, the Fury he's dealing with is actually Talos in disguise, covering for Fury who's working on Saber. Peter ignores his calls, worried they'll disrupt his trip. But trouble arrives in another form. Brad. Unlike the rest of the class, he did not disappear in the blip, so he's 5 years older and, as a courtesy, was invited on one last school trip, where he quickly becomes a rival for MJ's affections. Things only get worse in Italy when they're attacked by a water monster. Peter does his best to fight, but they're ultimately saved by a mystery man in a cape, who they nickname Mysterio. Finally, Fury catches up with Peter and makes him listen. This attack was not the first, and there are more on the way. He takes Peter to a secret hideout, and on the way, gives him something Tony left for him, special glasses. At the hideout, he introduces Quentin Beck, a visitor from another world in the multiverse. His Earth was destroyed by the elementals, and he's come here to prevent this world suffering the same fate. The next attack will hit Prague in 48 hours, so Fury hijacks the class trip and sends him there. On the way, Peter tries on the glasses. To find, they interface with the entire Stark global security network, including defense satellites and backdoors to communication networks. Something demonstrated when Peter looks around to see all his classmates' text messages splayed before him. He's guided by an AI named Edith, or even dead, I'm the hero. At a pit stop, a woman who works with Fury rendezvous with Peter to give him a new suit, one that doesn't look like Spider-Man, to avoid people putting 2 and 2 together when they notice Spider-Man happens to be in Prague. At the same time, Peter's on a class trip there. But as he changes, Brad walks in and takes a compromising photo, one he intends on showing to MJ to edge out the competition for her heart. Peter tries using Edith to erase the photo, but a few mistaken words are enough to instead trigger a drone attack, forcing Peter to defend them, then kindly ask Edith to finally erase that photo. In Prague, Fury chastises Peter for the near miss, while Mysterio offers a sympathetic shoulder, further winning Peter to his side. When the attack finally comes, Peter's web pulls a small machine out of the sky, which MJ finds, and Beck destroys the elemental, saving Peter's friends and saving the world. Afterward, he and Beck talk, and having repeatedly seen Quentin's heroics, Peter realizes that Tony picked the wrong guy to follow in his footsteps. It shouldn't be Peter, it should be Quentin. So he hands over Edith and runs back to his class, only to find them packing their bags. After so many close calls, they're canceling the trip. Peter missed his chance to confess to MJ, a sacrifice he's not willing to make. So he invites her to join him for one last night on the town, and before he can even finish the question, she says yes. Outside, the nervous MJ and terrified Peter awkwardly fill the silence, until Peter finds the courage to tell her how he feels. I, Peter begins, am Spider-Man. MJ finishes the sentence. She's been watching him, and it's obvious. The unexpected revelation is a punch to Parker's gut. That's why she's been watching him this whole time. Yeah, MJ confirms. Why else would I be watching you? Doesn't matter. Peter lies and reburies his one-sided crush. But just then, the small machine MJ found activates, revealing it to be a powerful projector, revealing the elementals aren't real, and Mysterio is a fraud who Peter has just handed one of the most powerful weapons on Earth. They move quickly. Peter needs to find Fury. If he calls, Beck will likely tap the lines with Edith, so face-to-face is the only option. Meanwhile, Beck prepares for the final stage of his plan. Using illusion technology combined with weaponized drones, he's been able to fake elemental attacks while making the damage and casualties real. Why? When Beck worked for Tony Stark, he realized the world's gone mad. People no longer value intelligence. Instead, they hand power to whoever dazzles them with superheroic antics like Iron Man. So, Beck collected a few other disgruntled Stark employees to fabricate Mysterio and the Elementals. Together, they've created a hero who will demand the world's attention, and soon, with Edith's help, they will create a major attack fit for the Avengers. But it won't be the Avengers who stop it. It'll be Mysterio alone. There's just one problem. One of his drones is missing its projector. And if someone finds it, they could prove the entire thing a fraud. So he tracks it down and finds it in Peter's possession. Now, all he needs to know is who else knows. He disguises himself as Fury and finds Peter to ask that question. But Peter sees through the illusion until Mysterio amps things up, trapping him in a more complicated illusion, playing on his fears and insecurities. Until the real Fury comes to the rescue, telling him they need to move quickly. Mysterio's people are after anyone who knows his ruse. Who else knows? Peter quickly answers, MJ and Ned. But this is another illusion, and in reality, he's just given Beck his next targets. Mysterio knocks Peter out with a train and heads off. Once he wakes, Peter calls for help. Happy finds him, and the boy is a wreck, rattled with guilt and worried for his friends. So, Happy reminds him about the guy who believed in him, Tony Stark. Peter gets to work, using Stark's tech to build himself a new suit, optimized for fighting drones. And watching him work, Happy can't help but think of his old friend. When the attack goes down, this time, Spider-Man heads right into the illusion and takes it down from the inside. To the outside world, the elementals disappear, replaced by a swarm of weaponized drones. Next, Peter heads for Beck himself, only to find himself trapped inside another illusion. But rather than panic, he listens to his spider sense, and it guides him through to Beck. The villain panics, ordering all the drones to fire in an enclosed space where it's easy for a bullet to ricochet or hit the wrong target. Peter dodges them all, but Beck isn't so lucky. Though even as he dies, Beck smiles as though hiding one more ace up his sleeve. After the battle, Peter and MJ find each other, and this time, neither hides their true feelings. They kiss and return from the trip as a couple. But their first date is interrupted by a message from beyond the grave. Before dying, Beck arranged for the release of a doctored video, leaked through the dailybugle.net. It frames Spider-Man for killing Beck, and reveals to the world that Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker. Peter has the appropriate reaction, shouting, "What the f-?" Soon, the next step in the Flag Smashers' plan is revealed. The GRC prepares to vote on the Patch Act, something which would immediately force all refugees back to their states and countries of origin. Carly will not allow that. So, the Flag Smashers interrupt the vote and take all the senators hostage. But Bucky is there to fight them. And so is Captain America. Sam Wilson dons the Wakandan suit, including modified falcon wings to fit the new aesthetic. Though John Walker is there too, with a shield he made by melting down his old medals. But when he's given a choice between revenge on Carly or saving hostages, he makes the right choice and saves lives. But he's only afforded Carly borrowed time, because when Sam tries to negotiate with her one last time, she raises her gun and Carter shoots her. The rest of the Flag Smashers are taken into custody while Sam speaks with the senators. Carly was wrong for her approach, but not in her ideals. If the GRC doesn't do better to take care of people, it's only a matter of time before another Carly rises. He urges them to do better. Meanwhile, the other Flag Smashers join Karli in death, as Zemo, despite his reincarceration, arranged for them an explosive end, doing his best to eradicate all the remaining serum, whether in vials or bodies. In the aftermath, it seems Sam's plea was a success, as the GRC abandons the Patch Act. And that's not the only place Sam has had an impact. He also had a statue of Isaiah Bradley added to the Smithsonian, where finally his story can be told. Bucky, meanwhile, finally goes through his list, giving closure and making amends to those he hurt as the Winter Soldier. John Walker, too, finds hope. He is approached by CIA Director Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, who rebrands him the U.S. Agent and offers him another chance at being a hero. And Sharon Carter is given her pardon, though Sam is unaware of the monster he's invited into the U.S. government. It seems that in Madripoor as a fugitive, Sharon climbed the criminal ranks and became the crime lord known as the Power Broker, and now she'll have access to government secrets, weapons, and more to grow her criminal enterprise. In New York City, Peter Parker's life is in chaos after the outing of his secret identity. Some see him as a hero, others a murderous vigilante, but everyone knows his name. The worst part? It's his friends and family who suffer. Ned and MJ are denied admission to their dream school thanks to their association with a vigilante. And as Peter loses a secret identity, lawyer Jennifer Walters gains a new one. She is on a road trip with her cousin Bruce Banner, who recently developed an inhibitor allowing him to remain human. Suddenly, a Sicarian courier craft appears looking for Hulk, causing them to crash. Both are hurt, and some of Bruce's blood drips into her wound, turning her into a Hulk. But unlike Banner, she can choose when to transform, and even in Hulk form, stay in control. In Chicago, Parker Robbins is about to lose control. He's hated his father for a long time. After his mother died, his father barely paid attention to him and gave him up at age 12. Now Parker has decided to come back for a small taste of revenge. He and his cousin John break into his dad's mansion for a little burglary, except they get caught. John shoots one of the guards. They split up and run. Outside, Parker is surrounded until a stranger conjures a door and invites him through it. Inside, a restaurant where Parker and he can talk privately, he being Mephisto. The demon in the form of a man has taken an interest in Parker Robbins, but can see that he is not fulfilling his potential. So in exchange for something he says Parker won't even miss, Mephisto offers him a tool to help him obtain what he most desires. The thing he desires? To be filthy rich, to be a king. The tool? A special hood that'll grant him powers, invisibility, teleportation. He'll even be able to bend bullets. Parker Robbins takes the deal. He shakes hands with the devil and puts on his new hood. Meanwhile, despite humanity's victory over Thanos, another threat looms within their planet's core, the Celestial, Tiamat. The emergence was delayed thanks to Thanos erasing half the population, but with the return of those billions of human lives, the seed resumes its growth, and now, emergence is just 7 days away. Icarus has dealt with this by leaving his friends and the love of his life. Around a century ago, he realized the longer he stayed with Cersei, the more tempting it was to tell her the truth. So instead, he left her without explanation, intent on letting the emergence occur unfettered. But after 7,000 years with humanity, Ajax refuses to watch them die, so she meets with Icarus and suggests they stop it. However, she has underestimated just how much Icarus believes in Arishem. He will complete his mission at any cost, even if it means killing someone close to him. And he does exactly that, feeding Ajax to some deviants he discovered in Alaska. Apparently they were frozen, but as the approaching emergence heated the planet, they were freed. Learning of her death, the other Eternals gather, appending whatever lives they'd built in the last 5 centuries. Cersei leaves her new boyfriend Dane, and Kingo leaves his life as a Bollywood movie star. Though, because Sprite was built to resemble a child, it's been difficult for her to form any kind of life at all. Examining Ajax's body, they deduce she was killed by deviants, and as Cersei says goodbye to her old friend, the celestial communication sphere, which allowed Ajax to communicate with Arishem, exits her body and enters Cersei's. Soon, it allows her to speak with Arishem, and he finally reveals to her the truth of their mission. Horrified, she tells the others, and they quickly begin plotting to stop it. But emergence is not their only problem. There are also those deviants they didn't know about. Deviants which have grown stronger by absorbing Ajax's energy, strong enough to truly test the Eternal's namesake. And before the week is up, another Eternal is killed. This time Gilgamesh. They have little time to mourn, so they get back to work, and soon have a possible solution. What if Druig used his mind control ability to put Tiamat to sleep before he emerges? Druig doesn't have that kind of power, but maybe Phastos, the Eternal's engineer, could create something to combine all their powers and share it with Druig. The communication sphere inside Cersei connects her with Arishem. Phastos could take that device and repurpose it to instead connect all of them in what he calls the Unimind. It's a great plan, except not everyone is on board. Icarus has been quiet, but can no longer stand by and watch their blasphemy. He finally reveals the truth, that he knew about emergence this whole time, and that he killed Ajax. For the first time in their lives, the Eternals fight something besides deviants. Each other. Sprite takes Icarus's side, and Kingo leaves. He believes in emergence if that's their mission, but he can't be a part of hurting his own family, so instead he recuses himself. The rest fight, and prepare to connect their energies to stop emergence. But Icarus is strong, and incapacitates Druig, so Cersei heads toward the point of emergence herself, intent on somehow stopping Tiamat. Icarus reaches her too, but then something happens. Love for humanity wouldn't allow Cersei to watch them die, and now love for her stops Icarus in his tracks. He can't hurt her. The Unimind forms, and it's even more powerful than they anticipated, because it connects them all, including Tiamat. With that power, the power of a Celestial, Cersei freezes Tiamat in place, stopping the emergence. Afterward, Icarus is overcome with guilt and fulfills his namesake by flying into the sun. And using Tiamat's power still flowing through her, Cersei grants Sprite her wish, to be human and to grow up, though it also means she will one day die. 2 weeks later, some of the Eternals leave Earth to find other Eternals and reveal to them the truth. However, some, including Cersei, stay behind. She returns to Dane, who prepares to reveal some secret about his ancestry, but they're interrupted when Arishem arrives. He announces that he will spare humanity for now, but he takes Cersei, Phastos, and Kingo to evaluate their memories in order to render judgment on the species, to decide if humanity should be allowed to live at the cost of a new Celestial. A few days later, the other Eternals aboard their ship find they can't reach Cersei, Phastos, or Kingo. As though on cue, another Eternal named Eros arrives, along with his companion Pip. Eros, who goes by the outlaw name Starfox, introduces himself as Thanos' brother. Then, he tells them their friends are in trouble, and he knows where to find them. Meanwhile, Dane Whitman prepares to accept a mantle passed down through his ancestry. He confronts the Ebony Blade, a sword containing great magic. As he approaches it, he finds that he isn't alone. Eric Brooks, the vampire-hunting vigilante known as Blade, is there too, and he has a question. Sure you're ready for that, Mr. Whitman? Back in New York, Peter's life continues to fall apart. Not only are he and his friends denied admission at every college, but he is under investigation for his vigilante activities. And so is Happy, who apparently stole some Stark tech and brought it home. They meet with lawyer Matt Murdock. Happy might be in some real trouble, but Peter at least should be safe from the law for now. The court of public opinion is another matter. Guilt soon turns to desperation, and Peter approaches Doctor Strange with an insane request. What if they changed the past so Peter's name was never revealed? Impossible, Strange explains. They no longer have the Time Stone, but feeling for the boy's plight, he offers an alternative. They could make the world forget that he's Spider-Man. Strange begins casting the spell when Peter has a realization. He doesn't want MJ to forget, so he asks Strange to alter the spell, and more people come to mind. What about Ned, Aunt May, and Happy? The spell grows unstable at the many alterations, and Strange moves quickly to contain it, but apparently not quickly enough. While the spell traveled the dark borders between known and unknown, it invited from other worlds anyone who knows Peter Parker is Spider-Man, including Dr. Octopus, the Green Goblin, Sandman, Lizard, and Electro. Strange warns Peter that they know frighteningly little about the multiverse, so these visitors need to be returned home as soon as possible. Peter recruits Ned and MJ's help. Soon, all but the Green Goblin are captured, but Peter gets an idea where he is when Aunt May calls. A visitor just stopped by her shelter, which normally offers help to those displaced by the blip. Peter rushes in to find, not a monster, but a desperate and confused man, Norman Osborn. Are they all like him? Aunt May asks. If so, maybe they don't need to be booted back to their reality, but instead need help. Help to be cured of the afflictions that have turned them into villains. Doctor Strange disagrees, and he's already prepared a way to send them back. He's contained the spell inside an artifact that, when activated, will send the visitors home, which they realize will be a death sentence for some of them. Ock, Goblin, and Electro were all pulled from their worlds moments before their deaths at Spider-Man's hands. Peter will not have that on his conscience, so he scuffles with Strange over the artifact. The sorcerer brings him into the mirror dimension, a twisting world resembling reality where one can practice magic without causing harm. But Peter manages to steal the artifact and his sling ring, then strand him there. Returning to reality, he leaves the artifact and sling ring with MJ and Ned, then brings the villains to Happy's condo, where that stolen Stark technology comes in handy. Using it, Peter and Norman work hand in hand to develop cures. First, they install a chip that returns Dr. Otto Octavius control of his mind, freeing him from the tentacles that warped his psyche. But before they can cure the rest, the Green Goblin wakes up, taking over for Norman Osborn. He decides to free Peter of his weakness, morality, and he does it by killing his moral compass, Aunt May. She's wounded by the blades of his glider, but before they realize those wounds are mortal, she tries once more to show Peter the right path. She watches him drown in regret. Why didn't he listen to Strange and just send the villains home? It's not his responsibility to fix them. But it is, May reminds him, because he has a gift. He has power. And with great power, she says, there must also come great responsibility. As she dies in her nephew's arms, Happy arrives to stand between Peter and the arriving authorities. He gives himself up for arrest and shouts for Peter to run. So Peter runs and hides, wallowing in regret. Meanwhile, Ned and MJ search for Peter, but come up short. So they try magic. Ned calls for Peter Parker and opens a portal with the sling ring. Out of it steps Peter Parker, but not the one they expected. Ned tries again, and they're joined by another Peter Parker. Neither is theirs, but both are older versions from other worlds, where they've been Spider-Man a lot longer. If they could find Ned and MJ's friend, perhaps they could share their experience and help him find a way back from the darkness. The Peters explain that on their worlds, each has a place they go when they're lost. For one, it's the Chrysler Building, and the other, the Empire State. MJ knows where to find him. They head to their school's rooftop. Ned and MJ offer a hug, and the Peters offer their stories. One became vengeful after losing his Uncle Ben, but getting revenge didn't make it better. The other lost Gwen, his MJ, and after that became rageful. Both had long journeys out of darkness, and neither want this Peter to make the same mistakes. When he tells them what May said before she died about power and responsibility, it's something the older Peters have heard before. It's a lesson they learned from Uncle Ben. Maybe, the oldest Peter offers, May didn't die for nothing. And so, Peter accepts his responsibility and joins with the two others to recreate cures for all the villains, including the Goblin. Once they're ready, Peter calls into the Daily Bugle to reveal where he can be found, at the Statue of Liberty, a symbol for second chances. It doesn't take long for the villains to arrive, hoping to destroy the artifact and avoid their fates. But while it takes a minute for them to learn to work as a team, the three Spider-Men cure Sandman, Lizard, and with Doc Ock's help, Electro. In the midst of the battle, Strange returns and prepares to finally put an end to the madness. But before he can activate the artifact, the Green Goblin shows up and blows it up. In the ensuing chaos, MJ is thrown off the statue, and Peter leaps after her, until the Goblin stops him, so the other Peter, the one who failed to save Gwen in his world, now saves MJ. Meanwhile, Peter's rage awakens. The Green Goblin killed his aunt and tried to kill MJ. He's gonna pay for that with his life. He beats the villain down, picks up his glider, then is stopped by the older Peter. He refuses to watch his younger self repeat his mistakes, even if it gets him killed, and it nearly does. The Goblin stabs him just before Peter administers the cure, and Norman Osborn returns. But the damage is done. The spell was released when he destroyed the artifact, and now the boundaries between this world and the rest are falling, inviting in everyone from any world who knows Peter is Spider-Man. So Peter has a suggestion: make everyone forget Peter Parker. Strange says it'll work, but warns it'll leave him entirely alone. But it's a sacrifice Peter is willing to make. He says his goodbyes to his new friends and his old friends. MJ doesn't want to forget him, but Peter promises that no matter what, he'll find her again and remind her who he is. She says "I love you" and stops him saying it back, instead making him promise to wait until they find each other again. Moments later, Strange casts the spell. The tears close, the visitors return home, and the world forgets Peter Parker. Though one of those visitors left something behind. Eddie Brock, who shares a body with an alien symbiote known as Venom, returns to his world, short one piece of that symbiote, which remains in Peter's. Not long after making the world forget Peter Parker, Doctor Strange has a dream of dying while running with a young girl. After waking up, he trades one nightmare for another, watching the love of his life walk the aisle with another man. Christine's wedding is interrupted by a large, strange creature chasing the girl from Strange's dream. He and Wong defeat the monster, then speak with the girl, America Chavez. She is from another reality, and that creature was after her because someone sent it to extract her power, the power to travel the multiverse. Though she can't control it, the power only triggers when she's afraid. She and the Doctor Strange of her world were trying to find the Book of Vishanti, a magical book of pure good, giving a sorcerer whatever they need to defeat their enemy. But their time ran out, and Strange grew desperate. Rather than let the creature take her power, he prepared to kill America, a sacrifice to keep her power out of the wrong hands, and potentially save the multiverse. Before he could, though, the creature killed him, and she escaped to this world. Strange saw all this in his dream because dreams are just windows into the lives of multiversal counterparts, proven when America shows them her Strange's mangled corpse. Deciding their next move, Wong points out the creature had strange markings, runes, meaning witchcraft is involved. So Strange seeks out Wanda Maximoff for guidance. She's happy to help and suggests Strange bring America to her. The thing is, Strange never told Wanda her name. She drops the charade, showing the ruined lands around her and the Darkhold. Corrupted by its influence, she's the one after America, because with that girl's power, she could travel to another universe, kill that world's Wanda, and get her children back. Because though they were fake in her world, they are real in every other. She knows because she dreams of them every night. She gives Strange until sundown to hand America over. Otherwise, it won't be Wanda who comes for her. It'll be the Scarlet Witch. Strange returns to the Camartage, and at sundown, it's a slaughter. The witch kills many, then corners them, and the fear activates America's power, sending her and Strange on a trip through the multiverse. As they explore a new world, they find a strange technology, which extracts and projects significant memories. For Strange, it's the date where Christine gave him his watch, which was broken in the crash that took his hands. For America, it's the first time she triggered her powers, accidentally sending her moms through a portal to parts unknown. "I killed them," America says. "No, you did not," Strange assures her. "Don't even think that." He promises they survived, and that someday she will see them again. Soon, they learn that this world is not a safe place for Doctor Stranges. They're captured and taken into custody at a facility, where they're overseen by Christine. Here, she's a scientist specializing in multiversal research, and she makes it clear they consider Doctor Strange a threat, and when Strange is taken before the Illuminati, he learns why. The Illuminati is a council composed of this world's most powerful heroes: Mordo, Captain Carter, Blackagar Boltagon, an Inhuman whose voice obliterates any who hear it, Captain Maria Rambeau, Reed Richards, and Charles Xavier. In their world, when Thanos attacked, Strange turned to the Darkhold for help, visiting other worlds through dreamwalking, or possessing his counterpart in those realities. In doing so, he caused an incursion, where a collision of worlds destroys one or both. With the incursion, Strange inadvertently ended an entire reality, killing everyone there. Eventually, he found the Book of Vishanti, which they used to defeat Thanos. Then, the Illuminati sentenced Strange to execution, and he accepted his fate. Now, they fear him more than anyone, but Xavier believes in second chances, and believes they can trust this new Doctor Strange. Meanwhile, in the world Strange and America left behind, the Scarlet Witch uses the Darkhold to track them down, until a sorcerer at the Camartage destroys it, sacrificing herself in the process. Desperate for the spells of the Darkhold, Wanda threatens the lives of more sorcerers, until Wong tells her what he knows. The spells can be found on Mount Wundagore, where they are inscribed on the walls of a temple. The first demon, Thethon, carved his dark magic spells there, and others transcribed them into the book. With no other choice, Wong takes her there, and she uses the spells to dreamwalk, possessing her counterpart in the world of the Illuminati. She finds the facility, and slaughters the heroes one by one. Meanwhile, Strange, Christine, and America reach the Gap Junction, where the Book of Vishanti is located. But the Scarlet Witch reaches them, destroys the book, and controls America, along with her power, to send Strange and Christine to another world, then bring America to hers, where she begins preparations to steal her abilities fully, something which will kill America in the process. Strange and Christine find themselves in a world that was destroyed by incursion. With nowhere to go, they visit the Sanctum and find this world's Doctor Strange, who's been corrupted by the Darkhold and hides a third evil eye on his forehead. Strange manages to defeat his evil self, then borrows the Darkhold. Using it, he can dreamwalk in his original reality to stop Wanda. But doesn't a version of you need to live in that universe? Christine asks. So that you can dreamwalk into them? Who said they have to be living? Strange asks. The corpse of America's Doctor Strange springs to life, and through him, Strange heads toward Mount Wundagore. But especially as a rotting corpse, he is no match for the Scarlet Witch. and they're running out of time. Wong begs Strange to kill America. It's their only hope of keeping her power out of Wanda's hands and keeping the multiverse safe. America accepts this fate. She tells Strange it's okay. But Strange can't accept that. Instead, he insists that America can control her power. She's been controlling it this whole time, always bringing them exactly where they needed to go. And she realizes he's right. She attacks Wanda with her power, but the witch is still too strong. So instead, America gives her what she wants. She takes the Scarlet Witch to her counterpart's world, where Wanda's children see that she is a monster. As the children beg for their and their mother's lives, Wanda sees what she's become. She sees what the Darkhold has turned her into. She never should have opened that book. So she closes it by destroying Thethon's tomb. Wong and America escape while Wanda is crushed in the rubble, and every copy of the Darkhold in every world is destroyed. Back in the Incursion world, before America sends Strange and Christine back to their home worlds, Strange tells Christine something he never quite figured out how to say to his world's Christine. I love you. I love you in every universe. It's not that I don't want to care for someone or have someone care for me. It's just, I get scared. Back home, Wong and Strange begin training America at the Kamar-Taj, and Strange finally fixes Christine's watch, though he soon finds himself in need of repair as he's suddenly engulfed by pain, and a third eye appears on his forehead. It seems that wielding the Darkhold always takes its toll, but it doesn't take long for him to regain control, just in time for another adventure. One day, a sorceress named Clea appears to inform Strange he caused an incursion and they need to stop it. She opens a portal, and with his third eye firmly under control, Strange follows her into the dark dimension. Soon, the Christmas season approaches, and finally, Peter Parker has worked up the courage to visit MJ and Ned. With Peter erased from their lives, things seem to be going well. Both have been admitted to their dream school, MIT. Peter had prepared a whole speech to remind her who he is and what they meant to each other. But she has a good life now. Maybe, Peter realizes, it's best to leave well enough alone. He saves the speech for another day, but in MJ's eyes, he does notice a faint spark of deja vu. He returns to his new home, a modest apartment, and despite the painful reminder of all he's lost, Peter dons his costume and continues to be the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Meanwhile, another hero tries to leave his costume behind. 6 days before Christmas, Clint Barton visits Manhattan with his 2 sons and daughter. He hopes to make it the best Barton Christmas yet, but his past catches up with him just in time for the holidays. Kate Bishop, the girl inspired by him during the Battle of New York, has spent the last 12 years honing her skills in archery and martial arts. Hoping to follow in his footsteps, she plays the hero. Her mother Eleanor has a new fiancé named Jack. He seems like a good man, too good to be true. So she snoops and finds Jack's uncle Armand seemingly threatening her mother. She follows Armand and he leads her to a black market auction both he and Jack attend. The auction is interrupted by an attack from the tracksuit mafia. Kate moves quickly, grabbing a costume from the items for sale, not realizing it's the Ronin costume, which Clint Barton wore on his bloody conquest during the blip. She fights off the mobsters and escapes. Later that night, she heads to Armand's house to investigate and finds him dead. Meanwhile, her image was captured on TV, and Barton saw it, so he seeks her out. Finding a young girl behind the Ronin mask, he realizes she needs help. When Barton wore that costume a few years ago, he hit the tracksuits hard. If they think Ronin is back, they'll want his blood, and having followed her, they know Kate is somehow connected to the character. So Barton sends his kids home and stays behind to help Kate clean up the mess. What they don't realize is just how personal a vendetta they're up against. Maya Lopez, hoping to avenge her father after Ronin killed him. Clint insists Kate stay hidden while he goes out to investigate. The plan? Get caught so the bad guys bring him to their hideout, where hopefully he can figure out who's in charge. But Kate is not content on the sidelines, so she crashes the party, getting herself caught in the process. Finally, Maya reveals herself, demanding they tell her what they know about the Ronin. Clint tells her that the Ronin is dead. She doesn't believe him, so time to escape. Barton is impressed by Kate, but he warns her that the life of a hero is not an easy one. He advises against it. She is undeterred, and though Clint plays his cards close to the vest, she does learn some things about him, like the fact that he's losing his hearing, resulting from years of loud Avengers work, or that his family is more important to him than anything. When his hearing aid is busted in the fight with Maya, and he can't hear his own boy on the phone, Kate plays translator, so she has a front row seat when Clint promises to be home for Christmas, knowing he probably won't. Eventually, it also becomes impossible for Clint to hide from her that he was the Ronin, but she doesn't judge him. He lost his entire family in the blip, and it was the only way he could find to stay sane. Soon, they realize they're in bigger trouble than they thought. That black market auction was for items salvaged from the Avengers compound destroyed by Thanos, including a particular Rolex that Clint insists they need to retrieve, because it ties back to his family. They find it at an apartment, and his worst fears are confirmed. Kate finds a notebook with the names of Clint's family members. It's no longer just him that's a target, and too late, they realize whose apartment it is. Maya Lopez. She attacks just as some bigger trouble arrives. A Black Widow, Yelena Belova. Between Maya and Yelena, Clint and Kate barely manage to escape, and after the close call, he finally puts his foot down. If a Black Widow is involved, Kate is way out of her league and needs to stay out of this. Back home, Kate is approached by Yelena, who explains how she got involved. She was hired to kill Clint, but personally, she's happy to do it, because she blames him for her sister Natasha Romanoff's death. Kate doesn't believe any of it, but Yelena won't be convinced. Meanwhile, Clint decides to put an end to the whole mess by being the Ronin one more time. He dons the costume, fights his way to Maya, and puts his blade to her throat, but not to kill her, just to show her his face and tell her to stay away from him and his family, or he will kill her. He also tells her who was really responsible for her father's death. He may have been the one to kill him, but he was tipped off by Maya's boss. Maya's boss is the one who wanted him dead. Later, Belova reaches out to Kate again. Though they don't see eye to eye on Clint Barton, Belova has a soft spot for the girl and thought she should know something. Belova did a little snooping to find out who hired her to kill Barton. It was Eleanor, Kate's own mother. Kate shows Clint a video that Yelena shared with her, showing her mother meeting with someone, and Clint tells her who it is. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin. Things start to make sense. When Kate's father died, he left a massive debt to Fisk, which Eleanor had to pay off, which she did by working for him. The other day, when Armand seemed to be threatening her, it's because he knew she was connected to the mob and didn't want her marrying his nephew. She killed him for his suspicions. And when she saw Clint sniffing around their business and getting her daughter involved, she called one of her contacts, Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, and she recruited the ex-Black Widow Yelena to kill him. The other thing the video shows is that by now, Eleanor's debt is paid, and she told the Kingpin she's quitting. But she also threatened him, saying she has copies of everything as insurance against him. He did not take kindly to that, which means Kate's mom is in danger. Kate intends on saving her and tells Clint he should go home to be with his family. But he refuses. They're partners. Your mess is my mess, he says. I'm not going anywhere until this is finished. Christmas Eve arrives, and they crash the Bishop Christmas party. The tracksuit mafia targets Eleanor, but Kate protects her mother, while Clint takes on Yelena. Clint tries not to fight the ex-Black Widow, instead trying to explain what happened, how Natasha made her choice, even though he tried to stop her, how she sacrificed her life to save the world. Eventually, his words get through to her. He tells her how Natasha spoke of her often, and gives Yelena a modicum of closure. Finally, she stands down. Meanwhile, Kate, protecting her mom, turns into Kate fighting the Kingpin one-on-one. And somehow, he seems to have obtained some enhancements, making him stronger than any man should be. But some explosive arrows finally incapacitate him. And later, when he stumbles into a back alley, he runs into a girl he'd always treated like family, save for killing her father, Maya Lopez. But she knows what he did, so she puts a couple of bullets in him as retribution. In the aftermath, Eleanor Bishop is arrested, but Kate Bishop's Christmas isn't entirely ruined. On Christmas Day, Clint brings her home to spend the day with his family, and he shows his wife Laura that on top of everything else, he managed to track down that Rolex, one that she wore years ago as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Finally, Kate tries to come up with a superhero name for herself, and Clint suggests Hawkeye. In LA, Jennifer Walters continues working as a lawyer while keeping her Hulk side secret. Only Nikki, her paralegal and friend, knows the truth. But all that changes when superpowered influencer Titania attacks a courtroom, forcing Jennifer to quickly transform to protect the bystanders. The day is saved, and Jennifer is outed as a Hulk. Thanks to an offhand remark by a journalist reporting on the incident, she becomes known as She-Hulk. Unfortunately, her law firm now sees her as a liability, and she's fired. Applying at other firms, she finds they all feel the same way. She's a sideshow and a distraction. But one firm, GLK&H, offers her a job, heading up their superhuman law division. Their only stipulation is that she remain in Hulk form when she's on the job. Jennifer reluctantly accepts, though it begins a trend of the world preferring She-Hulk to just Jen. One of her jobs involves defending Emil Blonsky, or the Abomination. She hesitates until she hears his story. When he pursued the Hulk 15 years ago, he thought he was doing the right thing on orders of the US government. They gave him the super soldier serum, which turned him mad and ultimately into the Abomination. It wasn't his fault. He shows remorse, and he's since gained control of his Abomination form. The only wrinkle in the case is that he was caught escaping from prison a few months ago to fight in an underground club, run by Shang-Chi's sister. But Wong comes forth as a witness to admit he broke him out against Blonsky's wishes because he needed a formidable opponent. And ultimately, Blonsky did choose to come back to prison. With his testimony, Blonsky wins parole. That same year, gift shop worker and Egyptian mythology aficionado Stephen Grant has a problem. He shares a body with a mercenary named Mark Spector. Sometimes Stephen will black out, and without his knowledge, this other persona takes over. And this other persona happens to be an avatar for Khonshu, the Egyptian god of the moon and the night sky. Serving as the Khonshu's moon knight, Mark seeks out and kills those who commit evil. But some gods aren't as patient. The goddess Ammit believed in judging people not just on their past, but their future too. In her eyes, if someone has done no wrong, but she determines they will transgress in the future, that person deserves death and judgment today. For this dangerous approach, Ammit was imprisoned by the other gods. But Khonshu's previous avatar, Arthur Harrow, believes in her cause. He and his followers channel her power to judge a person's past and future. Those whose scales are imbalanced die immediately. However, Harrow is not content to go door to door judging one person at a time. Instead, he seeks Ammit's Ushabti, the small figurine in which she is imprisoned, so he can free the goddess and judge the entire world. Stephen Grant has no idea that when he blacks out, Mark Spector is hard at work trying to stop Harrow. Though worlds collide when Harrow spots Steven and uses Ammit's power to judge him, but the results are chaotic and inconclusive. Regardless, he demands Steven hand over the Scarab of Ammit, an artifact Mark got his hands on which acts as a compass pointing to Ammit's Ushabti. But the Mark persona takes over to kill Harrow's men and escape. Things get even more awkward for the confused and slightly terrified Steven when Mark's wife Layla shows up. And she's confused why her husband suddenly has a British accent, seemingly has no idea who she is, and is meek compared to her husband's usual mercenary self. Things slowly start to make sense as Mark communicates with Steven through reflections. Though it takes time for Steven to trust his murderous half, and for the moment is intent on keeping the body to himself. But soon, time runs out, because Harrow manages to capture him. Layla tries to rescue him, but Harrow uses Ammit's power to summon jackals, monsters out of Egyptian mythology, and send them after her and Steven. Layla tells him to summon the suit, something Mark could do, conjuring his Moon Knight armor. Steven, however, has no idea what that means, but in the heat of battle, reflexes kick in, and he does summon the suit. Though he takes it a bit literally, he ends up looking less like an Egyptian superhero and more like an Egyptian James Bond. It does help and provide protection, but he still isn't a skilled fighter, so he finally gives control to Mark, who defeats the Jackal. Unfortunately, Harrow managed to grab the Scarab, meaning he's now on his way to Ammit. In the days that follow, Mark desperately interrogates anyone connected to Harrow that he can get his hands on, but no matter who he hurts or kills, they are a zealous bunch, willing to die for the cause instead of giving up any information. So Khonshu plays a dangerous card. He calls on the other gods for a trial of Harrow. But they don't trust Khonshu. He was previously banished for his continued interaction with the human world, something the other gods leave solely to their avatars. And Khonshu's current avatar is clearly troubled, considering his mind is fractured between two personas. So, when Harrow denies the claim that he's trying to resurrect Ammit, the gods believe him. After the failed trial, another avatar approaches Mark and confides in him. She believes him and tells him how he can find Ammit's tomb before Harrow. Centuries ago, a man named Senfu recorded its location. His sarcophagus was sold on the black market, but if they can find it, they'll find what he wrote. So they get to work. Layla and Mark fight their way to the sarcophagus, and Steven decodes what they find. A star map which will point to the tomb. Only problem is that stars drift over time, and this map was recorded 2,000 years ago. So Khonshu plays another dangerous card. He reverts the night sky to its position from 2,000 years ago, and it works. The map lines up and they pinpoint the tomb's location. But manipulating the skies is a transgression, which gets Khonshu locked in his own Ushabti. By the time they reach the tomb, so have Harrow and his followers. And when Harrow comes face to face with Layla, he reveals something he learned when testing Mark for judgment. Mark had something to do with her father's death, and Mark finally admits the truth. 10 years ago, he and some mercenaries were on a mission with archaeologists in Egypt. But his leader, Raoul Bushman, got greedy. He killed everyone, including Layla's father, to keep the treasures for himself. He shot Mark too, and as he was bleeding to death, he prepared to take his own life, until Khonshu offered to make him his avatar. After that, he and Layla only met because Mark found her to tell her what happened to her father. But instead, he fell in love, and never got to that part. Soon, it's all moot, because Harrow finally manages to best Mark, shooting him in the chest twice and killing him. He and Steven wake up in the realm of Duat, the Egyptian underworld, where the goddess Taweret informs them that to balance their scale and pass on to the field of reeds, a heaven-like afterlife, they must reconcile with their past. Traversing the memories, Steven finally learns who he really is. He sees Mark as a child, playing with his brother in a cave. But the rain comes, and his brother drowns. He sees that Mark's mother blamed him for it, and she never stopped blaming him. She would beat Mark and scream at him. Finally, to escape the nightmare, Mark's mind created an alternate personality based on his favorite character from the movie Tomb Buster, a British character named Stephen Grant. Years passed, and once Mark left home, he no longer needed an alternate personality to shield him from reality. But once his mother died, the pain returned, and so did Stephen. Meanwhile, Taweret communicates with Layla, telling her to free Khonshu, and in doing so, resurrect Mark and Stephen. She manages to do exactly that. But before Mark becomes Khonshu's avatar again and returned to life, he negotiates, only agreeing on the condition that Khonshu will free him and Stephen once they're done. He doesn't want to be a killer anymore. Khonshu agrees, and he lives again. Just as Harrow finally frees Ammit. For the battle ahead, Layla allows herself to temporarily become Tawaret's avatar, joining Moon Knight in the fight against Harrow. Ammit begins extracting souls who fail her judgment, and with each, the goddess grows stronger. But they manage to cast a spell trapping Ammit in Harrow's body. Now they can kill him, and the goddess will die too. But Mark refuses. He is done killing. Instead, Harrow ends up in an institution. The thing is, Mark has no idea just how fractured his mind has become. Khonshu may have freed him and Stephen, but he hasn't freed their other persona, Jake Lockley. And Jake has no qualms about killing. Meanwhile, as Wakanda's King T'Challa himself rests in the ancestral plane, his mother, Queen Ramonda, is left to rule in his place. In the years since his passing, the world's taken advantage of Wakanda's perceived vulnerability and pressed them to share their vibranium. Ramonda refuses, so they try to take it by force, and the Dora Milaje stop them. Growing desperate, people search the Earth for more. Maybe Wakanda isn't the only place where vibranium landed. The CIA somehow get their hands on a vibranium detecting tool, and they do find vibranium under the ocean. The only problem, it belongs to Talocan, and Namor does not want his people discovered. They kill the entire search party. The US government blames Wakanda for the attack. After all, who else would so vehemently protect vibranium? Meanwhile, Namor pays Wakanda a visit personally, traveling underwater to bypass their security. He blames them for jeopardizing Talocan. The only reason they were almost found is because the world so desperately searches for vibranium. And the reason they search is because Wakanda showed the world the wonders of vibranium. He gives them a choice. Find and deliver him the scientist who created the vibranium detector, or face the wrath of his people. Okoye heads to America to find the scientist, and against Ramonda's wishes, Shuri joins her. There, they find their old friend Everett Ross. The CIA agent owes them a favor after Shuri saved his life, so he reveals to them the identity of the vibranium detector's creator, Riri Williams, the 19-year-old prodigy now at MIT. They find the girl, but before they can leave for Wakanda, authorities catch wind that the Wakandans are in town. Still blaming them for the attack on their search party, they dispatch the FBI. Williams reveals that in addition to the vibranium detector she built as a school project, she also built herself a homemade Iron Man-style armor. Using it, she works with Shuri and Okoye to evade the authorities. But soon, that's the least of their problems, because they come face to face with Namor's people. And even for the leader of the Dora Milaje, they are formidable. Despite Okoye's efforts, Riri and Shuri are both taken, and Okoye returns to Wakanda empty-handed. And for losing her daughter, Ramonda strips Okoye of her title. Instead, she seeks out ex-war dog Nakia, who's been living in Haiti. With her experience in the outside world, Ramonda figures Nakia's better suited for the job of rescuing her daughter. Meanwhile, Shuri is brought to the underwater city of Talocan, where she starts to see their people as people, not just her enemy. Namor tells his story of his mother eating the plant which grew from underwater vibranium, and how he was born a mutant. He tries to make her understand why Riri needs to die. The world needs to see that searching for vibranium is dangerous, so he can keep his people safe. But that is just the beginning. Namor now sees that defense will only take you so far. With the power of vibranium, he will soon go on offense to show the world his true might, and then rule it. When he conquers the world, he'd like Wakanda at his side, but if they get in his way, they'll fall like the rest. Soon, Nakia arrives to free Shuri and Riri, killing some of Namor's people in the process, which Shuri knows is as good as declaring war, and it doesn't take long for that war to come. Namor leads a fraction of his forces into Wakanda, but it's enough to kill many, including Queen Ramonda. Shuri and Wakanda mourn another loss. M'Baku sees the rage in their new Queen Shuri and recommends against killing Namor. His people see him not just as a king, but a god. His death would invite generations of war between their peoples. But ultimately, it's her call. She and Riri get to work, preparing for the battle ahead, and Shuri has a realization. Namor gave her a bracelet whose fibers grew from vibranium-rich soil, the same sort of soil heart-shaped herb grew from. Using data from those fibers, she reworks the formula and finally synthesizes the heart-shaped herb. Using it, she is granted the powers of the Black Panther, and she visits the astral plane, where she's greeted by someone unexpected. Killmonger. It's a surprise to Shuri, but with her current thirst for revenge on Namor, Killmonger is a kindred spirit. Revenge is something that defined much of his life. Returning to the mortal plane, Shuri accepts the mantle of Black Panther. In preparation for the battle ahead, she upgrades Riri's Ironheart armor and provides the Dora Milaje, including Okoye, with new suits she calls the Midnight Angels. And working with Riri, she develops a secret weapon against Namor, a way to heat his body and deprive it of oxygen. In the final battle, their plan works. Shuri manages to best Namor in combat, but before striking him down, she remembers T'Challa, and she decides to follow in his footsteps rather than Killmonger's. She spares Namor's life, and seeing her mercy, he is finally willing to listen. She proposes a truce. Riri lives, and Talokan stands down, but Wakanda will work to protect them and keep them hidden. Namor agrees, and the armies finally stand down. After the battle, Shuri visits Nakia in Haiti. There, she discovers that Nakia and T'Challa had a child in secret, a son they named T'Challa. Meanwhile, Everett Ross is in trouble for helping the Wakandans outside the government's purview. His ex-wife, Valentina Allegra de Fontaine, has him arrested, but it's only a short time before Okoye breaks him out. In Oklahoma, Maya Lopez returns home. It's been a few months since she put a bullet in Kingpin's head, but even if he's dead, her revenge is incomplete. She still wants to take his empire, and she has a plan to do it. In her hometown, her uncle Henry still works for Fisk's organization running shipments. She asks his help, but he refuses. He will not start a gang war that risks hurting people in town, his family and friends, some of whom happen to be Maya's family and friends, even if she isn't speaking to them, including her cousin Bonnie and her grandmother. But Maya is confident, and despite Henry's protests, she sneaks a bomb onto one of his train cars. As she makes her escape, her prosthetic leg gets stuck in the train mechanism. Then something strange happens. She has a vision of her ancestors, and for a moment finds herself imbued with super strength. With it, she escapes. Later, per Henry's warning, consequences arrive in the form of the Black Knife Cartel, part of Fisk's organization. Maya fights them off until they get Henry and Bonnie at gunpoint, forcing her to surrender. But suddenly, the cartel is called off, and there's only one person who would have the power to do that: Kingpin. It seems he survived the bullet wound, and soon he visits Oklahoma himself to meet with Maya. But he is not here for retribution. He's here to offer her exactly what she wanted, an empire. All she has to do is come back to New York with him, and he'll give it to her. Henry warns against it. He knows what it is to work for Fisk. Henry is alone because Kingpin took everyone away from him. After Kingpin killed his brother, Maya's father, Henry tried to quit, but Kingpin threatened to kill him. So now he has no choice but to work for him. After losing her mother, Maya only had her father and Fisk. When her grandmother disowned them, Maya felt abandoned, and acceptance in the Kingpin's crime underworld was an enticing prospect. But it has consequences, and Maya has been having more visions, so it's finally time to confront her grandmother. They reconcile as she reminds Maya of her Choctaw heritage and how their bloodline can be traced all the way back to the first of the tribe. And in times when they most need help, their Choctaw ancestors reach out and provide it. Soon, Maya needs that help. She does not join Kingpin on the flight back to New York, and he is not one to take no for an answer. At the Choctaw Nation powwow, a big event for the town, Kingpin takes Maya's grandmother and Bonnie hostage. They should be trapped until those ancestors lend their power again, not just to Maya, but even to her grandmother and Bonnie. The three of them fight off Kingpin's men, and as for Fisk himself, Maya brings him to his knees and uses her ancestors' magic to force him to self-reflect. He is sent back into his memories to face his trauma. Fisk is reduced to tears as he relives his broken childhood, killing his own abusive father with a hammer. Maya tells him to let go of his pain and anger. Fisk runs off, confused and emotional, finally leaving her and her family alone. In the days that follow, now reconciled with her family and more in touch with her ancestry, Maya decides to stay home and put Kingpin behind her. Elsewhere, a mortal named Gorr cradles his dying daughter. They are the last of a race who worship the god Rapu, and soon it is only Gorr who remains after he buries his daughter. Crawling as his own life withers, Gorr comes upon the god, and in answer to his prayers, the god laughs. But near them is the recently defeated Dark Shadow Lord, who wielded the Necro Sword, one of the few weapons capable of killing a god. And now, that weapon calls to Gorr. It lends its power, allowing Gorr to kill Rapu and make this vow: all gods will die. In LA, Jennifer Walters, aside from her new job, has been facing another challenge: dating in her 30s. On Nikki's recommendation, she makes a dating profile under the She-Hulk persona. She gets plenty of matches, but also finds most of the guys more interested in the Green Monster than Jennifer Walters. One date in particular is soured when Todd Phelps refers to her as a specimen. Though, when an old high school friend invites Jen to her wedding, she decides to embrace and even flaunt her She-Hulk form, something especially possible thanks to some legwork by Nikki, who found Luke Jacobson, a costume designer for superheroes, whose tailor made her a wardrobe suiting both Jen and She-Hulk. At the wedding, Jen has another run-in with Titania, forcing her to Hulk smash the villain, and she meets Josh. The two quickly hit it off, especially when he seems more interested in her than She-Hulk. A few dates later, they indulge in a different sort of Hulk smashing.
That's when you get those toy Hulk hands, right? And then you look down and you brace yourself.
Get out of here, Deadpool. This is a family-friendly video. Except maybe some of that Netflix stuff. That gets pretty dark. And back to the show.
Maximum effort.
The next morning, Josh is gone. He doesn't respond to her text, so she waits. The next day, and the day after that. But soon, it's clear. She's been ghosted. And she finds emotional support in the most unexpected of places. Sunday morning, she gets a call from Blonsky's parole officer. Apparently, his inhibitor was off, meaning it's possible he illegally took Abomination form. She accompanies the officer to Blonsky's new home, a large meditation retreat he's opened, and they find it was just a malfunction. He's still human, and still reformed. But Jen can't leave quite yet because Man-Bull, working out some of his aggression, accidentally destroys her car and the tow truck won't arrive for a few hours. So she reluctantly joins a therapy session, and surrounded by villain wannabes attempting to reform, she actually finds some catharsis, because they make it clear they appreciate Jennifer Walters for Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk aside. Meanwhile, trouble brews. Nikki and close friend Pug discover Intelligentsia, a website filled with haters saying awful things about She-Hulk, and even threatening her, all under the guidance of a leader who calls himself Hulk King. In the days that follow, Walters is assigned to represent Leapfrog, since he's the son of an important client. His superhero suit malfunctioned, leading to third-degree burns, and he'd like to sue the tailor, Luke Jacobson. Jennifer does her best to be gentle, but Luke immediately turns on her, and with that, she's lost her source of fashionable and useful clothing. And she loses the case too, because Luke is represented by one of his clients, Matt Murdock, for whom he's recently designed a new yellow suit. Matt makes a strong case and smells the jet fuel on Leapfrog, something Luke instructed the wannabe hero not to use. Thus, it's proven that Leapfrog's burns are his own fault. Murdock wins the case. Afterward, he and Jennifer hit it off at a bar, and later, when Leapfrog calls for help and She-Hulk comes to the rescue, she finds him pursued by Matt Murdock's superhero alter ego, Daredevil. But Matt quickly clarifies that Leapfrog is the bad guy here. He kidnapped Luke so he'd make him a new suit under duress. So She-Hulk has her first superhero team-up. Working with Daredevil, they take Leapfrog down, and for rescuing him, she's welcomed back into Luke's good graces. And with the adrenaline wearing off, Jen and Matt get to know each other. He's heading back to New York tomorrow, but offers that next time he's in town, maybe he could buy her dinner. She has a counter-proposal. Skip all that, and he comes back to her place tonight. When Nikki finds a devil walking home barefoot the next morning, it tells her everything she needs to know. That night, Jen accepts an award at a gala for female lawyers. But her reputation is in danger, because her speech is interrupted by the Intelligentsia. Apparently, Josh is one of them, and he used his night with Jennifer to hack her phone. Now, all the private information they found on her phone is projected in front of the crowd, and he secretly filmed their intimate night together. They play that too, and they tried to publicly shame her for it. Jennifer doesn't take it well. She hulks out and strikes back, then wakes up in a cell. They were wrong for their attempted humiliation, but nevertheless, the authorities are now concerned that she can't control her Hulk form. They release her without charges, but only on the condition she now wears an inhibitor, prohibiting her from ever being She-Hulk again. Feeling lost, she heads back to Blonsky's retreat, while Nikki and Pug infiltrate an Intelligentsia event, which happens to be occurring at that very retreat. Apparently, Blonsky has been giving them talks as Abomination, and Todd Phelps, Walter's bad date who called her a specimen, reveals himself as the Hulk King. And he reveals they managed to steal some of her blood and synthesize it into a serum, which turns him into a Hulk. Also, Titania is there, and also, Hulk has just returned from whatever business he had on Sakaar. Honestly, it's all a bit much to cram into the climax. So, Jennifer exits her show to have a word with the guy in charge of the MCU, Kevin. But she finds Kevin is not a man, it's an AI, the Knowledge-Enhanced Visual Interconnectivity Nexus. She makes some suggestions for the show's ending. Lose the stupid plot about Todd making a Hulk serum, have Emil Blonsky take responsibility for his actions, and nix Hulk's last-minute entrance. Also, bring back Murdock. Back in the show, Walters enjoys a more emotionally cathartic ending. She's learned to live as both Jen and She-Hulk. Plus, she gets to spend a week hanging out with Matt Murdock. Though, despite the rewrites, Hulk does make a surprise entrance at their family dinner to introduce a son he apparently had on Sakaar. a son named Scar. In the following days, she's cleared of all charges and allowed to be She-Hulk again. Also, once again, Wong breaks Blonsky out of jail. In New Jersey, Kamala Khan goes through another awkward day of high school, but at least her close friends Bruno and Nakia are there to keep her company. And Avenger Con is coming up, where Kamala plans on debuting a cosplay of her favorite hero, Captain Marvel. Bruno helps pull it together. All that's left is a personal touch. He suggests something Pakistani to bring a little of her to the costume. Back home, she searches through a box of things sent by her grandmother Sana, and in it finds the perfect thing, a bangle. At the convention, something strange happens. The bangle activates magic powers, allowing Kamala to project light which takes solid form and weight. She's the highlight of the night, but remains anonymous behind her mask and keeps her identity secret. Nonetheless, the discovery of superpowers is a major boost to her confidence. And so is Kamran, the new kid. Kamala likes him, and it quickly becomes clear her interest is mutual. But she soon learns the bangle, her powers, and Kamran are all connected. His mother Najma is from the Noor dimension, but was exiled along with Kamala's great-grandmother Aisha and a few others. Collectively, they're known as the Clandestines. Outside her home dimension, Najma's access to the power of Noor is limited. It's enough to slow her aging process, but not enough to actually return home. However, Kamala inherited the same power from her great-grandmother, and because she was actually born in this dimension, her powers are likely stronger, strong enough to take them home. There's just one problem. Bruno does Kamala a favor and looks into some research from Dr. Eric Selvig on the Noor dimension. What he learns is disturbing. If they were to open a rift, the Noor dimension may overtake their own and destroy it. It's too dangerous. Kamala cannot open a portal for them. But soon, Najma makes it clear she is not asking a favor. She is demanding one. When Kamala refuses to comply, she and the Clandestines attack during her brother's wedding. Kamran is disgusted by his mother's actions and sides with Kamala. Ultimately, using her powers to fight them off and protect her family, Kamala escapes. In the midst of it all, she has a vision of a train, the same train her grandmother Sana took during the partition. Meanwhile, Najma and the other Clandestines are arrested by the Department of Damage Control. Despite betraying his mother and disagreeing with the violence, Kamran is also arrested. Afterward, Kamala speaks with her grandmother, and Sana reveals she had the same vision of that train, so she invites Kamala to Pakistan where they can finally discuss her family history. In the following days, she and her mother fly over. There, Kamala speaks with Sana, who tells a story Kamala has heard many times before, how, during the partition, Sana became separated from her father, until a trail of stars led her back to him. Then, Kamala meets some of her cousins and runs into the Red Dagger. The Red Dagger is a title that's been passed down over the generations. At one point, a man named Walid held it, and now his son, Kareem, does. Their job is to protect people from threats unseen, like the Clandestines. Right now, their hope is to stop them from opening the veil between worlds and potentially destroying this one. Soon, that threat arrives. The Clandestines escape DODC custody, though for his betrayal, Najma leaves her son Kamran behind. They reach Pakistan and attack. Walid is killed, and when Kamala's bangle is struck, she is transported back in time to 1947, where Aisha hands her a picture of her family and begs her to help Sana. So, Kamala creates a trail of stars, leading the girl back to her father, finally learning that in that story she's heard so many times before, it was Kamala herself who created those magic stars. Returning to the present, she sees the burst of energy from the bangle didn't just send her back in time, it also opened a rift to the Noor dimension, and it proves just as dangerous as they feared, killing one of Najma's friends. Despite the risk, Najma prepares to enter it herself. until Kamala calls to her. Even if she successfully crosses over to the Nord dimension, she'll leave this one to be destroyed, killing her son Kamran along with it. She already ruined one family by killing Aisha. Kamala begs her not to destroy her own. "You're right," Najma replies, and she enters the portal, but not to return home. Instead, she sacrifices herself to close the rift from within. As the rift closes, power seems to surge from it into Kamran, giving him powers similar to Kamala's. Just then, Kamala's mother and grandmother find her, having tracked her phone's location, and they arrive just in time to witness the portal closing. At the sight of the magical display, Kamala is finally forced to admit to her mother that she has these powers, and she gives Sana the photo of her with Aisha and Hassan. Returning home, Kamala's mother accepts the path her daughter is on, even making her a new costume for her yet-to-be-named superhero persona. And it's good timing, because right now, Kamran could use a superhero. Having escaped the DODC, he's now on the run, with Nakia and Bruno's help. But it's only a matter of time before they're captured. So, Kamala dons her costume and joins them. She also calls the Red Dagger to ask a favor. She knows they work in the shadows, and asks if they have a way to get Kamran out of the country. They're soon surrounded by DODC, and tensions rise when Kamran manifests Nor powers as well, powers which he wields with a vengeance after learning his mother is dead. But when he loses control, Kamala uses her powers to contain his, while protecting them from the DODC. She buys enough time for him to escape to the harbor, where someone from the Red Daggers will smuggle him to Pakistan. Once he's gone, and Kamala is left alone, her family, friends, and other bystanders surround her, creating a barricade to stop the DODC, who have clearly mistaken a hero for a villain. In the aftermath, the agent in charge, Deaver, is fired for her public blunder, while Kamala, currently known as the hero Nightlight to the public, trends on TikTok. Enjoying the accolades, she joins her father on the roof for a heart-to-heart. He tells her how proud he is, and asks what her superhero name is going to be. She isn't sure yet, so he tells her about the name Kamala, how it translates to the word wonder, or marvel. Kamala can't believe it. She shares a name with Carol Danvers, her favorite hero of all time. "I don't know who that is," her father replies. "But you sure are, and always have been, our little Miss Marvel." A week later, Bruno shares with Kamala something he learned about her when researching Nor and her powers. Looking at Kamala's DNA, in addition to her Nor genes, there was something else too. Something the others in her family don't have. Some kind of mutation. They don't know it yet, but this is the same mutation which, in other worlds, has led to the X-Men. Elsewhere, Thor continues his travels with the Guardians of the Galaxy, chasing one adventure after another, though it's clear he's overstayed his welcome, and when they hear word of Gore the God Butcher, Quill is happy to part ways as Thor leaves to investigate. And while Thor seeks adventure, Jane Foster reaches the end of her own. She was recently diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and her time is quickly running out. When she reaches the limits of human medicine, she turns to Asgardian magic. In New Asgard, she finds the pieces of Mjolnir, and the broken hammer remembers a promise it made years ago to always protect her. Now it keeps that promise by lending its power and turning her into the mighty Thor. Soon, Gore continues his quest to kill all gods by visiting New Asgard. Thor arrives to defend the kingdom, but so does Jane Foster, which makes for an awkward reunion. The two set their feelings aside long enough to fight the battle, and though they survive, Gore escapes with a cage of Asgardian children. Among them is Heimdall's son Axel, who shares his father's gift for long-distance sight and communication. Thor reaches out to the boy and locates them in the Shadow Realm. a dangerous place. So before they head after the children, Thor, Jane, Valkyrie, and Korg seek reinforcements. They head to Omnipotent City, where the likes of Hercules and Zeus reside. But there, all they find are cowardly gods who would rather hide in their palaces than fight a god killer. The city is a dead end, though Zeus does reveal Gorr's next move. He will try to reach Eternity, a powerful being at the center of the universe who will grant the desire of the first person who reaches him. With no help to be found in the decadent city, Thor and company instead steal Zeus's thunderbolt, then head for the Shadow Realm themselves. On the way, Thor and Jane take in the sight of galaxies, stars, and space dolphins, then finally address their feelings. Both admit they closed their hearts to avoid the pain of loss, but in truth, they want to be together. Except Jane has cancer, something she finally admits to Thor. It's a heartbreaking revelation, but does not change Thor's desire to be with her for whatever time life affords them. They reach the Shadow Realm, and in the ensuing fight, learn that Gorr can't reach Eternity without the key, which is the Bifrost, something accessible through Stormbreaker. It must be kept out of his hands, but he and his army of shadow monsters are formidable. Valkyrie is hurt, and so is Jane. They rush home, and in that rush, Gorr manages to grab the axe. Now, he has access to the Bifrost and the key. In the hospital, Valkyrie is taken into treatment, and Jane learns that her body is failing to fight the cancer. Every time she uses Mjolnir, it saps her mortal energy and leaves her vulnerable to the disease. So Thor makes her promise not to wield it again. He will save the children himself. He finds Gorr at the center of the universe and lends the children some of his power so they can fight with him. But still, he finds himself in need of an ally, and at that moment, mighty Thor appears. He's happy to see her, but also knows it'll likely be the last time. With Mjolnir sapping her energy, she'll soon have none left. But with the little that remains, she fights, and together, they destroy the Necrosword. Without it, Gorr will die. But first, he steps through the portal and finds Eternity. He prepares to make his wish as Thor rushes to Jane's side. Gorr watches the god of thunder choose love, and Thor reminds him that he can do the same. "You can bring her back," he says. "She would have no one," Gorr says. "She would be alone." And with her dying words, Jane convinces him otherwise. She won't be alone. Knowing Thor will care for his daughter, Gorr makes his wish, and just before dying himself, sees his daughter return to life. Thor, after losing every loved one he's ever known, now, for the first time, gains one. He raises Gorr's daughter as his own, and even fights alongside her in battle. She wields Stormbreaker, and he Mjolnir, as they travel the galaxies, providing aid wherever it's needed. They're known by many names, but to those who know them best, they are simply known as Love and Thunder. Meanwhile, in Omnipotent City, Zeus recovers from his wounds and sends his son Hercules to get revenge on Thor. And elsewhere, Jane Foster learns it's true what they say. When an Asgardian dies in battle, they are welcomed into the gates of Valhalla. She appears in the land of gods, and Heimdall is there to welcome her. At MIT, Riri Williams continues proving her genius and talent, building incredible machines. But if she ever wants to build something iconic, an iron armor to rival or even exceed the ones once built by Tony Stark, she'll need money. She didn't get to keep the one she made in Wakanda, and the grant at MIT isn't enough. So she sells completed assignments to other students, and that gets her expelled. But school isn't important. School won't help her get closer to that dream. And it isn't just about fame or fortune. Ever since losing Gary and Natalie, Riri has wanted to build suits for first responders to better enable them to save lives. So after her expulsion, Riri returns home to Chicago and keeps working on that suit, which gets the attention of Parker Robbins, whose red hood has earned him his nickname, the Hood. Since his deal with the Devil, Parker and John have recruited a small team of experts with flexible morals. He offers Riri a spot in the gang with two promises. 1. They don't do anything too evil, just theft, extortion, things like that. And 2. She'll be well compensated, enough to make the armored suit of her dreams. Although hesitant at first, it's too enticing a prospect to pass up. Riri accepts. Parker's plan? Revenge on his father. Using the gang, he'll infiltrate companies under his father's umbrella and threaten the CEOs into signing majority ownership over to him. Slowly but surely, he'll take over his father's empire and unseat the king. For Riri's first gig, she'll have to get her homemade suit ready for primetime, and one thing it needs is an AI assistant. She scans her own brain as a template, but during that scan, Riri falls asleep thinking of her deceased best friend, Natalie. When she wakes, she finds the AI has formed in her memory, and the hologram projection feels so real, it's like her friend is really back. In addition to the AI, Riri needs some other components too, ones that are hard to get. With AI Natalie's help, she finds a source. He goes by Joe, but that's just a cover. His real name is Ezekiel Stane, or Zeke, as in the son of Obadiah Stane, the Stark Industries ex-COO who died trying to kill Tony Stark. Zeke doesn't want to follow in his father's footsteps. Quietly collecting bionics and advanced weaponry as a hobby is the closest he's come. He believes bionics are the future, a way to really help people, organ replacements, prosthetic implants, and more. But his hobby means acquiring tech on the black market, so he's already operating in a gray area and leans a tad closer to following in his father's footsteps when Riri gives him a pep talk about standing up for himself, while pressuring him into providing the tech she needs for her suit. Tech she uses on her first crime job with the Hood. They infiltrate a tech company, then threaten the boss into signing papers turning Parker Robbins, the Hood, into a co-owner. Riri quickly realizes she may have signed up to work for someone quite dangerous. Robbins is willing to hurt or kill when people get in his way, and that Hood is weird. It gives him powers, but it seems less like tech and more like magic. Magic that has been slowly covering Robbins in dark, veiny scars. Riri decides to do some research on that Hood, so during the next job, she quietly takes a sample of the fabric and inadvertently sets off the building's security, which floods the place with carbon dioxide. When John spots Riri with the cloth from Parker's Hood, he tries to kill her, until she escapes, leaving John to die by suffocation. Maybe she could go back and save him, but she doesn't. After the job, Parker is angry, and Mephisto gives him a vision showing that Riri Williams was responsible for his cousin's death. And more bad news for Riri. Some of her tech was left at the crime scene, tech that's been traced back to Zeke Stane. When they first met, she pressured him into helping, but they've since become close. He trusted her, and now he's gonna rot in jail thanks to her crimes. What can she do? For now, she needs to survive, and she knows Parker will come for her. So she does some research on his Hood, with help from family friends Madeline Stanton, once a sorcerer at Comertage, and her daughter Zelma. After teleporting them to the western cortex of Nevrish, a parallel plane where they can safely inspect the fabric, Madeline and Zelma's assessment. It was made in another dimension, one of the darkest dimensions. That Hood is extraordinarily dangerous, and it's influencing the one wearing it. Madeline wants nothing to do with it, but Zelma, ever eager to prove herself in the mystic arts, later tells Riri more. She's about 50% sure the Hood is powered by magic from one of the universe's most dangerous beings, Dormammu. Using his magic once scarred Caecilius years ago, just like Parker is scarring now. Their talk is interrupted by Parker's gang, there to kill Riri. She evades them, then meets their secret weapon. Parker recently broke Zeke out of jail, and Zeke has finally realized some of his ambitions, filling himself with bionics. Now he has superpowers, not from a suit, but from within his own body. Of course, Parker didn't break him out of jail or help install those bionics for free. The price? Kill Riri Williams. Zeke does win their fight, using his tech to shut down her armor, but he doesn't kill her. He doesn't want to be that kind of person. Instead, he tells her to leave Chicago and let Parker think she's dead. Instead, she regroups. Her mom and AI Natalie convince her to remain in Chicago and fight. She builds new armor with upgrades, but doesn't have the energy to power it, and that gives her a dangerous idea. With Zelma's help, she borrows some power from Dormammu's dimension. She'll power her suit with magic to fight magic. Except when they summon Dormammu's power into the suit, it pushes out the AI. It erases Natalie. Meanwhile, Parker thinks Riri is dead, so he moves on to the final stage of his plan with Zeke's help. Zeke wants nothing to do with him now, but when Parker and the gang installed those bionics, they gave Parker admin access. He controls the bionics, which means he controls Zeke. With his new superpowered enforcer, the Hood easily takes the rest of his dad's company and his mansion. And after all of it, he feels empty. Maybe he just needs more power. Mephisto promises some if he can hold on to the Hood. Otherwise, Mephisto will find someone else. Soon, Riri comes for Parker. First, she frees Zeke of his control, then goes after Parker to try and take the Hood, hoping its magic can help to bring AI Natalie back. After all, magic is what erased her. And as they fight, magic gives Parker claws and twists his face into a demonic visage. In the end, Riri defeats him by tricking him with a hologram. She gets the Hood and leaves him behind, helpless and weak. Then he appears to her, Mephisto. He's always in search of someone with unrealized ambition, someone held back. Riri certainly fits the bill. He promises that he can bring Natalie back, and Riri takes the deal. She shakes hands with the devil. It works, but it isn't AI Natalie that's been resurrected. It's the real deal, the real human Natalie in the flesh, alive again. They hug, and some of those dark scars appear on Riri's arm. As for Parker, he misses having that magic at his disposal, so he goes looking for some and eventually finds Zelma. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock, Foggy Nelson, and Karen Page enjoy some drinks at Josie's bar. They don't know it yet, but it'll probably be their last time. Foggy has been working a case, defending someone for theft. Recently, he had a breakthrough that even Matt doesn't know about yet. He found documents proving Red Hook is a free port, exempt from the jurisdiction of the United States. Thus, the city has no jurisdiction to prosecute the alleged crime. The part Foggy doesn't know is that while Wilson Fisk has been away in recovery after a bullet in the skull and magical trip down Trauma Lane, his wife Vanessa has been in charge, and she's been using the freedom offered by Red Hook to launder the money from their criminal empire through art. That operation would be threatened if Foggy drew attention to Red Hook and revealed its status as a free port. So Vanessa arranged for him to die by pulling some strings to get Benjamin Poindexter released from prison. Once he puts a bullet in Foggy's chest, it reawakens a rage in Daredevil, a rage that pushes him past the line that's always separated him from the Punisher. Super Hearing tells Murdock his best friend's heart no longer beats, so he tosses Poindexter off the roof. The villain lives, but the intent was there. Murdock meant to kill. He no longer deserves the mantle of hero, and after tonight, he puts the suit away. Elsewhere, the patriarch of the Bloodstone family dies, meaning the family weapon, the Bloodstone itself, must be passed on to a new owner. Per Ulysses' wishes, monster hunters from around the world are gathered. The Bloodstone is affixed to a monster, weakening it but also making it angry. The monster is let loose in a maze, and so are the hunters. Whoever kills it gets the stone. But the hunters don't realize there is a monster among them. Jack, a werewolf currently in human form. Also among the hunters is Elsa, Ulysses' estranged daughter, though she gets no special treatment from her stepmother Verussa, who organizes the hunt. Elsa left the family long ago, and Verussa never forgave her for it. During the hunt, Elsa and Jack make a deal. If she helps Jack free the monster, who happens to be his friend, he will give her the stone. They succeed, and Jack's friend Ted, also known as Man-Thing, escapes. But when Jack tries to grab the stone, it rejects him, revealing to the hunters that he himself is a monster, which is convenient because with Man-Thing gone, they need a new monster to hunt. Although the next full moon is 5 days away, using the Bloodstone, they can turn Jack into a werewolf tonight. He warns them it's too dangerous, and offers they can hunt him in human form, anything to ensure he doesn't hurt anyone, especially Elsa. Before turning, he quickly takes in her scent, hoping it'll ensure his monster form recognizes her, and when he turns, it works. The werewolf slaughters everyone around him, but stops when it smells her. Then, the wolf escapes. But Verussa now has Elsa cornered. She prepares to kill her stepdaughter, but Man-Thing returns and kills Verussa first. By morning, Elsa has the Bloodstone, and Jack returns to human form, safely reunited with his friend. Soon, Christmas time approaches, and the Guardians of the Galaxy are busy. They recently purchased Nowhere from the Collector, and are hard at work making it livable. They're helped by Cosmo, a talking, psychokinetic dog from the Collector's collection. Most on Nowhere have never heard of Christmas, but Mantis knows it's important to Peter. And she heard from Kraglin what happened the last time Peter tried to celebrate. Yondu destroyed the tree and scoffed at the idea of handouts. She also knows that Peter is still grieving for Gamora, so she decides to give him a great Christmas and something to smile about. Why does she feel it's her responsibility? Because he's her brother, something she's kept from him, because she doesn't want him to think about his father, who killed his mother, every time he looks at her. She teams up with Drax, and he has the perfect idea for a gift that'll make Peter's Christmas: Kevin Bacon. As a child of the 80s, Peter's always loved the actor, for Footloose especially. From the passionate way Peter's spoken of him over the years, Mantis and Drax assume he's some kind of world leader. But after they abduct him and learn he's an actor, they're both disgusted. Peter was just a kid when he left Earth. His memory is probably all screwed up, Mantis surmises. So she trances Kevin to be a heroic version of himself. Back on Nowhere, they surprise Peter with a grand Christmas display and Kevin Bacon. Peter is excited, then shocked at their human trafficking, and tells them to free the actor from Mantis' trance. Kevin, of course, freaks out, but once he calms down and they prepare to take him home, he learns just how much he's meant to Peter over the years. So he decides he can stay a little longer to give Peter a Christmas to remember, performing a rendition of Here It Is Christmas Time, while everyone exchanges gifts. Peter gives Groot a Game Boy, and Nebula gives Rocket Bucky's arm. Peter asks Mantis why they went to such trouble for him. She explains how they heard about Yondu ruining Christmas. But Peter reveals the rest of the story, how Yondu found their gifts in the trash, including one for him, a small creature figurine, the sort he will go on to spend years collecting. And with Yondu's heart warmed, he gave Peter a gift too, his first quad blasters. Finally, Mantis gives Peter the greatest gift he could ever get. She reveals that she's his sister. And suddenly, Peter realizes he still has some family left. In the quantum realm, Kang has been busy, amassing a robotic army, burning down homes, and building a citadel on the bones of the people who live in the subatomic world. But still, he is trapped there. Until now, Scott Lang's daughter Cassie has become interested in the quantum realm and built a satellite to explore it. When she turns it on, its signal is discovered by Kang's hunter, Murdock, and they open a portal which pulls Cassie, Scott, Janet, Hank, and Hope into the quantum realm, along with Hank's latest experiment, ants with augmented intelligence. In the subatomic reality, Scott and Cassie are separated from the others and find themselves among quantum realm refugees, displaced by Kang, led by a warrior named Gentora. But they're quickly captured by Murdock and brought to Kang, who has a proposal. He needs to get out of the quantum realm because he's the only one who can stop what's coming at the end of time. Him. Many variants of him. But to get out, he needs someone to enter the blown-up energy core and shrink it back down to size using Pym particles, a task Scott Lang is well suited for. Kang's offer is this: get me the core, or I kill your daughter in front of you and force you to relive the moment again and again in time, endlessly. Scott resists until he sees his daughter in pain. Inside the core, Scott is quickly lost inside a probability storm, where all possibilities of himself exist simultaneously. He drowns in a pile of Scott Langs, until they hear Cassie's voice calling him to come back. And now, the many Scotts become focused on that one goal. They lift Scott to the energy core. He throws a Pym disc. And nothing. He falls, until Hope rescues him. Together they throw more discs and more Pym particles, enough to finally shrink the energy core. Since they were separated, Hank, Hope, and Janet have been on a journey of their own. They met an old friend of Janet's, who has since turned to Kang's side. A fight ensued. They stole his ship and then came for the energy core. Along the way, Janet told them everything about Kang and how they must keep the core out of his hands. And now that it's been shrunk down, Kang takes it from them. Of course they resist, but he easily flicks away Scott and Hope. Murdock takes down the ship with Hank on it, and the Conqueror leaves with Janet. At his citadel, he tells her why he conquers, how his variants will play with time like children, and as a result destroy the multiverse. Only he can defeat them. But Janet sees the truth. He just wants revenge against the variants that beat him, and in the process, he'll end so many timelines, effectively murdering trillions of people. It all begins today. With the energy core back in hand, Kang can ascend with his army out of the quantum realm, but it won't be as easy as he thinks. Cassie escapes her prison and frees Gentora, and they go on to free the other prisoners, recruiting them to a rebellion. Meanwhile, Hank is reunited with his intelligent ants. When they fell into the quantum realm, the ants apparently hit a time dilation, allowing them to live thousands of years in just a day, advancing their knowledge and technology tremendously. They find Hank, then Hank finds Hope and Scott. With help from one giant Scott, one giant Cassie, and an army of intelligent, now technologically advanced ants, the freedom fighters finally launch a counteroffensive and overpower the Conqueror. Even Murdock fights for them, after Cassie gives him some sage advice, namely, don't be a dick, though he sacrifices what's left of his life in the process. Kang's army is defeated, the quantum people are freed, and the heroes prepare to return home. One by one they enter the portal. When only Cassie and Scott are left, Kang appears. Scott pushes his daughter through the portal and stays behind to stop Kang. The Conqueror scoffs at Scott for thinking he can win, but Kang misunderstands. I don't have to win, Scott tells him. We both just have to lose. Ant-Man turns himself into a human shield, taking a near-fatal beating to stop him from entering the portal. Kang's victory is all but assured, until Hope returns. Together they knock Kang into the damaged energy core, and he's sucked into it, seemingly defeated. The portal closes, but Cassie is able to bring Scott and Hope home using her quantum tech. In the coming days, Scott enjoys his return to normal-sized reality, though he's disturbed by Kang's warning about his variants coming at the end of time, and Scott is right to worry. Some of those variants meet to discuss the Conqueror's death. He was killed by one of Earth's heroes. They're beginning to touch the multiverse, Immortus, a Kang variant, explains, and if we let them, they will take everything we've built. To ensure they don't, he has called a council of Kang variants, including every single one of them. Elsewhere, the High Evolutionary searches for a specimen he lost years earlier, Subject 89P13, a raccoon who now goes by the name Rocket and resides on Nowhere, the Guardians of the Galaxy HQ. The mad scientist has one of his creations, the Sovereign, send their new weapon to retrieve the raccoon, a powerful being with the mind of a child named Adam. He attacks. The Guardians manage to fend him off, but Rocket is hurt badly, and when they apply a med pack, it only makes things worse. Someone put a kill switch inside him to protect their proprietary design. Using a med pack or poking around would kill Rocket, but if they do nothing, he'll succumb to his injuries, giving them about 48 hours to figure something out before he dies. Peter is especially intent on saving his friend, because he was drunk when Adam attacked, trying to forget his grief for Gamora. If he hadn't been, maybe he could have helped, and his last words to Rocket were insults. He was angry the raccoon had once again taken his Zune without permission. To save Rocket's life, they need an override code to stop the kill switch, and their only lead is the name of the company they found inside Rocket, OrgoCorp, the High Evolutionary's front for illegal experimentation. It'll be difficult to break in, but Nebula has a contact in the Ravagers who can help. Her sister, Gamora, the one who came from another timeline with Thanos, the one who never joined the Guardians or fell in love with Peter Quill, who is still grieving for his Gamora, and Yondu and his mother. Peter has come to believe that everyone he loves will leave. Mantis reminds him that he did the same. When Peter lost his mother, his grandfather lost a daughter, and he may still be alive on Earth, yet Peter has never gone to see him. Now, this other Gamora, who sees Peter as a stranger, guides them into OrgoCorp's HQ. In a quiet moment, Peter tries to warm up to her, but to Gamora, it's just pressure to be someone she never was. She makes it clear, whatever Gamora was to him is something she will never be. Inside the HQ, they find Rocket's file, but not the key. It was taken by the High Evolutionary's recorder and stored in a computer on his head, and they know where to find him, because the High Evolutionary's coordinates were left in the file. An obvious trap, Gamora points out. But Peter explains, it's not a trap if you know it's a trap. It's a face-off. It becomes clear to Gamora that when it comes to saving their friends, the Guardians aren't big on hesitation, even if it means going toe-to-toe with a man some corners of the universe consider God. Meanwhile, the High Evolutionary is displeased with Adam and the Sovereign's failure to capture 89P13. He threatens to end their species if they fail again. Eager to please their master, the High Priestess interrogates a captured Ravager. She asks Adam to show the Ravager they mean business, which he slightly misinterprets as he incinerates the man, leaving only a smoldering corpse and his small pet behind. A pet which now looks sad, which makes Adam feel sad, an unfamiliar and unpleasant sensation. The interrogation is a failure, but Gamora calls the Ravager for help, not knowing he's dead, and the High Priestess answers in his stead. Gamora gives them her coordinates, inadvertently giving away the Guardian's location, giving Adam and the new pet he's decided to keep one more shot at pleasing the High Evolutionary. The Guardians arrive on Counter-Earth, the world designed by the High Evolutionary based on his visit to Earth in the 80s. While the others get to work, Gamora stays on the ship, and when Adam comes looking for Rocket, she can't help but protect him. Meanwhile, Peter and Groot's face-off is going well. They fend off the High Evolutionary and his guards, kill the recorder, and rip the computer from his head. But they have to get off planet fast, because although the High Evolutionary's experiments have come a long way, his utopia is still a far-off dream. Counter-Earth has become rampant with the same violence that pervades Earth. So, he's initiated self-destruction. As explosions blanket the planet, Adam worries for his mother and flies after her, but he's too late. She is killed and he is incapacitated. Drax, Mantis, and Nebula break into the High Evolutionary's ship to free Peter and Groot. Unaware, they've already escaped, joining Gamora on their own ship, where they use the passkey to override Rocket's programming and save his life. The friends embrace, and Gamora can't help but smile. But there's little time to celebrate. The High Evolutionary reaches out with a demand: bring me the raccoon or your friends die. He throws Nebula, Drax, and Mantis in a cell, where they're surrounded by Star Children, the latest product of his experiments. Meanwhile, Peter calls for help, asking Kraglin to fly Nowhere over and blow a hole in the villain's ship. Worried the children will get caught in the explosion, Nebula and Mantis try telling them to avoid the starboard wall, but they don't know the children's language. Drax, on the other hand, does. First, he calms the frightened children using the same tricks his late daughter enjoyed many years ago. Then he gives the instruction, and Phyla leads the way in letting the others know. Nowhere fires its shots, and the High Evolutionary responds, dropping Nebula, Drax, and Mantis into a pit where they face 3 massive obelisks. But, Mantis realizes, they are not hostile creatures, they're just scared. She approaches. Meanwhile, as Nowhere approaches from one side, Peter, Rocket, and Gamora attack from the other. Adam recovers from his injuries and makes one last attempt on the raccoon, so Peter crashes the ship with him on it and sets it to self-destruct. While Adam blows up, they look for their friends, who they find riding the now friendly obelisks. Reunited, the Guardians could leave now, as Gamora suggests. Or they could go back and free all the innocent lives trapped on the High Evolutionary's ship. They connect Nowhere to the fresh hole on the side of the ship, aligning them with Cosmo's help, and begin evacuating the higher life forms. Even Adam. Why? He asks. I am Groot, his savior responds, and Drax translates. He says everyone deserves a second chance. Soon, Rocket finds the animals, and he finds a cage containing raccoons. He can't bring himself to leave them behind, so they won't be limiting themselves to the higher life forms. They'll be rescuing all of them, which gives the High Evolutionary a chance to catch up. It's an easy fight for the man who thinks himself a god, until the rest of the Guardians show up, and then he's easily defeated. The evacuation is complete just as the ship falls apart, but Peter has forgotten something. His Zune, an artifact from Earth whose music has brought comfort to him and his friend Rocket. He runs back for it. The ship separates from Nowhere, so Peter uses the thrust from a loose wire to traverse the gap, but he's stopped by debris. The void of space does its work, freezing him and killing him. But Adam, the Sovereign's warlock, in his adolescence, has learned he doesn't enjoy inflicting pain or sadness. He prefers benevolence, the sort shown to him by Groot. So he learns from the Flora Colossus and saves Peter, flying him to safety. In the aftermath of the battle, Peter gathers his friends and tells them he's leaving. Like Mantis suggested, he will return to Earth after spending almost 40 years running from it. Mantis is leaving too, after spending her entire life, first doing as Ego asked, and then as the Guardians asked. It's time for her to discover what she wants. Nebula will oversee Nowhere with Drax's help. Gamora will return to her new family, the Ravagers. And as for Rocket Raccoon, he will oversee the new Guardians of the Galaxy, including Groot, Adam and his pet, Kraglin, Cosmo, and Phyla. Peter heads to Earth, though he leaves a small piece of it behind for Rocket, that Zune he nearly died getting. And soon Peter is welcomed home into his grandfather's open arms. And Quill isn't the only one who returns to Earth after a long absence. So does Nick Fury. Almost 30 years ago, he and Carol Danvers made a promise to help the Skrulls find a new home. Thus far, they've failed, and some of the Skrulls have become impatient, including Gravik, who remembers Fury's words well. You keep your word, I'll keep mine. As far as Gravik is concerned, Fury did not keep up his end of the bargain, so Gravik's taken matters into his own hands, building a faction of angry Skrulls. They displace Talos as their leader, and rather than coordinate with humans, decide on a new strategy: exterminating them. They've kidnapped various officials and important people, placed them in pods which keep them in stasis and steal their memories. By borrowing those memories and shapeshifting, Gravik's Skrulls have taken over their lives, infiltrating positions of power. They've done this so they can manipulate world events and push humanity toward World War III. While humanity is distracted by war, the Skrulls will rise up to take power. And to help the cause, Gravik has scientists working on a machine, which, if provided with DNA from someone with superpowers, would allow a Skrull to absorb those powers, and with an army of Super Skrulls, Gravik's takeover of Earth would be easy. Maria Hill catches wind of the invasion, even learning that Everett Ross is among those who have been replaced by Skrulls. So she calls Nick Fury. And knowing that Gravik is a monster he himself created, Fury leaves Saber and returns to Earth to clean up his mess. Their intel says Gravik is planning to bomb Moscow and make it look like an attack by Americans. So they move quickly. From an old friend, Sonia Fallsworth of MI6, Fury gets the name of the arms dealer Gravik is likely working with. Fury and Talos pay him a visit, but when he turns out to be a Skrull, a fight ensues and he ends up dead. So instead, they chase down the Skrull he was meeting with before they arrived. Gaia, Talos' own daughter, who is now working for Gravik. This is not what your mother would have wanted, he tells her, and that's how she learns her mother is dead, apparently killed by the man she works for, Gravik. She leaves, but later Talos' words have an effect, and she decides to help them stop the attack. But despite her help, they fail. The bombs go off, killing over 2,000 people, and during the chaos, Gravik takes the form of Nick Fury, gets close to Maria Hill, and shoots her dead. In the aftermath, Fury suspects Talos has not been entirely forthcoming with him, and under some light interrogation, Talos makes a confession. There aren't just some Skrulls hiding on Earth. There are about 1 million of them. Nearly every Skrull remaining is here. They haven't been able to find a new home, and during the blip, Talos thought Fury was gone for good. He had to do something. The Skrulls needed a home, so he decided to make Earth their home. He kept it a secret, but only for now. His hope is that at some point, humans will accept them, and the two species can coexist, sharing this planet instead of finding a new one. Fury is furious. Humans can't even coexist with each other. Of course they'll never accept Skrulls. Fury's next meeting doesn't go much better than this one. He sits down with Colonel James Rhodes to sound the alarm and tell him about Skrulls infiltrating positions of power. Rhodes' response is to fire Nick Fury, and Fury leaves with a suspicion that will soon prove true. Rhodes is a Skrull. Next, Fury visits his wife Vara, who was left a widow during the blip, and after Fury returned, she looked forward to their reunion, but instead, he left to wallow on his space station. And now, though the two still have feelings for each other, it's clear she is working with Gravik, who has just hatched a scheme to find the traitor in his midst. He launches an attack between a nuclear sub in the Royal Navy and a UN plane, to see which of his people will sabotage it. And sure enough, Gaia helps Talos and Fury stop the attack. With the traitor identified, Gravik shoots her and leaves her for dead. Only she doesn't die, because Gravik's Super Skrull machine works, and Gaia snuck behind his back to use it on herself. One of the powers they've assimilated is Extremis, which has extraordinary healing capability. Gravik's next assassination attempt also fails. He has Rhodes give Vara the order to kill Fury, but they underestimate the remaining love between them. There's no blood shed at their next meeting, only a loving conversation about their time together. Later, Gravik makes another assassination attempt, this time on the President of the United States, Ritson, and Talos saves him by sacrificing his own life. Gravik and the imposter Rhodes move to Plan B. They convince President Ritson that Russia is working with Skrulls, and they made the attempt on his life. Next, all they have to do is convince Ritson to bomb New Skrullos, their HQ in Russia. Not only will bombing Russia spark World War III, but the real Rhodes, Ross, and others stuck in their pods are being kept in New Skrullos, so they'll be killed too. When Gravik calls Fury, It's with substantial leverage. Give me what I want, or I have your president bomb New Skrulls. And what Gravik wants is the harvest, the DNA Fury had him collect from all the heroes who spilled blood at the Battle of Earth, including Carol Danvers. With his machine, Gravik could assimilate their powers and become unstoppable. And Fury agrees to hand it over. But it's not Fury who arrives for the meeting with Gravik. It's Gaia, disguised as Fury, so when Gravik activates the machine and assimilates the Avengers' powers, so does Gaia. The two battle, using an array of powers from heroes and villains included in the harvest, and harnessing the power of Carol Danvers, Gaia avenges both her parents, killing Gravik with a photon blast. Then she frees the people from their pods, including Ross and Rhodes. Meanwhile, Sonya and Fury get to President Ritson, where they kill the imposter Rhodes and stop the attack on New Skrulls, thereby preventing World War III. In the aftermath, Sonya recruits Gaia to work with her. President Ritson addresses the public, declaring war on Skrulls and any alien species who dare set foot on Earth. Nick Fury admonishes him for the hate he's created. Vigilantes will now go out on their own, killing whoever they believe to be Skrull. And he returns to space. But this time, he won't be alone. The Kree are willing to start peace talks with Skrulls, and Vara is the best diplomat Fury knows. They kiss and leave Earth together. Back in space, things take a strange turn. Fury notices an unexpected spike in the jump point system, the network of interconnected portals between various points of the universe. Monica Rambeau, who now works for Saber, investigates a disturbance near the station, while Carol Danvers investigates another. The cause seems to be unstable jump points that opened but have not fully closed. Coming into contact with those unstable jump points is when that strange turn happens. It causes Rambeau and Danvers to become entangled thanks to their shared light-based powers. And they aren't the only ones with light-based powers. There is also Kamala Khan, aka Miss Marvel. The result of the entanglement is that any time they use their powers at the same time, they trade places, which makes for an awkward reunion. Danvers left Monica 30 years ago, promising she'd be back, but she never returned. Before they understand what's happening, the seemingly spontaneous switching makes for a chaotic time, but in that chaos, Danvers finds Kree soldiers by one of the unstable jump points. This must be their doing, and interrogating one tells Danvers that Dar-Ben is on Tarnax, where some Skrull refugees have made a home. There, Dar-Ben opens one of those unstable jump points. It begins to siphon off their atmosphere, and there's no stopping it. The three heroes evacuate who they can, and call Valkyrie to find the Skrulls another place to stay. Then they figure out what Dar-Ben is up to. 30 years ago, Danvers destroyed the Kree's supreme intelligence. Without its guidance, the planet devolved into civil war, a war that devastated their planet Hala, blotting out their sun and bankrupting them of air and water. The shame Carol felt after that, responsible for desolating a planet, is why she never came back to see Monica. She couldn't face her. For now, she keeps her role in their planet's devastation to herself. Now, Dar-Ben is hoping to revitalize their homeworld by stealing resources from other planets, and she can do it with a Bangle. Miss Marvel has one, she found the other. Danvers knows them as quantum bands. In ancient times, the bands were used to create the teleportation network of jump points. Normally, you'd need both to open one. Instead, Dar-Ben has been using a Kree weapon to overpower her one Bangle to open the portals, leading to their instability. Danvers figures out where she's likely heading next, Aladna, a planet whose surface is 99.7% water, and Carol is technically married to the prince, making her a princess, part of a legal arrangement to help out a friend. As the trio makes their way to Aladna, the three practice coordinating their powers and the switching that comes with it. Soon, they work smoothly as a team Kamala has dubbed the Marvels. They reach the planet before Dar-Ben and warn them of what's coming, which requires a brief song and dance number since the language on this planet is based on song. Dar-Ben arrives, and although they fight, she manages to open the jump point. The Marvels are forced to flee. As emotions run high in the aftermath of their failure to stop her, Carol finally admits it was her who ruined their planet, and Monica finally understands why she never came home. And that's where they have to go next. Carol realizes that Dar-Ben isn't taking resources from just any planets, but specifically ones that Carol has called home. She isn't just trying to save Hala, she's also trying to take revenge. So the Marvels head to Earth, where Dar-Ben intends on stealing the sun's energy. In the ensuing fight, Dar-Ben is nearly killed, but the Marvels show mercy, and even offer a better path. Monica suggests Carol can use her powers to reignite Hala's sun, but Dar-Ben takes advantage of the lull in their battle to steal Miss Marvel's Bangle. Now she has both, and it's too much power for her to contain. It destroys her and rips a hole in space-time, an unstable door to another reality. As it bleeds into their own, they have to find a way to close it, and they do. Miss Marvel, now wielding both Bangles, and Captain Marvel fire their combined energy into Monica, who has the power to absorb it. Now wielding the same amount of energy that was used to open the hole, Monica is able to close it. But it has to be done from the other side, something she failed to mention before executing the plan. It works. The rift is closed, and Monica is gone, stranded in another reality. In the aftermath, Captain Marvel returns to Hala and reignites their sun. Returning to Earth, Kamala pays Kate Bishop a visit. Working with Carol and Monica gave her an idea. There are a lot of other young heroes out there. Maybe they should form a team of their own. They could use a Hawkeye, and she's heard that Ant-Man has a daughter. As for Monica Rambeau, she wakes up in that other reality to find a version of her mother alive. Here, she's a hero named Binary. Monica gets another shock when the doctor who checks in on her is a blue beast, a member of this world's X-Men. Though not all mutants are X-Men, take Wade Wilson for instance, sometimes known as Deadpool. He is not an X-Man, nor is he an Avenger. When Happy turned him down 8 years ago, he returned home to Earth 10005 a shell of his old self. And that old self is the one Vanessa fell in love with. She couldn't be with this new one. Without her, and without any higher calling, Wade doesn't know what to do with himself. So maybe it's a good thing when the TVA shows up. Mr. Paradox, who oversees Wade's Earth, has some good news and some bad news. The bad news: Logan, better known as the Wolverine, recently died, and he was the anchor being of his and Wade's world. What is an anchor being? An entity of such vital importance that when they die, their world withers out of existence. The good news: Paradox's superiors deemed Wade special, so while his world dies, he'll get to emigrate to Earth 616. In fact, on the TVA's screens, he's caught a glimpse of his future, where Thor cries over a hurt, possibly dying Deadpool. Normally it takes a couple thousand years for a world to die after the anchor being, but that's not fast enough for Paradox. The TVA might not like pruning anymore, but he's still a fan. He doesn't want to babysit a dying universe. Instead, he'd like to end it fast. In about 72 hours, the MacGuffin, the Time Ripper, will be up and running. Then he can destroy the space-time matrix of Wade's universe. Wade does not like the sound of any of that, so he breaks Paradox's nose and steals his temp pad. Wade uses it to visit Logan's grave. He figures with Wolverine's healing factor, there's no way he's really dead. But desecrating his burial site reveals only bones, which make for fine weapons when the TVA comes knocking. Deadpool slaughters them all, while dancing to NSYNC. Then he goes searching the multiverse for another Wolverine to replace his. He finds many variants. Comic-accurate height Wolverine, Age of Apocalypse Wolverine, Patch, Old Man Logan, Uncanny X-Men 251 cover Wolverine, classic John Byrne Brown and Tan who fought Hulk who now punches Deadpool, and Cavalrine. All either don't fit the bill or attack Deadpool verbally, physically, or both. Finally, he finds one that'll have to do. A drunk, regretful Wolverine with one major feature. Beneath his street clothes, he wears the classic blue and yellow costume. Deadpool drags him back to the TVA, where Mr. Paradox only laughs. You can't replace an anchor being, and especially not with this useless Wolverine, the worst one of them all, the one who let down his entire world. With that, Paradox prunes them both, sending them to the void. Wolverine wakes up pissed, leading to a bloody brawl that would be deadly if not for both their healing factors. Deadpool only gets him to stop with a promise. If they can find a way back to the TVA, he's sure they can fix whatever went wrong on Wolverine's world. That's when they see they aren't alone. A certain hero played by Chris Evans is there. Good old Captain Johnny Storm. Then the bad guys, Sabretooth, Toad, Pyro, and some others. Here in the Void, there are only two fates. You're either swallowed by Goliath, or you work for the bad guy, Cassandra Nova. She's a powerful mutant. Charles Xavier's twin sister, sent to the Void before she could walk. Growing up here has made her understandably vengeful, and she rules with an iron fist. Wolverine beheads Sabretooth, but the others catch them and bring them to Nova. There they get a small taste of her power. Deadpool gossips about some awful things Storm said about Nova behind her back, so she telepathically rips off Storm's flesh, turning him into a pile of bones and organs. Wolverine and Deadpool escape and head for the Borderlands, where they've heard tell of some rebels. Along the way, Deadpool slips up when he asks Wolverine what he'll do if they can fix his world. That word if, that's the giveaway. Deadpool has no idea if they can really do it. It was just an educated wish. That leads to another bloody fight, leaving them both unconscious, until they're found by those rebels, led by X-23. Laura, the Logan of Deadpool's world, the hero. She's the girl he died to save. The group also includes an Elektra, Blade, and Gambit. So far, they've survived, but Deadpool convinces them they can do more. Maybe they couldn't save their world, but they can defeat Nova and help save his, because they've also heard tell that Nova has a way to leave the Void. Anyone that's gone against her before has died. The Punisher, the Quicksilver, and the Daredevil. But they've never had a Deadpool and Wolverine on their side before. They'll leave in the morning. First, they get some rest, and Wolverine does what he normally does. Drinks alone, until Laura sits at his side. He tells her what happened on his world, how the X-Men begged him to be part of the team, but he couldn't have him thinking he wanted to be there. Then one day, while he was off on his own, the humans came mutant hunting. By the time he stumbled back from the bar, it was too late. They were all dead. This suit's all he's got to remind him of who they were and what he did. He doesn't even tell her the rest, how he went on a rampage after that, killing not just the bad ones. That turned the whole world against the X-Men. But Laura tells him about her Logan, the one who saved her life, gave her and a bunch of kids like her a chance to grow up. This Wolverine reminds her of him, angry, drunk, mean, and showed up when it mattered most. That's what this Wolverine does the next day. Together they fight Cassandra's forces. They steal Juggernaut's helmet and force it onto her head to block her powers. The thing is, she needs those powers to send them home, so they'll have to take the helmet off, and if they do that, she'll kill them instantly. Then a new problem. Pyro puts a few bullets in her. Mr. Paradox's orders. He's been secretly working with Pyro. Once he found out Deadpool and Wolverine were trying to get out of the Void, he ordered Pyro to kill Cassandra to make sure that doesn't happen. Now, she'll die unless they take off the helmet to let her heal herself. And Wolverine does what Charles would have wanted. They take off the helmet, and he tells her about her brother, how if he knew about her and where she was, Charles would have done anything to get her out. It works. She reveals a sling ring she took off a Doctor Strange she killed and opens a Marvel Sparkle Circle, which takes them home to Earth 10005. Except Cassandra comes too. She was happy growing up in the Void. She made it her home, but Paradox just tried to have her killed. Now, she's going to take his Time Ripper and use it to destroy every universe until all that's left is the Void. Deadpool and Wolverine try to stop her, but she's summoned an army of Deadpool variants from the Void. The two heroes have a blast slaughtering them, but healing factor means they all get back up. Mostly.
Listen to me, gorgeous. How long does it take for you to regenerate?
Regenerate?
The fight only ends when Wade's buddy Peter shows up. Turns out every Deadpool has a Peter, and when this one tells them to stand down, by God, they listen. But they're too late. Cassandra Nova has already activated the machine. Deadpool's world will be gone in minutes. The only way to stop her would be for someone to grab the matter and antimatter feeds to short-circuit the chamber, but whoever does that would be annihilated. Deadpool can live with that. So can Wolverine. They fight over who gets to be the sacrifice, and Deadpool wins. Except when he grabs one feed, he can't reach the other. Until Wolverine breaks into the room and takes his hand. Together, Deadpool, Wolverine, and Hugh Jackman's ripped abs, they save the multiverse, killing Nova in the process. And it turns out, yes, one would have been annihilated, but two, a Deadpool and a Wolverine listening to Madonna,
Indestructible, mother.
in the aftermath, Hunter B-15 arrives to take Paradox into custody, and she congratulates the heroes. Whatever they did not only saved Deadpool's world, but spared the timeline from extinction. Before leaving, Deadpool asks a couple favors. First, if she can maybe help save some of their forgotten friends in the Void, Laura, Gambit, and the others, and if she can fix Wolverine's world. She'll see about the former. As for the latter, she can't change the past. Whatever happened to this Wolverine turned him into this Wolverine, the one who just saved the multiverse. Finally, Deadpool celebrates with friends old and new, including Laura, rescued from the Void, and Vanessa takes his hand. Meanwhile, the 16-year-old William Kaplan is still trying to figure out who he really is. He knows it's connected to the Westview incident, so that's where he looks for answers. He tracks down someone who lived through it, Ralph Boner. He tells him about Wanda's twin sons, Tommy the speedster, and Billy the one who can read minds. That's when William starts to realize who he really is. But what about his brother Tommy? If Billy was saved, maybe Tommy could be saved too. In William's research, he'd become fascinated with witches, and came across that song, The Ballad of the Witch's Road. At the end of that road, it's supposed to give you the thing you're missing, the thing you want most. That could be the answer. But how to find the road? Boner had told Billy about Agatha and how she's still trapped in Wanda's spell. Further research points to a legend that she's the only one who's ever survived the Witch's Road. Maybe she can help him get there. So he heads to Westview and frees her from Wanda's spell. Once Agatha returns to her senses, Death is there to greet her as Rio Vidal. Wanda's spell left Agatha powerless, making her defenseless against the witch she once loved. Why now does Rio want her dead? Perhaps she is upset Agatha left her after Death performed her natural duty, taking the soul of Agatha's little boy centuries ago. But Agatha reminds her the rules. Witches do not kill witches when it isn't a fair fight, when they're without power, and Agatha's was drained by Wanda 3 years ago, so Rio agrees to wait. And Agatha returns her attention to the boy asking about the Witch's Road. When he tells her who he really is, she can't hear him. That sigil Lilia gave him 3 years ago is a redaction to hide his identity. She was a witch with clairvoyance that told her he'd become someone else, someone who'd need to stay hidden for his own safety, Billy Maximoff. But Agatha already has a feeling she knows who he is, and when he asks her to show him the way to the Witch's Road, she follows the same routine she's followed for centuries. She tells him that they need a coven. After Wanda, Agatha has no power, so this will be her chance to steal some back. They gather a few witches, including Lilia, Jennifer, and Alice, plus a hapless neighbor Sharon who isn't a witch but gets recruited to round out the numbers. They sing the ballad, "Nothing should happen, there's no such thing as the Witch's Road," but Billy is powerful like his mother. Wanda once subconsciously conjured a sitcom reality bubble, and now Billy conjures a Witch's Road. And it's just in time. The Salem Seven, the children of the coven Agatha slaughtered 3 centuries ago, have returned to claim their revenge now that she's powerless. So Agatha escapes with Billy and the others down the Witch's Road, where they are put through a series of trials testing their skill as witches. And those trials are dangerous. The first one gets Sharon killed. To replace her, they cast a spell to summon another, and Rio Vidal answers the call, so she joins them on the rest of their journey. The next life is claimed on their third trial. Agatha gets in trouble, so Alice blasts her with magic to help, and Agatha, perhaps out of habit, seizes the opportunity to absorb that magic. All of it, leaving Alice dead for the crime of helping Agatha. At least Agatha finally has some of her power back, power outmatched by Billy's. In anger, he attacks. He conjures a crown like his mother's and finally destroys that sigil, allowing himself to truly be Billy Maximoff. The next trial claims Lilia's life, a life lived out of order thanks to the way her consciousness slips between the past, present, and future. It ends with sacrifice, because the Salem Seven were closing in. She died to stop them, while giving Billy, Agatha, and Jennifer a chance to escape. That's when Rio decides to have a conversation with Agatha as Death. That boy Billy is an abomination who stole a second life. Agatha has been protecting him, distracting Death by going along with these ill-fated trials, delivering a steady stream of bodies. Perhaps she protected him because he reminds her of her own son. And it could only work so long. Now that Rio knows about Billy, she has to take him, but if she does, he'll just find another vessel and she'll lose him again. So Agatha agrees to deliver him once they get to the finish line. She'll get Billy to give himself up. In exchange, she wants Death to leave her alone forever. Even when she dies, Agatha does not wish to see her. Death accepts her terms. The final trial, the end of the Witch's Road, that's where they're all supposed to get what they want. Except this has all been a creation of Billy's subconscious. How can they get their prize? There are ways. Jennifer was bound years ago, preventing her from using her power. The thing she wants most is to be unbound, and it turns out Agatha was the one who locked her powers away a century ago. An odd job she did for money. Now knowing the source of her binding, Jennifer undoes the spell and frees herself. She got what she came for, and is now freed from the road. How about Billy, who wants his brother back? Agatha helps him with that, too. She guides Billy to search for a dying teen whose body can be a vessel for Tommy, like Williams was for Billy. They find a kid drowning. He'll be dead any second. Billy tries to stop what they're doing. Is he killing this boy so his brother can live? The boy's body, motionless for a moment, returns to life. Perhaps he is now possessed by Tommy, and now Billy, like Jennifer, leaves the road. Agatha follows him, and outside finds Death waiting for her, ready to claim her prize, Billy's soul. If not, Agatha's soul will have to do. Except Billy is powerful and protects the witch. He even gives her some of his power, finally replenishing what she lost to Wanda. But ultimately, they are facing death. She cannot be stopped forever. One of them will have to go with her. Billy agrees to give himself up, but whispers in Agatha's mind, "Is this how Nikki died?" Agatha thinks of her son and changes her mind. Instead, she takes a calculated risk, giving herself up in Billy's place. She gives Death a final kiss that takes her life. With Agatha dead, Billy soon realizes the whole road was conjured by his own mind, And that's when Agatha reveals her new form as a ghost. He is less than thrilled to see her. She knew the road was conjured by him, but still let them go along while people died. She allowed him to be responsible for their deaths. So he tries banishing her to the afterlife, until she admits why she's so afraid to go there. She cannot face her son after all that she's done. At that, he feels bad for her, and decides instead to keep her around as a spiritual guide, and together they'll search for his brother, Tommy. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock is still trying to live in a world that makes a lot less sense after his best friend died a year ago. It's a world where Wilson Fisk is running for mayor, and come New Year's Eve, a world where he is the mayor of New York City. Then there's Murdock's new client, Hector Ayala. The man is innocent. He saw a couple of guys beating someone in the subway, so he broke up the fight. One of those men fell onto the tracks and died. Turns out those men were cops. Dirty cops. Murdock defends Hector by revealing his secret identity to the public. He's one of many vigilantes who have cropped up over the years, the White Tiger. Murdock provides a pile of witness testimony corroborating that he's a good man, a hero who has helped a lot of people because it's the right thing to do. It works. Hector is set free, only for one of those dirty cops to shoot him in the head. And he does it with a bullet marked by the Punisher's symbol. He's part of a budding fan club on the force, cops who have been inspired to step outside the bounds of the law to enforce a twisted and deadly justice, people who have nothing to do with the real Punisher. The Daredevil suit in Murdock's closet is more tempting by the day. One of the few things keeping him centered is Heather, his new girlfriend, a therapist. Karen isn't around anymore. She left town after what happened to Foggy. Soon, any hope of keeping the devil down is gone thanks to Muse, a masked serial killer responsible for at least 60 bodies. He's been decorating the city in murals painted with their blood. That's when Fisk shows his true colors as mayor. He announces a new task force composed of those dirty cops, the Punisher's unofficial fan club. He gives them carte blanche to crack down on masked vigilantes. Murdock finally puts on the suit when Hector Ayala's niece, Angela, comes asking for help. Before Hector was killed, he was looking into something, people going missing near an old abandoned subway track. She takes it upon herself to continue her uncle's work and gets kidnapped by Muse. Daredevil is the one who saves her, but Muse, the masked killer, gets away. Daredevil faces him again when Heather realizes her new patient, Bastion Cooper, is Muse. He tries turning her into his newest victim until Daredevil intervenes. They fight until Muse turns back to Heather and she shoots him dead. Fisk's task force takes credit for putting down the masked killer, gaining them credibility with the public. And it's just the beginning. Fisk has a zero-tolerance policy on masked vigilantes, and he paints with a broad brush. To him, Daredevil is no better than Muse. He isn't the only one who sees it that way either. So does Heather. The violence transfers from Daredevil to Muse to her. They're all just underdeveloped boys hiding behind masks, trying to make it look like something more sophisticated. Matt can't believe what he's hearing, and he can't believe what shows up at the door. An invitation from Wilson Fisk for Heather to come to his black and white ball. Why would she have anything to do with Fisk? That's when Matt realizes he must be a patient. And it's true. Fisk left Vanessa alone for so long. Things have not been right between them since he returned, so they've been seeing Heather for marriage counseling. One of the sticking points between them is Adam, the man Vanessa slept with while her husband was away. Fisk promised not to kill him, but that didn't stop him from taking the man captive and keeping him in a cage with the occasional beating. But a breakthrough. They finally move past it all when Fisk confesses to Vanessa that he has Adam in a cage, and how difficult it is for him to look at that man. So Vanessa kills Adam. After that, things are much better between her and Fisk. Not just in their marriage, but as business partners too, because though Fisk is mayor, he is still the kingpin, and with his new political power, they can accomplish so much more. But first, some preparations. he has Poindexter moved to Gen Pop, where he certainly will not survive. Perhaps it's because Fisk knows Vanessa ordered the hit on Foggy, and he doesn't want that getting out. Or simply because Poindexter is a liability with an axe to grind. Years ago, Fisk manipulated him and killed someone he cared about deeply. Knowing he'll die in prison without help, Poindexter asks to speak with a lawyer, Matt Murdock. Matt takes the meeting after a visit to Josie's bar. With Foggy dead, Karen gone, and Heather on Fisk's side, he has nowhere else to turn. There, Josie mentions something strange. Foggy was drinking O'Melveny's that night. He would only drink that when celebrating. Matt realizes Foggy must have known he was going to win his case. Maybe that's why he was killed. Somebody was silencing him. Matt goes to prison to see Poindexter and demands answers. But he'll only give them if Matt can save him from Gen Pop. Whether intentional or not, Matt does exactly that when he slams Poindexter's head on the table, because the trauma to his skull loosened a tooth. And a loose tooth, like any loose object for Poindexter, is a deadly weapon. Matt joins Heather at Fisk's ball, where the mayor is getting more ducks in a row. Through promises, threats, and blackmail, he secures major investments in a Red Hook renewal project. One of the targets of his blackmail is Jack, Eleanor Bishop's ex-fiancé, who moonlights as a vigilante swordsman. Matt's only focus is Foggy and figuring out why Fisk silenced him, but when he confronts the couple, he realizes he's got the wrong Fisk. It wasn't Wilson, it was Vanessa who ordered the hit. And then he hears the gun cock. Poindexter escaped prison, and he's here now to kill Wilson. Murdock won't allow it. He leaps in front of the Kingpin and takes the bullet himself. When Karen hears about what happened, she makes a call and gets on a plane. The call? It was to Frank Castle to ask a favor, make sure Matt survives the night. And it won't be easy. Fisk is furious. He seals the city shut, shuts down the whole power grid, and sends someone to kill Matt. He gets away, of course, and finds Castle waiting for him. Minutes later, Fisk's anti-vigilante task force arrives. Together, they fight them off. And despite Daredevil's pleading, Punisher fights with his usual lethality. When Karen arrives, Matt leaves with her to investigate Foggy's files and get to the bottom of the hit. Punisher, on the other hand, has his own business to attend to. He finds the task force after they fall back to Red Hook. He kills a bunch of them before they overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Punisher looks at his fan club and tells them what he thinks about them. They don't know his pain or loss. They're nothing more than a circus. Clowns. Nonetheless, those clowns now have him captive. Matt and Karen are making better progress. They find the document in Foggy's files showing Red Hook is a free port, and now the mayor is building a complex there, investing major funds. Where Vanessa laundered millions, now they can launder billions in a lawless land where they are in charge. Foggy thought he was just saving a client. He had no idea he stumbled onto the seeds the Fisks plan on growing into their own city-state. Any hope of stopping him within the confines of the law is fading fast, because tonight Fisk is doing more cleanup. He has his political advisor Sheila Rivera purge the staff of anyone disloyal. He strong-arms the council into approving a new Safer Street initiative that'll give his task force even more power. The only hope is Police Commissioner Gallo. He doesn't approve of any of this, but has been powerless ever since Fisk threatened his family. But he's inspired after a talk with Bibi, Ben Urich's niece, who's been trying to carry on his legacy in investigative journalism. Gallo goes to Rivera for help, to see if she'll come with him to go over Fisk's head to higher authorities. But she knows what going against Fisk means. So she tells Fisk what Gallo is up to, and Gallo becomes an example when Fisk crushes his skull with his bare hands in front of his people. The rewards for loyalty are clear, and the punishment for disloyalty, they only have to look down at the fragments of skull and a puddle of blood and brains to see that. Daredevil and Karen head to Red Hook and find it swarming with Fisk's task force, all wearing Punisher's symbol. He's ready to move, but Karen knows what'll happen if he does. There's too many of them, and it's too dangerous. Daredevil will either get killed, or he'll have to become a killer. He needs help. When the sun rises on Hell's Kitchen, the citizens wake to an announcement from their esteemed mayor. He blames a vigilante for sabotaging the power and making the attempt on his life. He stokes the city's fear, then soothes it with that announcement. The Safer Streets Initiative, effective immediately. All vigilante activity is illegal, and it will be dealt with accordingly. Curfew is at 8 p.m., and in the immediate future, New York City is under martial law. But Fisk has not won yet, because Daredevil is gathering his own army. The good cops of the city are meeting with him now at Josie's bar. As for Punisher, he, along with the swordsman and others Fisk deems enemies, have been locked up in cages in his own personal prison. But it's not long before Punisher breaks out. In Washington, D.C., Thaddeus Ross is now President of the United States, something made possible thanks to his personal think tank, Samuel Stearns. Almost 20 years ago, some of Hulk's blood got into his head, mutating his brain, increasing his intellectual capability to superhuman levels. By pinning the creation of the Abomination on Stern, Ross put him away in a secret prison where he's increased his dose of gamma to push that intellect even further, and by dangling the promise of a pardon, he's had Stern do his bidding, using his mind to create powerful weapons and technologies, and calculating for Ross the exact steps necessary to become President of the United States. Stearns has also saved his life. Heart issues threatened to kill Ross, so Stearns conjured him a medication that keeps him alive. But Ross has no idea that Stearns is also sick of waiting for him to hold up his end of the bargain. Ross is never letting him out. He's a bad man who has not changed, no matter how much he wants the world or his daughter Betty to believe it. Stearns' plan for revenge? Show Ross for the monster he really is. The medication keeping him alive works, but is also laced with gamma radiation. Eventually, it'll turn President Ross into a Hulk. Ross is also dealing with an international crisis, and Stearns plans on sabotaging it. When Tiamat emerged from Earth and froze in place, countries rushed to set up research facilities at what's been called Celestial Island. There they found something incredible. Adamantium, a substance even more powerful than vibranium. Ross's hope is that instead of the world fighting over it, he can broker a treaty, so together countries can cooperate to produce enough adamantium to fairly and equitably distribute it around the world. Stearns sabotages the treaty talks by cleverly working the probabilities. He hires mercenary group Serpent to steal the first and only refined sample of adamantium from a Japanese mining site. He knows Sam Wilson, now Captain America, will be sent to retrieve it, and knows that as a thank you, the president will invite the hero to the White House for his summit, where Japan and other countries will be present. Wilson will insist on bringing the forgotten Captain America, Isaiah Bradley, with him, and Stearns will activate the mind control, a technique he developed where a person can be subliminally influenced through their phone. It all comes to pass just as he predicted. Isaiah Bradley ends up at the White House, and mind control causes him to shoot at the president, making it look like a failed assassination attempt. The other countries are spooked, and Japan blames the USA for stealing their adamantium, more of Stearns' doing, because he paid Serpent to steal it using a CIA black fund. But in all his probabilities and manipulations, there is one variable he can't seem to predict or control: Captain America. Maybe he was able to pull his strings a bit at first, but Sam Wilson pieces the whole plan together. He does it with help from his vibranium suit, sidekick Joaquin Torres, who wears Sam's old Falcon suit, and his advanced drone, Red Wing. Unfortunately, knowing about Stearns' machinations is one thing, stopping them is another. Japan no longer trusts Ross with adamantium, so Japan is already on their way to claim the island as as their own, and Ross has dispatched troops to stop them. War is ready to break out any second, and it's not long before missiles are flying. Stern's hope is that the stress will turn Ross into a Hulk. He'll become a monster and attack the Japanese fleet. The treaty will fail, and Ross will be shown to the world as the monster that he is. Except there's that variable, Captain America and Falcon. When Stern's mind controls some of the Americans to attack, the heroes stop them. And when Japan sees America's heroes turning against their own fleet, it's enough to convince them they really are on the same side. It wasn't Ross who stole the adamantium, it was a third party stirring the pot. The battle is won, but Falcon was hurt bad. Wilson watches over his friend at the hospital and wonders if maybe he should have taken the super soldier serum. That's when Bucky shows up to reassure him. He's better without it. It makes him human. Where Steve gave people something to believe in, Sam, as a human himself, gives them something to aspire to. With Stern's plot foiled, he falls to Plan B. After having escaped Ross's prison, he turns himself back in and goes public with everything. How Ross imprisoned him and used him. Finally, the stress gets to Ross, and it happens. He transforms into a Red Hulk. He rampages through DC. Captain America almost gets killed fighting him, but he lures him to the cherry blossoms, where Ross used to walk with his daughter. Captain America puts up enough of a fight to slow the Red Hulk down, enough to listen for a moment when Sam tells him how he believes Ross is trying to change, that he is really trying to be a better man. Finally, Ross thinks of his daughter and turns human again. After that, he takes responsibility for everything, which gets him sent to the place he sent so many before him. The raft. But taking that responsibility goes a long way in proving he's changed. Even his daughter believes it, enough to pay him a visit. As for Captain America, when Ross invited him to the White House before, it wasn't just to thank him. It was also to ask him if he'd think about assembling a new group of Avengers. And Sam is starting to think that's a pretty good idea. Maybe Falcon, who's starting to heal up, can even be a part of it. Though CIA Director Valentina Allegra de Fontaine has her own ideas about that. In fact, she's had a team working on Project Sentry with the goal of taking an ordinary person and giving them enough superpowers to make the Avengers obsolete. So far it's been a failure, and it'll have to end there because she's under investigation for possible impeachment thanks to her morally flexible approach. One of the congressmen behind the articles of impeachment is none other than Bucky Barnes, recently elected. But he's finding the system works quite slow. Slowly enough, it's giving Valentina time to erase all evidence of her wrongdoings, including a few talented individuals who have been doing dirty work for her. Ex-Captain America John Walker, Taskmaster, Ghost, and a Black Widow, Yelena Belova. Valentina sends all of them to a vault with orders to watch or kill the other. The only one who gets the job done is Ghost, who puts a bullet in Taskmaster's head. The rest of them realize something is up. First, Bob wakes up, someone with no memory of how he got in the vault. Second, it becomes obvious Valentina brought them all here to tie up loose ends. The vault is about to explode with them in it. Working together, they escape. Even Bob lends a hand, because it turns out he isn't just some guy, or maybe he used to be some guy until he went through Project Sentry. Valentina thought it was a failure, but apparently it worked on him. Their first taste of Bob's power comes from physical contact. For a moment, he makes them relive traumatic memories, like Yelena's first kill, when she lured a child to the woods for someone to execute her. Why those memories? Perhaps because those are the only kinds of memories Bob knows. He's lived a life full of traumas, an abusive dad, a mom on drugs, and his own eventual addiction. Yelena can relate. She knows about trauma and darkness. When Bob asks how to deal with it, the void, she isn't sure. All she can suggest is to push it down, deep. Outside, he shows even more power, the ability to absorb a barrage of bullets, and flight. With his help, the others get away, and in the desert find more help. Yelena's dad, the Red Guardian, and when they're pursued, yet another ally, Bucky. At first, he isn't sure they're on the same side, but once he learns about Bob and Project Sentry, he sees they have a common enemy in Valentina, who now has Bob in custody. Now, Bob is powerful, he could easily escape, but Valentina is clever. She knows how to manipulate. She knows that Bob wants to be special and wants purpose. She makes it clear that if he works for her, he will be special, and he will have purpose. When Bucky, Yelena, and the others arrive to confront her, they find Bob has been fitted with a costume and now goes by Sentry. Effortlessly, he stops them all when they try to grab Valentina. They retreat and he doesn't go after them. Why should he? Why should a god take orders from Valentina? It seems Project Sentry was a failure after all. In case this happened, Valentina had a kill switch installed. Her assistant Mel hits the button, and Bob falls, seemingly dead. But it's soon clear that while Bob might be dead, the darkness inside him, the void he's been pushing down, is not. It takes over and hides Bob in a corner. Inside a memory of his childhood home, he can hear his parents fighting downstairs. In the outside world, what they see is a dark figure, a void where Sentry used to be. He releases a shadow to swallow people up, sending them into dark memories too. Yelena, after her talk with Bob about the void, she gets an idea how to reverse all this, by willingly stepping into that shadow. As void overtakes the city, Yelena finds Bob. She tells him what she's learned. Ever since that vault, she's been working with a team. She's been working with her dad. She's been spending time with other people. Unalone, she's found the emptiness not gone, but at least a little lighter. If Bob leaves here with her, he'll find the same is true for him. But that void is powerful. It fights back, until more light arrives. The Red Guardian, Bucky, Walker, Ghost, together they find the memory that created the void, when Bob went roaming around Southeast Asia in search of answers, or at least more drugs. There he found a guy who told him about a medical study that could make him stronger. In this memory, he finds his shadow, and he attacks it in a rage. But rage is what it wants. The others figure that out, so they join Bob at his side. They remind him he isn't alone. They help him let go of the anger. As the void fades in him, it fades in the city too, and everyone is freed. Things aren't looking good for Valentina. She called the press earlier, hoping to showcase Sentry stopping some villains, but the whole city just watched those supposed villains save a bunch of lives. So Plan B. Instead of announcing a new hero in the Sentry, she announces the new Avengers. And it's quite the team. An ex-Black Widow, ex-Winter Soldier, ex-Captain America, ex-Red Guardian, and Ghost. Bob is there too. Unfortunately, he can't be the Sentry again without the Void making a return. The following year, things get confusing when they find out Sam Wilson is getting his own Avengers together. And they get even more confusing when a ship from another dimension arrives. And on the side of that ship, a big 4.